Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this joint meeting of the City of Gainesville and Alachua County Commissioners. Very happy to have you all with us today. It looks like we actually have a joint meeting of the City, the County, and the School Board by accident. Very glad to have school board members joining us here today. I believe we have the entire school board here. I could be incorrect. I see Board Member McNeely here. I see Board Member Plavick. I see Board Member Chair Vu. I see Board Member Certain. Am I missing anybody?
Sarah?
I don't see Board Member Rockwell. But so 4 out of 5, 80% of y'all. Thanks for being here with us. There's a lot to talk about today. I see Alachua City Commissioner Dana Williams is with us today. Thank you for being here. And lots of other folks. I will let you know also that room 16 down in the basement is also open as overflow, and it's all on the video down there. And I would ask that if anyone is speaking as a member of the public to an item, that you, when you're done speaking, if you would make room for somebody else who may be waiting outside to take your spot. And the video is available down in room 16 also. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome everybody. Just by a raising of the hands, who is here for the Gainesville Community Redevelopment Act? Other than a couple of staff. Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I think it would make sense, if it's okay with your commission, and I'll ask my commission, to just move that to item number 3. That way we can get right to literacy, and then we can get right to the school board's presentation. I really want to thank the citizens that are here for this issue. There are a number of issues between the county and the city that these boards are working on. We meet quarterly, and I really appreciate the school board making themselves available because of this pending issue with redistricting. It's important. The community obviously is interested, and so thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so with that, I will look for an adoption of the agenda with that modification from our board.
So moved.
Couple of so moves and a couple of seconds. Any discussion? Anyone from the public wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, back to the board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is unanimous. So we have an agenda, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Right.
Mayor?
Madam Clerk, you want to read us in?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and seconds, and Commissioner Book, was that your light also? Okay, all right. With to mirror the county's motion, is that accurate? Okay.
Just to move the first item to the last.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Any public comment?
I have no public comment.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Willits absent. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, one other item, just for the board to know. I've asked the Children's Trust staff and Executive Director Kiner to be here. She's here in the second row. We actually have a Children's Trust meeting at 4. They're not expecting me for quorum, so I'm here until we're done. But they do have to leave in the 3 o'clock-ish range, maybe a little bit later, depending on where we are in discussions, and I just wanted to let you all know that.
Very good.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the approval of minutes item with the recommendation the Joint City County Commission approve the minutes from the December 10th, 2025 meeting.
We have a motion and a second on the city side. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut and Willits absent. Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
That's on our agenda, but County?
So moved. Second.
Motion and second to approve the minutes. Any discussion, any public discussion? Back to the board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our discussion item for the afternoon, 2026-179 Literacy Action Plan Update, with the recommendation that the Joint City County Commission discuss and take any action deemed necessary. And we did pass out some handouts to you all.
Very good. All right, who's speaking to us regarding literacy? There's a presentation. We'd love to have you come chat with us. Welcome, Dr. Beachy.
Good afternoon. I'd also like to bring up Dr. Heidi Keegan. She is our literacy coordinator at the CNE for this project. We're really excited to give all of you an overview. Many of you have seen parts of this before, but being able to just really talk about where we are in the capacity component of the Literacy Collaborative Alachua County Reads, and we're super excited to be able to present that to you. So we can go ahead and move through the PowerPoint.
You should have a.
Or does the
There you
clicker
go.
work? Okay.
There you go.
So Alachua County Reads is a collective impact project for community-based providers that's using expert tools and activities to support the literacy programs that are currently being promoted and conducted through the Alachua County Public Schools. This project is really guided by the recommendations of the Alachua County Comprehensive Literacy Needs Assessment. The effort recognizes that literacy is an essential component to strengthening community infrastructure and improving quality of life. So you all paid for the Lastinger Center's component, and so we built this particular strategy based on that, and the work group that we'll talk a little bit about all of the components, all the partners that are there, put together. But of course, we know how any of these projects are. They evolve as you go along, so we're happy to have that evolution continue to take place. So in terms of, again, based on the Literacy Needs Assessment and the experts that they identified through the University of Florida's Literacy Institute, we're working from this definition that literacy is the ability to read and write at a level that allows full participation in one's community and work. So again, the initiative really addresses the critical need for systemic literacy improvement. So we're creating a sustainable framework that addresses literacy throughout the community, again, as that essential component of economic development and quality of life. It does so by taking basically two paths: building programming, the direct services and contact piece, and then the capacity, the system strength, and the provider scope. So the organizational structure, and you have the executive summary in front of you that the work group put together, really employs a 4-team collaborative model that's, again, based on that needs assessment. It involves the wide range of partners that are touching this issue: the school board, the Alachua County Public Schools, the county commission, the Children's Trust, and then all of our community-based programs, which we have a little spreadsheet to show you how many of those that there could potentially be. But the stakeholders like our United Way and the Alachua County grade level reading, and then of course the allied partners, including the lead agency for literacy, PEAK. So team 1 is really about the design, training, and evaluation component. So in the literacy needs assessment, they identified the University of Florida's Literacy Institute as the primary expert in our community that can kind of guide what these curriculums would look like in our community providers. The great news is that one of them, Great Leaps, has already been, working with Fidelity through PEAK in a lot of our providers, and then UFly, which is kind of the pre-K to second grade component, is also now something that we can start adding in for the appropriate folks, as well as for students beyond second grade that would need some additional foundation phonics. Team 2 is the implementation and partnership support team. So this is where PEAK, as the lead agency for literacy in the community, is really starting to do the direct programming. And they're coordinating that across all the demographics in the community to align with what Alachua County Public Schools is doing to really support that in an after-school enrichment, one-on-one tutoring model. Team 3, again, from the needs assessment, one of the things they identified is we need to make sure that this is not only being done with Fidelity in the programs, but that the community sees this as the thing that we need to be doing. And so creating a strategic guidance through advocacy and a target representatives from a community advisory council. So that's the part that now we're really starting to build. We did some town halls in the fall. We're trying to get into as many groups around the community to talk about this, to recruit those community advisory members. It may end up being a large group that's segmented by geography so people can really get involved. Or it may be a single group where we're not really sure how that's going to look because, again, we want it to be community directed. And then team 4 is really the coordination and strategic communication piece. So building that virtual hub and the physical hubs that the literacy needs assessment identified. The external engagement pieces. So what that website looks like, is it user-friendly? Does it tie in with things like Find Help so that it's a one-stop for caregivers, for students, for allies that really want to access this information? And then the internal coordination piece, making sure that we're really working to support these partners that potentially are either doing support or instruction to ensure that they have what they need to do that. And then the accountability management, the deliverables piece, and making sure that the evaluations are being done and the reports are coordinated so that you can see where the investment is going and how it's making that impact. So the Center for Nonprofit Excellence was approached about this last April, both through the County Commission and through the Children's Trust, to say, is this something that you would like to coordinate from that kind of larger collective impact model? And frankly, we're kind of uniquely positioned to be able to do that. Our charge really is to create the collaborative structure. So based on what the needs assessment outlined, and we're really focusing on that replicable participant success, and then building sustainable literacy support and literacy instruction programs. So we know there's great curriculum, we know that it can be measured, we know that it can be replicated, and we're really just here to help build that structure so that it can reach as many community partners as it can as we find out really what works and what people are interested in. And then C&E staff have significant experience in systems change work. So we were really lucky to get Dr. Keegan to join our team. And she has a huge background in literacy, but also was a school principal, worked in a variety of public school settings as well as nonprofit settings. And of course, my background with Peaceful Paths in leading a lot of collective impact work around domestic violence and high risk. The systems all look the same. And we know the process. So we're really excited to be able to do this because we know that if we can create those systems, it can create the long-term shifts in community health and well-being. So as the Alachua County Reads Literacy Collaborative continues to develop, the outline, the activities, and the goals of the project that are progressing as we tackle those priorities that were outlined in the needs assessment. So since October of 2025, the project has been active in 2 collaborative paths. The Literacy Catalyst Project, which you'll hear about from Peak, which we're very excited about the work they're doing. And then the larger capacity building efforts that are led through the center with the Children's Trust and the county. So there are a lot of initial objectives and benchmarks that we've already met in both programming and capacity. Again, in programming, establishing a programming cohort through Peak Literacy Leadership has been amazing. They're also contracting with literacy specialists and a consult so that we can support that growth in those community programs. They're also going to help with the implementation fidelity and then the reporting accountability, and then reaching out to the community partners to gauge interest and readiness to see who else wants to either become a literacy support or a literacy instruction site. And then from the capacity side, we've held the town halls that, again, were outlined in that literacy needs assessment, is really trying to get that community feedback. We're building marketing and communications interfaces. So AlachuaCountyReads.org will be the site, and we'll have the virtual literacy hub there, as well as the interactive ability for caregivers, students, adult literacy needs learners to be able to access on-site help, the Find Help program, as well as get all of those wonderful things that we subscribe to through Alachua County Public Schools, the school board, and the library district, all in one place. Hopefully easy to navigate as well. And then we're contracting with experts to design activities, training, and evaluation. And that's in process right now with UFly. And then building the larger vision for implementation by this fall, so that those other community providers that are either currently working with Peak and want to expand with some additional supports, or who haven't yet been able to contact or contract with Peak or UFly, will be able to start working with them as well. And then looking ahead, the project has opportunities to bring those 2 pieces together for greater coordination and expansion, again, to more community partners, which is what that literacy needs assessment really highlighted. So as programming, on the programming side, as we see what strategies, activities, and implementation processes work best, Peak and YouFly will facilitate more training, get it out there, and start getting people involved. And then the integration of additional enrichments with innovative literacy partners in the community will continue to evolve. So again, those literacy support things, like we were contacted by, if you want to talk a little bit about the opera program. Okay. So there, things like the orchestra and the opera program that's happening, coming up at the Performing Arts Center at the Phillips Center. They want to have some literacy components to having kids engage in the Pirates of Penzance. We know that the HIP does the same kind of summer school programming that could have additional literacy components. So anyone that wants to become a champion in this and working with the kids that they're working with or bringing in new kids to have these experiences, we want to build on that and make sure that everybody is engaged in that process. And then on the capacity side, the C&E literacy team will work with providers, new and existing, to build organizational ability to conduct programming, evaluations, and reporting. Some people will always need support. They'll always need an advisor because literacy is not the primary reason they exist in their programs. But for those who are robust enough to kind of take it to the next level, then we can help them get there, again, with the investments that the county and the Children's Trust are making. We want to build awareness by maximizing the literacy hub access, both virtual and physical, and do cross-promotion to reach families around the county with, again, those virtual and physical resources. So some key aspects of the collaboration include, again, continuing to fund PEAK and the C&E literacy staff to work on implementation fidelity, the coordination with the Alachua County Public Schools, and then collaborating with new partners as they come along, because we know that there are a lot of people that want to engage in this work. Establishing Peak Literacy as the lead agency for programming for undercapacity sites and for new programs in their area of expertise. And then coordination of reporting for replication of best practice. So the things that we see working, we want to help other groups do that. And then on the capacity side, funding partner sites throughout the county based on their readiness and capacity for expansion as either a support or instruction site. And then C&E remaining focused on building the awareness, the program scope, and the reach through Team 3 and Team 4 activities. Again, building that system that can be there, as we know, then that way, no matter what happens with the players, the system is in place and it can continue. And then long-term planning for investment in the project beyond the local funding. So again, how do we go and see what other communities are doing, what grants did they get to support it, and how we could get involved in those. Because we want to make sure that we've got money outside the county and the Children's Trust eventually, because if we're showing the impact, there are funds available. So the next steps that we see, and again, we know this is evolving, but right now our next steps is that our literacy team is coordinating a full action plan for the coming 2 years with Peak Literacy. We started with our meeting on March 3rd, so we're excited about that. And then through collaborative support to the providers where C&E focuses on capacity building, operations and reporting, and then Peak Literacy focuses on program expansion, implementation, and new program onboarding. Again, we can achieve those goals in that needs assessment. So we're building teams and we're training. Again, YouFly, Peak, College of Education, Family, Youth, and Community Sciences, local literacy specialists like our Alachua County grade level reading folks at United Way. Those consultants, they've all been secured for the project, and they're building the training, capacity, and readiness assessments for the initial, what we think is going to be about 24 providers. So I have the list, I'll show you, we color-coded it and everything, so you can kind of see who's where. And then funding programs. So Team 2 providers have been contacted. The 24 partners will begin building their funding requests for capacity this spring. So as that training is going on, they're going to be able to start seeing like, okay, we need more tech, we need more staff, we need more supplies, we need to redo space so that we can build these literacy programs internally and make sure that that really works for them. And then building the resources and awareness. Again, we want to do that virtual and physical literacy hub component that was, again, outlined in the needs assessment. We're really building an awareness campaign modeled on the Social Network for Good principles, and then coordinated marketing, including a video that would really kind of focus this and be accessible to folks in a variety of different formats. And then recruiting that advisory council. This is where y'all come in. So start thinking about who you would like to send our way. That could be good parent representatives, population representatives, that would really be able to help us ensure that what we're doing, and we've already seen this work well with the Alachua County grade level reading and United Way, what we're doing is really what is needed and what the community is seeking in order, again, to build this economic development and lifestyle infrastructure around the idea of literacy. So, what would that, if anybody has any questions for us?
I think we can guarantee you a number of questions up
Yeah.
here, yes.
And we do have that PDF that we can show also of all of the potential partners.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Alford.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I spent last Thursday afternoon out at the Willie Mae Stokes Center with Ashley Watley, I believe, an assistant, something. I
With
don't know.
with Pete.
Anyway,
yes.
I was so impressed with the work that I saw being done there. I was so impressed by the engagement of the kids. I was so impressed that the kids were meeting their goals. I watched probably 10 or 12 kids go through their afternoon, reading activities, and they all seemed excited to be there.
Yeah.
And they all seemed very happy with their progress. So I wanted to say thank you for that. Is Ashley?
And that's yeah.
Ashley's
And that's
downstairs.
straight up what we're seeing with peak literacy and their cohort building. That
Yes.
programming is amazing. And so what we want to do in that is then help Willie Mae Stokes build whatever capacity they need to do more of it.
Right.
And do it really well on their site. Yeah.
And I think part of that, of course, is, recruiting the volunteers and
Yes.
training the volunteers and getting them out there. I just also had a conversation this morning with a representative from the Sheriff's Department who tells me that peak literacy is now is working towards working at the jail with the youth there. I see some heads nodding.
Yeah.
I want to say that I really appreciate reaching across the breadth of the community. We all know that literacy is correlated with recidivism in jail, and I hope that we can spread our literacy efforts to reach the adults as well in the jail and not just the youth. In terms of coordination, one of the things that I find really encouraging that Peak Literacy has the program at the jail and everywhere else is that I think consistency is so important as youth and children move across, from school to school, from neighborhood to neighborhood, from jail back into school system or somewhere else. I think that consistency, that trust building is so important to have that as it moves forward. So I can't say that I have a question, but I can say congratulations because I was so incredibly impressed. And thank you for the invitation to come watch. And I hope that others took you up on that as well because it was really gratifying to see, and it was very encouraging to see the work being done.
And we give all that credit to Peak Literacy. Again, that cohort that they're building is just doing amazing work, and we're just here to kind of do that structural underpinning to keep it going and keep
Absolutely,
it building.
absolutely. But I felt like that needed lifting up because all the success is dependent on that work together. And
100%.
so I just had to say thank you for that because it's really good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Alford. Now, does Peak Literacy have a presentation to make as well? Okay. All right,
Oh, I did not
so
realize there was additional one.
that-
Okay.
That's okay.
Good.
Is this
Do you want me
Commissioner?
to do mine
Okay.
then?
If y'all don't mind, let's
Yes.
hold on. We'll get it.
PDF really quick that we brought of all the potential providers. We want you to be able to see the breadth of how that's going to look across the community.
Okay, broadcast, can you follow through on that one?
Ms. Beachy, is it? Oh,
There you go.
There it is. Terrific. So this is color coded. So I know it's kind of small, but
make it
we'll
big?
get this sent out to you as well once we get everything finalized. But the ones in yellow are the organizations that CNE has already contacted and they're already working with literacy, many of them with Peak already. The ones in green have been contacted as potential literacy support sites. So these are folks that, they may not be doing literacy per se as an instruction, but they can support the work. A lot of those are our enrichment program providers through CTOC. And then the ones in the light purple, there we go. So these are potential hub sites, physical hub sites. So places that we can work with our library district. We have our meeting coming up with the potential hub sites on Friday and talking to them about what they could put in their location existing to be physical resources for adult literacy, for caregivers that need support, or for kids that are just looking for more things to read that correspond with what they're doing in schools already. Those in the light purple are all of the ones that have not yet been contacted but are potential instructional sites for literacy. And then we have the ones in blue that are, again, have not been contacted yet, but are potential support sites for literacy. So altogether, it's about 41. And if you'll look, they span our, many in Alachua, but a lot of them throughout the county. Those that have the Jacksonville or Atlanta, that's just where their headquarters are. They're actually centered here in Alachua County.
Okay, hang on just a second. So Commissioner Prizzi, are you good waiting until, okay, all right.
Perfect.
Yes.
I can't read that at all. Could you just give me an example or two of what is in each of those?
Sure. So it includes after-school programs that are funded through CTAC, enrichment programs, summer schools, and then family resource centers, the freedom schools, a lot of the organizations that we know are already engaged with youth. Many of them are already in the literacy cohort with Peak. Many of them are new to thinking about what they could do in literacy and how they could be part of it, especially some of the summer schools, which those summer camps do so much stuff for kids. Many of them, we were talking with Children's Trust, about 8 of them last year were already doing literacy stuff that they're really excited to see what else they could do, and the other ones also coming along to say, how could we get involved? So this is a great referral path for, again, if Peak is what they need and that Great Leap's great, if they're working with younger kids and UFly is more appropriate, or if it's a preschool, an early learning center, getting UFly in there because they're also creating a new component for the pre-K folks. So we're really just trying to figure out who's interested, who's ready, what they need to get ready so that we can help them with that capacity. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner Chestnut, did you want to go now or you want to go after the next one?
Another issue.
Okay.
If I could address it.
Sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I apologize for being tardy and not for the acceptance of the agenda, but I was wondering if we could take the school board rezoning following this presentation.
That's what we're doing.
Oh, okay. That's what you didn't tell me.
Move GTAC to the last.
Thank you, because I don't want to miss the school rezoning.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Chair Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll hold my questions for Dr. Beachy for later, but one quick question on this particular slide. Have we identified how many of those providers are located on the eastern part of our city and county? How many of those providers are located next to or co-located in our actual elementary, middle, and high schools?
Not, we have the addresses, we just didn't put them up there because I wanted the sheet to all fit together, but that's something that we know. This is the Children's Trust current contracted list. So yeah, we do have that information.
I mean, it's probably a next item thing, but it's really important from my perspective that we are tying all this together. And so, okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Cornell. The floor is yours.
Thank you. You have the presentation?
It broadcast, you gave it to, yeah, that's
There
it.
you
Okay.
We just need a minute.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Leah Gallione, and I'm the Executive Director of Peak Literacy. I founded Peak in 2019 as a small reading intervention program for 15 students at Williams Elementary. They were struggling with their reading. What we quickly realized was that the need was much bigger than we imagined, and the resources available were limited. But what we were doing was working. So we asked a simple question: how can we help more kids? Since then, Peak Literacy has grown to serve over 300 students across Alachua County this school year alone, and the need continues to outpace our growth. Okay. As everyone is well aware, we have a very stubborn literacy gap, especially along racial and socioeconomic lines. It's remained unchanged for a very long time. That is why over the past 6 years, we have worked across sectors, listening to educators, healthcare professionals, families, caregivers, youth supporting organizations, business leaders, higher education partners, public safety, and local government officials. And across all those conversations, the same themes surfaced again and again. Those are the insights that shaped our model. 4 realities guide every decision we make. First, time and capacity. Teachers, families, and after-school staff are operating already at full capacity. Any solution has to unburden them, fit within existing schedules, not add to them. Second, student engagement. Attendance varies, attention spans are shorter, and reading help has to feel different from the school day if we want students to show up and stay engaged. Third is resources. Staffing, funding, and training capacity are limited. We need solutions that put more people directly supporting students, not more layers of administration. And finally, the design challenge. How do we take what research shows works and make it real? Our answer was to create a low-time, low-cost, high-dosage tutoring model grounded in research, strengthened through partnerships, but most importantly, it's built to live within the community so it can continue serving the community. With all of this in mind, we built our model to be agile, implementable almost anywhere with low levels of organizational time and resources. Students get individual lessons 3 to 5 times a week at their just right level in just 15 minutes per day. We can work with kids on site and we can work with them remotely. The lessons are fun and engaging. As Commissioner Alford mentioned, the kids flock to our volunteers when they come. They want me, I want to go first, I want to go first. They love it. And they don't feel like homework or more school. They're largely administered by community volunteers. Every year we have well over 100, which raises awareness and makes literacy a team effort shared by everyone. Today, our model is built around one core idea: wherever a child is, we can meet them there. As more schools and community programs reach out to us for help, we don't arrive with a pre-built solution. We start by co-designing with the people already doing work, asking 3 questions. Is it doable? Is it sustainable? And is it scalable? When we plan with the community, not for them, the solutions fit real life. That's why our expansion plan is not theoretical. It's built directly from the experience of the leaders serving children every day. This picture here is part of our literacy cohort, and you'll hear about that in just a minute. None of this would matter if the model didn't produce results, but it does. We're seeing measurable literacy gains across the students we serve, both in short-term progress and in longer-term growth. Some of the people that I brought with me here today can testify to that. The graph here maps out individual performance data for 24 of our students. You can see the red line represents the expected growth over 6 months, and our students make an average of 1.27 grade level growths during that same time. In October, the Alachua County Commissioners voted to make a significant investment in peak literacy of $200,000. Because of that support, we were able to add 11 new school and after-school sites and expand our at-home tutoring program. This map shows how that growth spread across the community. The circles on this graph represent each program site, so you can see which ones are in East Gainesville, Mr. Commissioner Cornell. And the number inside shows how many children we serve at that location. This graph is also in your booklet. The black boxes represent students learning from home grouped by zip code. Together, this investment is helping us reach children in schools and neighborhoods and their homes across Alachua County. This map reflects how an investment in peak literacy translates quickly into expanded opportunity for children across an entire community. Again, your handouts provide more detailed information about our direct deliverables, but here's an overview of how it's going so far. In direct services to youth, since October 1, we have added 187 students to our program. We've recruited and trained 83 volunteers. We also began a new capacity building project, bringing together leaders to problem solve and learn. We began by assessing 11 organizations to understand their readiness, capacity, and what implementation would realistically look like at each site. From there, we formalized the provider cohort to move from informal partnerships into coordinated, aligned effort. This is the cohort that you saw from the picture before. We are delivering structured monthly literacy training series to build shared understanding and consistent practices in data measurement across sites. We've already met 4 times, and we're seeing strong relationships develop in a genuine spirit of collaboration and mutual support. Overall, we've moved from assessment into active implementation with training, coaching, and planning working together to build a sustainable literacy infrastructure across the county. These are our sites that were working with us in the cohort. Parent engagement. We've hosted literacy nights, caregiver strategy sessions, and had over 40 intake sessions with students and parents, helping them navigate their child's educational goals. We've also begun exploring adult programming with 4 adults already in our pilot program. Here and we're not doing this alone. From the beginning, we've had a vision for making this a community effort and openly inviting everyone to be a part of it. We have a whole village of business partners, a professional board with all kinds of literacy experts, professors, nonprofit leaders, community members, all focusing on making literacy a shared responsibility. Our kids come to us from a host of referral partners, and we love this because it shows that our community has increasing awareness in literacy and that it's important and that Peak is a trusted agency. Volunteers seek us out from a variety of avenues, eager to serve as reading mentors for our kids. This requires a lot of work to recruit, train, and sustain, but we believe it's important, again, that literacy be a shared community responsibility and effort. Having such large volunteer involvement is a core value for us. So here's where we are with our program now. With support continued at our current levels with a modest adjustment, we will continue to strengthen the things we're doing now and grow just organically over the next year with our current sites. With increased support, we have plans for expanding with additional partner sites, possibly with a focus on more rural locations with a few partners we've been working with, getting outside of Gainesville a little bit, and we can also do more with school-based partnerships. We've been working with Westwood Middle School with their ESOL students, and it's been going great, and we have plans to continue that next year. We've already had conversations with DJJ to start working with them. Downstairs, Dr. Lori Gallagher, who runs the Reading Disorders Clinic at UF, who she refers to, I refer to her. She's ready to improve disability support and services with the providers that we already work with. And we can also do more with adult literacy with increased support. Thank you for trusting Peak to do the work we've started. We're here because the community wants us. They love what we're doing and they're asking us to do more, and we can lead this initiative and do it right, and we're ready. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. All right, I know we're going to have a lot of lights. Commissioner Prizia, you were kind of in the queue earlier.
Do you guys want to come back up?
Yeah. Red is on. Oh, yeah, red is on. Okay. Oh, that's a loud microphone. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very exciting to see the impact that our investment is making for our young people. I too got to go out and observe some of the students experiencing Peak programming, direct services, and it was really cool to see, especially our ESOL students where English is not their first language, getting the opportunity to use this tool as something that they could be another tool in their toolbox for learning. I guess a quick question on your last slide with regards to the scaling, the school-based partnerships, including the pilot with DJJ. Can you talk just a little bit more about your school-based program? That's the ESOL program that I visited.
Correct.
So that would be expanding ESOL services at other middle
Correct.
schools?
So one of the things that we've heard from teachers and some principals is that it's really hard to provide that direct instruction. And what we've been able to do through the foster grandparent program is train some of those people that are going into the schools and maybe just be sitting in the back of a classroom with tools that can actually really help the teachers. And that looks different, just like the model that we do. It looks different at each school and at each site, what is helpful for them. And so we try to craft that, which is what we did with Westwood. And so they're positioned, what we talked about was if they know we're going to be there for the next school year, they can strategically place the kids that need the support during the times that we're there when they're doing their schedules, so that it can so that it won't interrupt with, activities that it's not supposed to, and just try and go in to strategically target. It's hard to do it when you're working, you don't know that you're going to be there, and then, it takes us a good 4 or 5 months to plan to have that in place. So we're doing our planning for the fall right now.
Thank you. Appreciate it. My questions, hi. Thank you all so much for your presentation. I guess I was really interested when I look back at the Lassinger Center report, and sort of think about sort of those core services, really like our school district is our core literacy program, right? They're the ones that are teaching our kids to read. And so I was wondering how our strategic plan was addressing that with the things that were in that report around professional development for our teachers, paraprofessional support, volunteer coordination to get more volunteers in the schools. Like, where does that fit into the organizational structure that you all were presenting?
So one of the things we're really excited about that the schools did right away is that they hired that literacy specialist that was missing from the public school system, Heather Harbor. So she and Kelly McClooney, who's the curriculum person for literacy, have been part of the work group. So everything that we're working with on the hub side, making sure that the right materials are out there, all of those things, they're in all of those conversations. So unfortunately, Children's Trust funds couldn't fund things in the school system, but one of the things we could do is, like, for example, the volunteer, the $82 that it costs to get that background checked. Working to see if there's a way that if that could be something that we're incorporating in the larger system that we're creating, so that way those funds could be paid for Leah's volunteers, for volunteers that want to be in the school system, to continue to do that. And then we talked about at our meeting the other day the professional development piece and like kind of what the out-of-school providers would need, and then we would encourage through our liaison project that the schools are doing the same thing and getting that kind of professional development piece. And I know that they have made that commitment, that that's something that they want to do instead of it making it optional, which it has been in the past.
So you're saying that the Children's Trust money can't be spent, like it couldn't be spent on paraprofessional training for supports for the school district?
Correct. By statute, it can't.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it can do anything for providers in the community. Right.
Can't fund school board stuff.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I think that one thing that's a little bit frustrating for me, and I'm interested to understand better how we've looked at the ways in which we can spend that money for our school day, is that, like, once the kids get out of school, a lot of them are exhausted from having been in school, and asking them to do even more instruction outside of school is daunting, right? To Peak's point, right? Like right-sizing it to that 15 minutes, making it fun and engaging makes sense. But I heard something about instruction partners.
That's an instruction site versus a literacy support site, which would be like Gainesville Thrives, where they're not actually doing instruction with parents, but they're doing a lot of caregiver support on understanding the homework that your kids bring at home. How do you sign up for New Worlds Reading? Any of the things that would be supporting literacy in that home. That would be a literacy support activity. Crafty Gemini, they're a great enrichment program. They're doing craft-related stuff, but could we inform them about what literacy looks like? Maybe the child that they're working with isn't having a literacy issue, but maybe the family is. And then how do they make those referrals? So making sure that everyone, as Leah said, it takes the village. It takes the community being aware of what resources are available and how their interaction with a student in any capacity could potentially lead to a literacy referral, a literacy conversation.
So I will say, it's been great to go out to all of those partner sites. What they're doing at those sites is absolutely necessary and life-changing for those kids. When those kids come home, I mean, we've been out there, and implementing Great Leaps it's not easy, okay? Because they're getting kids who are coming to them, with, you all know, with a multitude of issues. And so those other supports that after schools provide are very important for those kids. So it's my opinion that whatever is done in after-school space needs, unless it's like a actual literacy program that parents sign their kids up for and that's what they want, that it should be very lean. And we've worked with Dr. Balzer, we've been working with Dr. Balzer on a lean evaluation system for all of those those sites. But again, they go through a lot of, we've got 2 executive directors that are driving buses every afternoon because of transportation issues. So now we're going to put like heavy lifts on their back. My suggestion is that it remains very, very lean, and we support the schools by bringing in trained volunteers to help do whatever the teachers say that they need. That would be my approach.
I'm also wondering if you mentioned designing curriculum or designing activities. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
So one of the
please?
things that the needs assessment looked at was what UFly is currently doing and how that can be expanded. So as Leah said, we don't want to make sure that there's no additional burden on the providers and that they're doing things that are engaging kids and that kids want to be involved with. So one of the things they're looking at is how they can integrate AI, how they can create really shortcut kinds of curriculum so that any of the sites that are interested in doing more, they have that ability. But for the ones that are already working with Peak and already have some systems in place, just additional activities that they could incorporate.
So that's a voluntary opportunity for sites that have capacity for more.
Exactly. And if they want to build the capacity, again, that's where we can help them do that.
And on the hub side, I know that I realized that there's an existing hub that just, like, I came online with the grade level reading.
Right, that's just limited to
just limited
K-3.
to K through 3. Is the idea to build on that?
Well, it would, in the needs assessment, they talked about 2 different kinds of hubs. They talked about the physical hub. They wanted one, but that doesn't really make sense for a county our size. So there would be multiple physical hubs, and then a single virtual hub. We could tie what Alachua County grade level reading has done into it, but it would serve everyone from birth to adult with reading literacy resources, and then also tie in with Find Help so that if they're a family that needs something beyond literacy, but that's kind of how they get the window, then suddenly they've got the ability to access all of the safety net pieces that are there in the community.
Well, I guess we have the libraries, which are reading hubs across physical hubs across our community. How are the libraries being
So
utilized?
the library is going to be the lead for helping us create those hubs in the community center. So places like Elite Training Center, any of the community centers, the partnership programs that want to increase what they've got for literacy specific, that again, mirrors what is happening in the public schools. So that was what the needs assessment recommended, is that yes, we have lots of resources. They're kind of scattered. They're also not congregated inside the library, so you can't just walk in and say, where's the literacy hub information? Now hopefully will be able to do that so that they can actually say, if my child's in 5th grade and this is what they're doing, here are the resources specifically for that.
At the library
At the
systems.
libraries and all of these community centers, yeah.
And you said you're working with the grade level reading on that hub of integrating their.
Well, Maddie has sent everything over to us and we've sent it to our person who's building the site. So yes, they will be integrated.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not duplicating efforts.
We're not, and theirs will be under the United Way site. Ours will be a standalone domain that is alachuacountyreads.org. So either way, they could access it, but the alachuacountyreads.org will be the comprehensive site that will bring all of those resources together, have the videos embedded. Peak's got some great commercials that are running right now. All of those things could be embedded in a single site so parents could see, caretakers could see, adult learners could see all of it together.
Okay, I'll yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Prizia, Commissioner Duncan Walker, or Commissioner Wheeler. Okay. All right.
Yes, I don't know if I need to use, you can just thank you. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to make a couple of comments before I get to my questions so you can understand my questions. 35 years ago, I taught with Ken Campbell out in Levy County. I've gotten a master's degree from the University of Florida in special ed. Precision teaching is what we were using at the time. Ken morphed it into Great Leaps. Now there's another morphing, an expansion of all that. So I've been following it, and I know that it works. When I taught at Westwood Middle School, I first started there teaching special education. And I used the precision teaching, and it wasn't Great Leaps then, it was precision teaching there in that classroom as I was teaching special ed. We had a lot of kids there at Westwood who were really bright stars but couldn't read. And so we developed what we call the Academy at Westwood, where we put those kids all into a reading unit and kept them all day, focused on their reading. And so that experience led me to ask several board members over the years to create a magnet school for literacy. For a lot of these kids, it's like a foreign language. So if you have a language intensive program, say at a magnet, and the way we did it was have it in the school. And each school could do something like that. The academy at wherever it is they are, where you're taking kids and just focusing on reading. The other academics also would follow in there. I recognize this kind of growth. I've also worked in residential programs for DOJ, and know that it does work. How do these gains compare to the gains that they're getting in the public school where they have to do that state testing that's absurd?
So I can answer that. When we first started, how we kind of organically grew was parents that had kids in my program. Their scores were like, I didn't bring them, but I have charts and graphs. Their scores were off the charts. And a reading instructor at the end of the year said, "What the heck have you been doing?" And that kind of started the, hey, can you take more kids? Teachers calling me like, hey, this kid really needs direct instruction. Like, there's no
Right.
time for them to do that.
Right.
And so kind of taking that lift, we've been able to do that. With Dr. Gallagher, she's, I guess, been sent to the basement downstairs, but
Bring her up.
but with one of the things that we've talked about with students with disabilities is that, and yeah, she may come up, is that we've been working with AMI kids who have very troubled teens.
I know that.
Okay.
I know that.
And so what we'd like to do is start a literacy pilot there. And with those kids, putting a trained literacy expert with those kids working 45 minutes a day. I thought she was going to say, like, let's do it. I was like, maybe we can do it twice a week. And she's like, those kids need every single day for 45 minutes. Because, when I tell you we have 17-year-olds that can't sound out 3 and 4 letter words, it's bad. So I think it would be a great place to start. We know that typically kids that interface with criminal justice system do have some kind of reading disorder. So I think that would be, I like your idea. I think it'd be great.
Well, thank you. I would be glad to talk to you about it, because what happens is the kids we had T-shirts that said the Academy at Westwood, and they knew that group was called to help. If there was issues, things that needed to be done on campus, they'd call the academy. Mm-hmm. The main thing was that we just had to focus on their reading in order to boost that confidence, that made them understand they could take a leadership role in the community as well. So that was some time ago, but I think it would work, even if you could get something going like that in each school where the focus is literacy. And we've had magnets for everything else. There would be no reason not to have a magnet for.
They're sitting during the school day, and we're wondering why they're hitting our streets, and they can't read. Imagine looking at that all day long. And really, unless you get in there, when we assess those kids, I keep thinking I'm not going to be shocked, but I'm shocked every time we do an assessment. So back to your point about how does it compare with the school, we're sitting on a whole load of data. We need, we really could use a whole program evaluation. Those run about $75,000, but we have Dibbles, Tower 2. We do a prosody, a prosody test for how slow they're reading, how fast they're reading, what does it sound like, are they inflecting? And then we have the FAST test scores, and correlating across all 4 of those scores in addition to Great Leaps gives us some really great data to be able to say what are the next steps, because that's what parents and our providers are asking us, and that's what we've been working on in the cohort, looking at some different programs that we're all kind of implementing different at each site to kind of make that a cohesive unit.
One last question, and then I'll turn it over, because I could go on all day.
I know.
I'm really
Me too.
passionate about all of this, for sure. And Do these tutors work with the teachers at all? Is there some kind of agreement that happens? Confidentiality, I know, is an issue always with some of these things too, but how does this program work in school? Because I'm all about making sure that teachers are included in all of this. And one other thing too, the comparison of our testing system in the state of Florida compared to nationally norms, assessments. You know, I've seen some of the tests that we ask our third graders to take, the reading test, and they're outrageous. And I just didn't know who's in charge of all of that, and if you all can help impact some of that as well.
That's over my level. This is Dr. Gallagher, if you have any questions for her.
Well, confidentiality, is there an issue? I mean, how do we integrate the tutoring system we've got with the school system, the actual classroom?
So part of that, when we have kids at home or at our sites, if the after-school sites have, parents, we have every parent that a kid joins our program sign a waiver so that we can get their scores from Alachua County School District. It's very taxing. So if there was a data sharing agreement, I was talking to Board Member Certain about that the other day when she visited my site, that would help tremendously because especially at AMI Kids, Grayson, we were doing the assessment and I was like, does he have glasses? They have no data on their kids and they don't have parents, so there's no way to get that. So these are problems. Like, does he have is he dyslexic? Does Dr. Gallagher need to, assess him? Those are things that, we deal with all the time. But yeah, so a better sharing system. Right now, it's mostly just working with the school principal to, work with the teachers and find out what teachers want the help, because again, we don't want to interrupt when it's not helpful. And so that's part of what Kelly Costomo, the director of the volunteers for Alachua County Schools, what we are trying to puzzle through a little bit is, can we give a survey saying like, what would be helpful in your classroom? Do you want a volunteer trained in Great Leaps? Do you want somebody that's, with UFly? Like we have a literacy specialist on staff that was a school teacher for 20 years, so she teaches UFly. And so, what can we do? How can we help? That's kind of how I'd like to go in, because I don't want to, interrupt teachers when they don't want it. But if there was a coordinated system, I'd be glad to have those conversations.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's our teacher on the county commission who has raised thank you, Mary Helen. So first of all, Leah, Dr. Beachy, Dr. McGallagher, Dr. Keegan, thank you. And everyone involved in this effort. I just want to say thank you. You are literally doing God's work. And it's just really great. I loved when you said wherever a child is, we can meet them there.
Yeah.
That to me kind of brings down to the essence of what this community is attempting to do. And I love that we are incorporating parental support into this process, because it's really teaching the entire family to the extent we can. I support the program evaluation tools, the AMI Kid Literacy Project. I support a data sharing agreement. Like, this board of county commissioners, we want to throw all of the resources right now, moonshot effort. I've talked to member certain, next 3 years, we want to show results. So I just have one quick question. Have we been able to identify the literacy needs in each of the schools, which is the core component, the schools, of each of the schools, elementary, middle, and high school? Have we been able to hone in right there at the school level?
So here's what I'll say. We have not. But when I tell you, this is not 20 kids at a school or 40 kids at a school or 100 kids at a school. We're talking about a lot of kids. So hiring one literacy expert, that goes between 3 schools There's not enough people in the world to do that. You have to use volunteers. We have to come up with, whether it's Career Source, and we work with them to give that training, the professional development to them, which we can do, right? We're a nonprofit. We can use our money how we want to. That is something we can do to build a pathway so that the teachers have support. It's almost impossible for them to do direct instruction during the day. And when you're in a 5th grade classroom and you have to teach, they cannot go back and remediate that student. But a volunteer can. So if we pad those people in, then we create a system where teachers are supported however they want. And we're able to, I think each principal or vice principal has a whole sheet of lists of kids who are on, scoring 1s or 2s. Where I would suggest that we start would be kids that are on the upper end of the 1, about to be a 2. Those would be the students that, with Great Leaps and the history of Great Leaps, they likely just need a little bit of hand-holding to get them to the next level. That would be where I would start, and it's just amount of people and support that we have to be able to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, thank you, Chair Cornell. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Scott. I think that may have just answered my question. I have 2 basic questions. One is kind of the breakdown of the participants at level 1 and level 2, and then where does the volunteer, where are they best utilized? At the 1, at the 2, and you're
Great
suggesting,
question. Great. So Great Leaps is an individualized reading intervention. So it's not a curriculum, it's an intervention. So it's meant to hit the student right at their instructional level. So when we start with the student, we don't start them where they're making gains. We back them up, and we start them at their success level. Why? Because they've never had success in their entire life. So we start them at a level lower for about a week or so. We get to where that instructional level is. That's where we start tracking the progress, the grade level growth is where they get to that instructional level. And each section, you do phonics, phrases, and stories. So you have your sight words, your decoding. You have your decoding, then you have your sight words, and then you have your story and comprehension. You put it all together. That is all happening within that 15 minutes lesson. So each section, the thing I like about Great Leaps is each section is individualized to that student. So a student, what we will see a lot of time, they've memorized a ton of words, and they may be able to get through like a paragraph, which is why these kids keep flying under the radar, because they can get through a little bit, but when you actually go back, they're on phonics exercise 5 and maybe story, 20, and phrases, 10. So each section is individualized to work on the skills that particular student needs.
Okay. And then just how, you started getting to some numbers of the number of students. I see the numbers that have gone through, but what are we talking, how many students have to progress, how far to decrease the gap, how much? I know y'all have deliverables and big goals and every single student needs to, but can you help us kind of understand how many students, how far to fill how much of the gap?
I mean, you have the school district here. I would say there's about 10,000 students. That would benefit from direct instruction. That's what I would estimate. 1 in 3 students. If you're looking at along racial, minority, and socioeconomic status, that's where I would start, is with those kids that, stand to lose the most.
Okay, that helps to understand. 1 in 3,
Yep.
different numbers to understand. No.
It's
like
big.
You said, it's not 10 or 20 students at a school.
Here's my pipe
it's
dream
200
is
kids
that the University of Florida, every incoming freshman is assigned a student. We could freaking knock out that, I guess I shouldn't say freaking. We could knock out that literacy gap in a couple years.
Okay. Thank you. And so just last little comment, not really a question. This makes a lot of sense because the same way, even adults, we're always told that we need to do exercise throughout the day. It needs to be all week. It needs to be sometimes first. It's like the squat challenge. You're supposed to do 10 squats 3 times a day. Body weight, it's not a lot, but you're supposed to do it, and it's not 1 time a week. They want you to do it 3 or 4 days a week.
Yeah.
And so this makes a lot of sense that just the same way adults have to do these things similarly for all kinds of things in our life. Or if you want to do Duolingo, learn a new language, it is a daily thing. It may only be 15 minutes, which a lot of us, we can do. We can keep our focus. And so this just makes a lot of sense,
Thank
and
you.
I'm glad to see it. And I don't know how we can help continue to support, but thank you for all the work you do, and particularly all the volunteers who really get out there. And I think in this tutoring session versus volunteer hours, it makes sense. Like this is times 15 minutes. It's
Yes.
one volunteer in an hour spread out over can do 4 sessions. So this really
Correct.
makes a lot of sense.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Duncan Walker. Maybe. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, that's me. Thanks to everyone who's been working on this plan. You know, when I think about how epic this issue is, my mind immediately goes to a word that we've used from this dais as a city commission, and that is crisis. And when I think about crisis, I think about all hands on deck. So I'm wondering how we are. I saw that the University of Florida is being pulled to the table, and you always hear me talk about how are we bringing Santa Fe to the table. Is Santa Fe a part of this effort?
They are
How
with
are they
me.
being engaged? I'm thinking about what you just said, which is really, really critical. If every student could take a child, have we approached this from that perspective? Have we engaged Dr. Brody in the use of his students, how they can be brought to bear to serve as volunteers, or maybe get college credit for helping us in this? Also, the president over at the University of Florida, whoever you have to talk to over there, how are we engaging the students? What is the level of clearance that is required in order for them to participate?
So I've had a relationship with Dr. Balzer for the past 2 years. He's been working with me on capacity building, and he just finished this week. All our training will be asynchronized. So up until now, we've been doing live trainings like 4 times a month. And so he has that built out so that our training will be asynchronized, so we can mass kind of do volunteer trainings. We work with Santa Fe honors students. So this has been one of the things that's like where you can see all the work we have to do, and there's 4 employees. Like we're doing all this with 4 employees. So there's more, needed for Peak to grow, but the honors students, we were working on getting a class, just as you said, that they could get for credit, and then so we were working with the honors program to do that, and we also have a meeting on Thursday with some people from Santa Fe as well. But yes, I mean, if you can get me in the room with the people that can actually make those decisions, that would be great, because up until now, it's this professor, this literacy specialist at UF. We're working with Dr. Lori Das, and she's meeting with the dyslexia certificate program. So we have all the players at the table. It's just some time and probably access needed to actually coordinate that.
Absolutely. I'm happy to put you in contact with one of the provosts who I've spoken with just within the last week, who I believe would be very interested in having that conversation with you.
Right.
Can I
Sure,
I also want to
please.
do that too. So, one of the things, and she mentioned Dr. Balser, their consultants program is really ramping up again, and we talked to them about bringing even more of that in the fall to the literacy-based programs. I've also connected all of the folks in FYCS, the Center for Leadership at IFAS, the folks at the College of Education with the Dial Center for Communication. They're starting a new ambassadors leadership program that's really focusing on how to get student leaders out in the community. They want to specifically work with nonprofits. So I've connected that cohort of people to talk about how they can integrate and get them more engaged, their students more engaged with America Reads. Because America Reads does allow students, we had a very robust program prior to COVID, but that does allow students to go out and work in the community in literacy-based programs, and it pays them a stipend. So if we can increase that project and really get those all of those organizations within UF that are working on the various pieces, which Lee has been great about bringing in the 2 components really through the College of Ed and FYCS, we want to expand on that. And that's it, you're exactly right. That's how we get this as a bigger systemic program, because that's it. They're the 500-pound gorilla in the room, right? I mean, they have so many resources, and if we can figure out a way to partner them in the school systems in our communities, the way that those students could actually get an enriching experience. That's why our community awareness program is really based on that social network for good principle, because that's really what engages students, and it engages volunteers, because they see that the work that they're doing in that 1 hour, that 5 hours that they're able to donate can really make a difference in a family's or an individual's lives in a way that nothing else they're ever going to do in their life is going to actually realize. So
Thank you. How are you engaging with the city of Gainesville so far?
So we, last summer, I guess it was March of last year, we had a small grant. I believe it was funded by the trust, but it came to us through the city, to work at Phoenix. And as I mentioned, there are barriers as you try these things, right? And what we didn't realize is there's a large Spanish-speaking population out there. There was no actual after-school director. So for Peak to go in and do what we do, well, there has to be a mama in a room with 20 kids that we go into a neighborhood and go do that, right? There can be a robust after-school program. But the problem there was that there was really nobody there that was there like for the afternoon. And so it became really hard. They would bring kids there. It wasn't engaging so much with the community. And so in order to do that site right, it's going to take a little bit more work of maybe having somebody live in that community that is going to live there, build those relationships to then, or finding somebody within the community. That's always my approach. With High Springs, we were working with the Frederick Douglass Historical Society that wanted to do something out there. And we have already have relationship with Jenny Robertson, who's a school principal that was at Foster when we were there and now is at High Springs Community School. And so we've been talking to them about, I'm not going to go in there. I don't know anybody in High Springs, but they do. So then they're the lead, and we're just supporting them. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how it works best. So with City of Gainesville, we're there, and then Pine Ridge, I believe, is another one of your sites. We've been there. Those kids are doing amazing. We've been with them for like a year and a half. A lot of them are already at grade level reading. I'm like thinking we might have to graduate them and move on. So Commissioner Book was out there with us the other day. And yeah, it's some of those smaller sites where there's just not a whole lot of support out there. Mm-hmm. That's where we can fit in really well because we're not competing with other after school, programs that have a lot of programming and
Sure.
a lot of activity.
For sure.
So,
and I want to say this,
and Oakview as well.
I want staff to hear me say this. One of the things that we know is that we have sites that are underutilized.
Yes.
We have sites where we don't have staff because, frankly, we don't have the financial resources to have them there right now.
Yes.
But this, to me, rises to the level of importance where we can take a look at allowing them to be able to go into the sites to provide this essential training to the students who need it the most, the adults who need it the most. So I'd like for my colleagues here on this dais to hear me say that I would love for us to find ways to be able to open up our facilities so that this work can be, as Peak has said, you come to the children, you come where the
Right.
people are.
Yes.
We want to help you to come where the people are in terms of offering up our facilities. I know that I'm saying this without Andrew sitting up here on the dais, but I'm sure he's smiling right now. But that is truly my hope because this is
it's a health crisis.
if you don't know how to read, you can't do anything.
That's right.
Simple as that. So I really would like to hear, back in 2018, this commission vowed that we would address pedestrian safety to the tune of setting a goal of 2040. Is that correct? Where we would have no more pedestrian deaths. And it's a lofty goal. But it's a goal that we were very intentional about setting. And so what I'd like to hear is what the goal is, because I believe you have to set a goal that sends a message to the people that we really are very, very committed. We know you are. But I think in setting that goal, it does a few things. It demonstrates our level of commitment, but it also gives us something to strive for, and it keeps us accountable.
Yes.
So if I had to ask you what the goal is, and I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't have one, but I will ask you to create one because I believe it's important. We did not get into this situation where this alarming percentage of our youth cannot read overnight, and we won't get out of it overnight. But I think we need to be intentional and strategic about that goal and when we'd like to be out of it? When can we get to a goal of every young person, every school-age child in the city of Gainesville, or in Alachua County, excuse me, being literate?
I mean, I think that depends on the amount of money that you're willing to put forth, because, I mean, we have a system that works. We have volunteers that come to us. We don't recruit volunteers anymore. They literally find us.
Tell us what you need.
I need
Because
$500,000.
thank you. And what does that buy? That's for this year?
If I had $500,000 this year, for $430,000, I could expand to 425 students. With $500,000, I can probably do at least 600 students. And we are currently working on collaboration grants, right? So with partners at the University of Florida, we're a nonprofit, so we find literacy, related grants that we're working on. And so if we have that team, we can build it. We're ready to take on the task and build something sustainable that is going to change this county. I will make you look really good.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for saying that. I understand the dollars are tied to this, because one thing that really struck me was that you're doing all of this with 4 people,
4
did you
people.
say?
4. It's a lot. We're strapped, right? And they just came on. It was 2 of us until November. So there's 4 people, and the county grant allowed us to hire 2 more people. We're working with T-Mobile to get, and the school to try and get mobile Wi-Fi, so that will cut down the cost. Look, I'm frugal. I'm going to do everything as lean as possible. But I do need more support staff to lead this, and particularly with our students with disabilities. There's a big gap there for those kiddos. And Lori, she does all the dyslexia diagnoses for kids on Medicaid in Alachua County. It's a year wait for them to get tested. We've put together a plan that would start getting those students direct support right now.
If I asked you to give us a rubric or a listing, however you want to call it, of getting to a goal of 100% school-age children being literate by, and you pick the year, and you giving us the tiered amounts that would take, could you don't do it from the dais. I don't,
Okay, yeah, I need some data from the school. I need some data from the school.
I'd be interested in that, because that's where we are. We're critical mass. We're critical mass.
I agree.
And I think we need to be able to attack this from that perspective. That's the way we do it.
Thank you.
My last question for you is, how are you measuring your progress?
So Great Leaps in itself, it was a paper-based program back when Commissioner Wheeler probably used it, but I have Ken Campbell on fast dial, whatever you call speed dial on my phone. He works very closely with us when we have a student that's not making progress or something's going. He's looking at the data with us, making suggestions. They're very, very supportive of Peak. And they have their own, within the program, there is a metric that you're looking at. So we're looking at the speed, the rate at which they're reading, their accuracy, and then their grade level growth. One of the criticisms that I received early on with my data from higher education is that we're just comparing Great Leaps with Great Leaps, right? How does that stack up against other metrics? And so we're currently actually in the final stages of NSSA certification, which is a National Student Support Accelerator program out of Stanford, and we would be the second volunteer-driven organization in the country to receive that status. It is a very rigorous, very, very rigorous certification where you have to show what you're doing is working. And so they have all of our data. But so we're working, so we have the Great Leaps data. We are collecting DIBELS data, which is done in the schools, but it's very hard to get from the school district. In addition, they don't do it past 5th grade. So for our kids in 6th and up, we have to do our own DIBELS. So we just do all of our own DIBELS. And then we do a Tower 2 test, which is looking at nonsense words. Do they know how to decode? And then also we do, it also looks at their fluency for phrases, for sight words. And then we look at the multidimensional fluency scale as well. So we have all of that data. We just got through with our mid-year assessments. We're trying to line that up with the FAST test scores so that we can coordinate with the schools to be able to look at how they're doing. So that's where we're at. But we really, I mean, we could use really a data analyst. I mean, Dr. Balser has a few great grad students. We are, we do have work study. We're approved for work study, so we can use work study students. He's gotten approved some of their grad students to work for $30 an hour. We have some great people that could really do a lot with that, in addition to the many people that give, volunteer their time. But we really need somebody to get in there and look at that data within peak.
Because if we're not
Measuring what
I'm
we're
sure
doing.
you're measuring it, but
We
if
have
we're
to
not
measure what we're doing.
if we're not able to really do that consistently, if we're not able to make that information public,
That's right.
then we have no idea where we are, and we'll never get to the goal that you all are going to get us.
That's right.
Thank you. I conclude for the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Prizia.
I guess what I want to say is, when Gail Johnson and I made the motion that we needed a comprehensive literacy assessment and literacy plan for our county, it was because less than 30% of our Black children can read on grade level. Here we are, we're like 5 years later, and still less than 30% of our kids can read on grade level. And I am so excited about the progress we're making, and I really am, and I'm so grateful that we are finally on this path. But I'm with you. I feel like we're still dancing around the edges. Because as you said, you're an intervention and you're a nonprofit and you're touching 320 kids. And we're talking about a plan that is supposed to reach every child and teach them to read. And right now, I feel like the focus is still on these edges, these community organizations and these providers that are outside of the school day and that are already asked to do so much, to be a second parent to those kids, to be a grandma to those kids, to be a meal provider to those kids, to be a teacher to those kids. And I really feel like the point of us creating this big picture plan was to bring the players to the table that are the primary drivers of our education system and figure out how we solve that nut. And so what I hear is America Reads. I thought that we gave early intervention money the very first year that we did this so that America Reads could happen while we were waiting on the rest of the stuff to get moving. And now I'm hearing that the America Reads stuff still isn't going. And I guess I'm just feeling really frustrated because I understand that the providers are a part of what CNE does every day, right? And that's your sort of bread and butter when it comes to the providers and the people who are connected to you. But I think that I anticipated that this literacy collaborative would be about data transparency, about coming together with a plan that focused on the school day, that focused on the school district. And I understand we can't necessarily spend our money on the school district, but we can spend it on all the ways that we wrap around that school district so that they can do the thing that they clearly haven't been able to do for decades, which is teach our kids to read. And have the providers that are integrating with Peak and with UFly do so as a part of what's happening. And I guess I just feel like right now I'm still left walking out of here feeling like we're missing something. We're missing that core piece. We're talking about interventions for kids after school 15 minutes a day that can't read. We're not talking about how are our kids so that they don't need that intervention. Like, how do we get to a point where they don't need that intervention? And that's what I want to see this plan bake in the long run. I want to see the school board at the table fully. I want to see the interventionists at the school at the table completely. I want to see the people who understand disabilities at the table coming up with a strategic plan that we're all marching towards. And I still feel like we're missing that right now. And I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what support we need to give you all so that we can put that plan together. But it still feels like we're missing the key piece, which is those kids sitting in a building 6 to 8 hours a day with a $65 million budget and not learning to read and we're throwing 5 million here and 500,000 here and 100,000 there at it, trying to solve it. And I don't know how we do that unless we have that strategic plan. And I guess I'm just challenging you, and I know it's not an easy challenge, that all of those players, like that's the focus, that those players are at the table, that they're team 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they're all there at the table making this work, and that we continue to fund Peak 100% and keep growing. You need $500, you need $1 million, I'll find it. Like, we gotta get this moving for intervention, but at the end of the day, like, the point of the plan was that we were all coming together as a community, teaching our kids to read on grade level, in school, and that the families and that the interventions were then supporting that work versus the other way around. Like, it feels like it's flipped inside out at the moment. I'll conclude.
Do you want to weigh in on that? And here's what we're going to do. I'll ask you to weigh in, then Commissioner Book. Then I have some things to say. I don't see any other lights. We'll go to the public because we do have a bigger, longer issue happening a little bit later. So let's, yes. It never shows up. Okay. I will get you after we get Commissioner Book. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
So this is related to what you said, Commissioner Walker, and you. So basically, it's harder to remediate. So
Can you step a little closer to the mic?
what we need to do is identify these kids before they start struggling. Identify them. We know how to identify these kids in pre-K, right? The kids that don't have the skills to learn to read in kindergarten successfully. And really, to wipe out illiteracy, we need to identify them early because it's so much harder to remediate than it is to get them on the right track from the beginning. So I just wanted to throw that out there to really eradicate illiteracy. We have to identify them early, and I don't see how that can be done without working with the school system. Those pre-K kids they're in, these programs. Kindergarten kids are in school. We need to be identifying them. I know Florida has a dyslexia screener that these kids should be getting, but this information needs to go because Leah's job is much harder to remediate. We've had many discussions about these kids getting to 5th and 6th grade. These kids have had years of failure. They have a lot of holes in what they know. It is not easy to remediate them because every day they're missing, right? They're falling behind on their academics besides having to learn to read. So there's this thing called dyslexia paradox, and it's like we, as a whole in America, address these needs after there's already failure, after that point in time where kids can make the best gains in their reading, we identify them later than that. And that's really what needs to be done. They need to be identified, kids that are at risk, and they need to be given the proper assistance. Now, obviously, there's going to be kids that just need a little bit of help, and then there are going to be kids that have a reading disability that really actually need specialized training. But, it's really hard for Leah getting these kids after, they have 2 years of failing the FAST or FSA, whatever they call it this year. It's just, so that she's working against that.
Okay. Right.
And you're right, the having the school board engaged is the critical component. They are the big player. They have the students in that system. They have the resources. What we saw out of the work groups that we've already been meeting and kind of the plan that they've been at the table to develop is that this parallel path of what our out-of-school providers are able to do to support them, and then they're on their own path that we're supporting as well, to ensure that they're integrating all of that needs assessment priority into it. So committing to hiring literacy specialists, committing to replacing some of the deans with literacy folks, ensuring that professional development is done, ensuring that if volunteers are something that are available, that the barrier of the level 2 background screening doesn't prevent them from coming to schools. Whatever we can do, we're there supporting them, and they're telling us along the way, as they have been this whole time, what it is that they need. But right now, they're trying to figure out with Fidelity how they implement the curriculums that have been purchased that have been committed to, but that have really not been implemented. And that's one of the things that we've seen, is that part of what has happened is the school district over the years has made commitments to things, but then they haven't followed through with the professional development, with ensuring that it's being implemented with fidelity. We now have a group that says that is their commitment. And so we want to support them in whatever way that looks. But as Leah said, they need to be clear with us what they need. And then we figure out how we can use Children's Trust, county money, resources throughout the grant system to support that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we've been speaking for a while. I really appreciate Executive Director and Dr. Beachy and team. Very impressive efforts. Where Dr. Beachy was just talking was really the two questions I'm left with. Most of my questions have been answered. One, I would suspect that almost everybody that's sitting in this galley supports everything we've been talking about today. I mean, literacy is the key core component for basically success across every other factor, whether it's employment, education, good wages, good housing, so we know that. So it's probably helpful you've provided a little bit of context for those who are watching and all the folks who kind of we leverage, in our respective worlds. Question one, very quickly, is how much training does it require for your volunteer force? You said you've got them coming out of the woodwork. So tell us so that people will know, how much training does it require?
So we can take a volunteer who is 16 and up. Some of our older volunteers need a little bit more time with in-person training with the devices. But in an hour training, they're trained in Great Leaps. Now, that does not mean that they are left with a student after that. So the training actually takes an hour. One of the things Dr. Balser built into the program is testing for understanding, making sure they know, they watch and exercise. Those people that go in person, we follow an I do, we do, you do method. So they come, they watch us do a lesson, then we do it together, and then they are by themselves. In addition, one of the things that the NSSA recommended that we do for their program, for their certification, is that we have to have ongoing measurements of watching those lessons to make sure they're being done with fidelity. So we have a schedule that Ashley Watley, Commissioner Alford that you met, put together that has oversight, and then we have some on-campus organizations that have been working with us for the past 4 years. That those students that are the first year they come in, they're doing the program. The second year, then they become oversight for the incoming tutors, and we have those grouped in groups of 5. And then all of our online lessons are recorded, so we can go back and spot check for fidelity to make sure they're being implemented correctly. So that's how we do the online. And then the in-person, we have a site director that we either hire or use a work study student to do. And that person is responsible for the oversight and looking at the data each week, making sure it's being done right. There's certain things within the program that you can see, like, oh, the timer is always at 60 seconds. Like, they must not be stopping the timer. So we look for those kind of things, because it's not going to be, it's not going to be as perfect as having a literacy expert. But the great part about it is we have a great tool that we know that works. This was used in New York City schools, in every New York City school system had Great Leaps, and they trained all their paras. So, yeah, really, really simple training. If you can read, you can teach this program. So we'd love to have any of you come and volunteer.
All right, so very good. So the standardization, the continuity, all the things that get volunteers in. Volunteers who basically are 16 or over can come in, and you're going to provide them the framework to get them to do what we need to do to help kids read.
Yes.
That's what I heard you say.
And actually,
right?
A lot of our volunteers actually stay on with us after they graduate. Like, we have a couple in Boston, one in Atlanta, one in Nebraska, because they enjoy doing it so much. They get to see the results of what they do, and the relationship they make with the student is really important. That's the number one reason. Interventions fail is because the lack of relationship with the tutor. So you have to have that to start off with. And high dosage tutoring is 15 times more effective than any form of reading instruction.
My only other question, Mr. Mayor, and this is probably the question Dr. Beachy was talking about, is tell me more about tell us about the integration of the curriculum of UFly and of Great Leaps with what's happening with the curriculum, what the teachers do in the schools. What's your partnership look like right now? Because that's the group. that you like, as you said, you need to support, but it kind of needs to be very tightly aligned.
So I can speak to the Great Leaps part. It's kind of hit or miss as far as like we find a principal and they tend to get moved around and then that relationship leaves. So we find a principal, or usually it's a vice principal, that like finds us or we find them and we want to, or a volunteer that's in that school wants to do Great Leaps. And so we work with them to train them and figure out what that school needs. Great Leaps is not a replication, it's not a curriculum like UFly is. I think UFly is not actually considered a curriculum either, it's considered something else. There's no like, if you're using Great Leaps, it's gonna mess up your UFly, right? It's like, it's just, it's more, it's a longer instruction. It's made for a school day is where, it's used, so.
Well, the key was just that the partnership collaboration has to be very, very seamless and tight with
Right.
what they're doing at school board, so you make sure that
And
they
this-
get out of school at 3 or 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and then they're moving into remediation, extra curriculum, extra teaching and stuff at these sites. And as long as they're working together, it's going to benefit the student overall.
Correct, and the school system has to make the full commitment to ensure that whatever they're using, UFly, Great Leaps, all of the resources that they have committed to are fully implemented, fully integrated, and their teachers are getting the training. One of the great things about UFly is that training is all online, which we know that that's, a big piece of it. And once you buy one set of materials, you've got them. And then the AI generation that they're working on now will allow teachers to create lessons very quickly for individualized students. And we know that it works. My niece is a teacher in South Korea, and she uses UFly with her students that are learning English and that are dual language learners. There are amazing programs, resources that we have right here in our community. The biggest issue has been a commitment of saying that, yes, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it, and we're going to require it, so that whatever is happening in school, we can have that parallel path outside school, and we're all speaking the same language.
All right, well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
I just want to say, like how incredibly important reading was in my young life. But also, my wife was able to volunteer with Peak Literacy when you were over at Foster, I believe it was.
Yes.
And it seemed like such a great just integration program that checked a lot of the boxes we've been talking about, and that it was during the school day. You were able to assist the teachers with kids that they knew needed extra help. It's 15, 20 minutes with each kid. I can tell you, like, not only was it very helpful for the children, but it was also hugely rewarding for my wife, who got to come home and tell me about, like, the kids that she made a connection with, being able to, like, see their progress improve just over a few short weeks. So this is something I think can be really effective, especially integrated into the school system like that. It just seems to not only be giving extra help to the kids that need it, but extra help to the teachers that need someone to help these kids. So I really do think it needs to be kind of a process to see if we can't work it into a more standardized across the school system if we really want to make this something that's super effective. But it was a great program. Like I said, I can tell you that my family got a lot out of it just from my wife volunteering there and seeing the difference she made.
She was great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. So I have a couple thoughts, and then we'll go to the public. A thing that we haven't talked about at all is that this does not exist in a vacuum. Whether or not kids are able to learn effectively, learn to read, learn to do math, whatever the learning is affected by a variety of other things. And we haven't talked about that. Those other things are often what the Gainesville City Commission and the Board of Commissioners of Washington County can very readily affect and are working toward. And I don't want us to get our eye off the ball of those things when the Children's Trust and the school board exist specifically for education and for the things we've talked about today. Not saying we shouldn't get involved in literacy, we should. But if nobody's addressing economic development and growing jobs, good jobs in the eastern part of the county and specifically in East Gainesville, and if nobody's addressing homelessness, we're not going to get the results we want from any literacy program. It's important to say that out loud. My understanding is that there are a minimum of 1,200 Alachua County Public School students who are homeless, and that the guess is more like 2,500. What that means is that between 8 and 10% of Alachua County public school children don't have a stable place to sleep at night. I don't know this, but I'm guessing that that 10%, those 2,500 kids, don't read very well.
Yep,
It's not that they're stupid.
that's right.
It's that
Intersection out.
it's really hard for mama and daddy or grandma and granddaddy or whoever to help little Johnny, little Jill learn to read if they don't have a stable job or a stable home. So I want us to remain focused on those things, on affordability of housing and economic development. Because if we don't do that, that's not the school's job to do. And it is our job to affect that. And we'll be talking more about that, certainly we talk about those things at every meeting. But we have to remain focused on those things so that you and the school board members here can focus very specifically on what your jobs are. Not saying we should not get involved in literacy. But if we don't do those other things, nobody does. And it is all connected, 100% connected. So I appreciate the very specific conversation, but if we talk about it outside of homelessness and jobs, we're not going to hit the mark. We're just not. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we have one signed up, Mr. Khalid Blount. You're the only one?
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Thank you. My most frequent point of frustration when I go to school board meetings is when they talk about getting people on third grade reading level by third grade. And I always think they've got their 3 in the wrong place. On my 3rd birthday, I could count, read, spell, write my name in cursive and my address and phone number and my parents' names. Their actual names, not just mommy and daddy. So, 0 to 5 is the most intense learning capacity of any human lifetime. And we're not making the use of it that we need to. So that means that, and I got where I did by age 3 because of lap time with books. That means it comes back to the home. That means it's before the school board has an input. They get them at 5 years old for kindergarten, maybe 4 for pre-K. And a big chunk of that prime time is gone. So this organization, or with a lot of community partners like Santa Fe and Career Source, they've got to be doing things to raise household incomes, which usually means getting better job, which usually means getting better training, so parents can have the time for that lap time. Mom's not rushing in and rushing out to job 2 or job 3 all the time. So the household support's got to be, and this is not something that can just wait. There are ways to help parents do that. It can be direct support. It doesn't have to be cash. It could be bus passes. It could be food packages, but it needs to be soon. The other path, getting their household incomes up, that means school time. That's intense, and that would require extra support, because without extra support on that path, that just takes up the energy that the extra jobs did, and the people are still delayed from doing that lap time with their children. So I think it's very important to think about the earliest learning and making it possible for households to be learning places. And sometimes that means that young parents, particularly young parents, need to work on their own academic skills more. But children, when I arrived at kindergarten, the teachers doted on me because I had all these skills. Now that's not how things should be. I'm not saying that, but it gives kids a tremendous boost to get all the skill their parents can impart at home before they start any school level. But that requires the household to be, as you said, on a stable footing with the household, with a decent income where parents have the time to be home and take that time. But then there are also strategic points to engage parents that perhaps somebody who's in reentry, they're having trouble getting work anyway, and they're gonna be home. And if they've made a commitment to turn their life around, great parenting is a step they wanna make.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone else? Okay. I don't see any further lights. Do we need, I want to thank everyone who came to speak with us from all the programs. Much appreciated. It's always enlightening. Feel free to come talk to us all individually as well and make sure that we know what track to be on. It's important that we do that. Commissioner Wheeler?
Yeah, there's another point to make too. Parents are having a hard time engaging with their children in the school system. If they have any kind of legal concerns or, if they have any kind of a record, they are not able to go on field trips, they're not able to interact with at some point, I think we need to look at some of those things too in terms of time limits or, because if a parent is not able to interact with a child in the school because of a record, that also is problematic. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Anyone else? All right, very much appreciated. Great information. And again, please reach out to us individually and let's make sure that we're informed and where we need to be moving forward. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Do you have anything else? Or, okay.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-181 School Board Rezoning with the recommendation of the Joint City County Commission hear from the school board superintendent and take any action deemed necessary.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. And how many people do we have signed up for public comment for the next item, or for this item?
Currently, we have 5.
5, okay. So let me remind everyone, if you're upstairs or downstairs, as a part of this item, we would ask that you get a form and fill it out and give it to the clerk's office just to let us know that you want to speak, so we're ready to hear from you. All right. Let me call on Superintendent Patton. Welcome. It's good to see you this afternoon. And I understand you and your staff, lots of your staff, have a presentation for us.
Yes, we do. So good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. Just a couple quick comments before we get on to literacy. One, enjoyed the Summer Blitz program with the City of Gainesville this past Saturday. Had a chance to see it. So thanks to your amazing staff. It was a really big success. So we love our partnerships. Secondly, to just talk quickly about that literacy partnerships that we have. We're also really thrilled to be part of that. I think you heard mentioned the name Heather Herber and a couple of our folks, because this is the first year that we actually have a literacy specialist in all of our schools. So that's a big step for us. That goes elementary, middle, and high schools, and they work very much with our collaborative planning. And just so you know, then we get those folks together monthly so that we can keep everybody, our arrows aligned in a row, and then it's presented to the principals what is happening that month and the assistant principals. So as we are getting our arrows lined up, it makes it easier for us to actually get the whole Great Leaps to get included to us, because we're moving in the direction and get those arrows aligned. So look forward to working with them too, and lots of opportunities, including after school, summer school. So there's a lot of different ways that we can keep building that partnership, but we're thrilled with our literacy specialists and the direction we're heading in there. So this afternoon, just want to say again, thank you for having us, and I'm going to introduce our incredible Mrs. Kim Neal. She is our director of the FTE State Reporting and Student Assignment and also School Choice. So she's going to present to you our plan. So thank you, Mrs. Neal.
Thank you. Come on up. Yes.
Good afternoon. We're going to share today with you a bit about our comprehensive school strategy plan. As we move through this, we notice that across Florida and the nation, school districts are facing the same challenges that we're facing here in Alachua County Public Schools. With just a quick look online, you can read about what's happening in districts around us like Pasco, Martin, Indian River, Orange, Palm Beach, Polk, Okaloosa, Pinellas, St. Lucie, stop clicking, sorry. Pinellas, there's St. Lucie, and across Florida. Even outside of Florida districts like Houston, Atlanta, and many more are faced with fewer students and under-enrolled schools. What we see on this slide is really looking at the centroid of our student population. And if you look at this, it's starting with the line on the innermost side of the circle there, or the oval. So on the right side of that oval, as you look at it, that's 2015, where the centroid of our student population was at that time. And that's lined up right with Buchholz High School, if you look at that map there. As we've moved over the last 10 years, we are seeing now that that centroid is more aligned with HCA North Florida Hospital. So it continues to move west. So our centroid of our student population continues to move west. In addition to that, we are also seeing that in our schools right now, we have 6,600 empty seats. 6,600 seats that do not have students sitting in those chairs and at those classrooms. That equates to 2,666 empty seats at our elementary schools, which is approximately 4 average-sized elementary schools. 1,981 middle school seats are sitting empty. That equates to almost 2 full average-sized middle schools. And 983 empty high school seats, which equates to over a half of an average-sized high school. When we look at our current capacities for where we sit this school year, we see that we have several schools that are sitting up at or above 90% capacity, but we have a lot of schools in our elementary level that are sitting under that 90% capacity, ranging anywhere from 30% up to 84%. And again, then we do have that handful that are sitting at or above that 90%. Same at our middle schools. We have one middle school that's sitting at 90% or above. The others are all sitting between 49 and 84% of capacity. And at our high schools, we're seeing 3 of them at the 90% or above, 2 of them well over. And then the other schools are sitting between 59 and 87% of capacity. What we are seeing is a decline in enrollment, obviously, as we're talking about these empty seats. So as we look at the trends, there are national trends and state trends that take us, this trend line is taking us out to the 2030-2031 school year. So the trend lines going in the national trend and the state trends are showing that trend decline. But when you look at Alachua County, this is talking, all of those graphs are about brick and mortar enrollment. So they're all about sitting in our traditional and or charter schools. That enrollment trend continues to decline. So looking at that enrollment trend for our district, we will have lost approximately 7,000 students from the year 2019-2020 to the year 2030-2031.
We'll pause you for just a quick question. Commissioner Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does that enrollment include charter school and homeschool children?
This includes brick and mortar, traditional public school, and charter school. It does not include homeschool, private school, those other school choice options, but it does include brick and mortar, traditional Alachua County Public School, and our charter schools that we are sponsors for.
Okay, and what is the data for the homeschool and the private school?
So I can tell you anecdotally, I just pulled those counts last week. We have about 2,100, just over 2,100 homeschool students in our district.
How many did we have 4 years ago?
I would have to get that number for you. I don't have that anecdotally off the top of my head.
Isn't that important?
It has, I would say that it has increased. I just don't have the numbers to tell you how much it has increased by. Standing here, I can tell you that our family empowerment vouchers are up to about 5,500 students. 4 years ago, that was sitting right around 1,000.
So you had 1,000 vouchers 4 years ago, and you're up to 5,500.
Yes, sir.
That's a 4,500 increase.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know how many homeschool kids, but you have 2,100.
We have just over 2,100 current.
So 7,600 kids are not in this data.
Correct, because they're not in our enrollment data to be able to track in that same way. So that is potentially
So
some of the
I
decline.
understand your math as a county commissioner that cares about all the kids in our county.
Absolutely.
That's important data that we need. When can
Absolutely.
we get that?
I will work on pulling that together and get that to Dr. Patton to share.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
One of the reasons that we are seeing these declines is our birth rates. We are seeing birth rate trends are declining. In addition to that, we're also seeing aging housing developments and new housing developments that are not always bringing in families. We're seeing population shifts. Again, that goes to some of that centroid movement. It goes to a lot of different things there, and the increase of school choice participation, as Chair Cornell just pointed out as well. So one of the things, or what we are doing through this project, not one of the things, what we are doing through this project is really working to right-size our school district to meet the enrollment trend and the capacity that we are meeting right now. So in order to right-size our schools, and when we do that, we'll be able to align our school enrollment with building capacities, respond to demographic and community changes, we'll avoid both overcrowding and underutilizing schools. As you saw in those graphs, we've got a little bit of both going on right now. We would be able to support safe, high-quality learning environments, use our facilities and resources more efficiently, and focus on the long-term sustainability, not short-term fixes for our school district. Additionally, we would be able to enhance and expand our offerings in advanced coursework, things like advanced placement courses, the International Baccalaureate programs, Cambridge, honors courses, etc. We'd be able to offer more magnet and specialty programs at all grade levels, provide additional career and technical or CTE pathways, expand electives and exploratory course offerings, and increase our offerings in the fine arts, music, theater, and world languages. When we right size as well, we will be able to match our enrollment with programmatic needs, academic needs. We'll be able to align future capital planning and enrollment projections, maximize the impact of every resource we have, free up funds to upgrade and modernize facilities, and reduce deferred maintenance and long-term capital cost. Through this project, we looked at 3 planning pillars, and the project is really based upon these 3 pillars: being able to invest in programs and opportunities, reinforcing fiscal responsibility, and improving operational efficiency. To do that, some of the driving factors that we were considering through this process are long-term sustainability, looking at our state enrollment, and even more specifically, our district enrollment, looking at the population shifts, program opportunities, facility optimization, fiscal stewardship, transportation cost, taking into consideration all of the approved new housing developments and the conditions of our facilities. As we've done over the past several years, we have done some new either reconstruction or renovations and new construction projects. What you'll see on these next couple of slides are some of the things that have been done in the past 5 to 6 years in our district. In the city of Gainesville, we've spent we've spent $143.1 million on school renovations and new construction with Metcalf Elementary, Howard Bishop Middle School, Westwood Middle School, and Littlewood Elementary. What you will notice, and I want to call attention to the asterisk at the bottom of that page, is that the projects were very similar in scope. The cost does not indicate the scope of the project. The cost indicates pre-COVID and post-COVID costs. So the scopes of the project were not that different from each other. So we do want to make sure that you understand that. It's not that we spent more money at one place or the other. It was programmatic or construction cost changed post-COVID. As we look at some of the buildings in the county, oops, wrong direction, sorry. As we look at some of the projects in the county, we do have the new Terwilliger Elementary. We have Idlewild Elementary that was complete new renovation. And then we also have a new classroom building that was built at Oakview Middle School. So those are additional projects to what we saw a moment ago. These are just some examples of those projects with spending $195.5 million in those projects in that 5-year window. As we aim to meet those 3 planning pillars that we talked about, that investing in programs and opportunities, reinforcing fiscal responsibility, and improving operational efficiency, we are planning and proposing to do that by closing and rezoning our elementary schools, creating potentially up to 3 K through 8 school models, rezoning our middle schools, and rezoning our high schools, really looking to balance our enrollment across our district. Throughout that, there were a lot of plans that have been talked about. So some of the very initial process, so I'm going to spend some time on the initial plan and we'll get to where things have landed as we've gone through the plan. So the first slides we're going to look at here are those initial plans, some of the things that were discussed. Not all of the things on the initial plans are still in the proposal. So I want to bring that to your attention before I even start going through them. So some of the initial potential school closures and significant expansions included possible closures at Alachua Elementary, Duval Early Learning Academy, Foster Elementary, Rawlings Elementary, and Williams Elementary, with the expansions to include Lincoln Middle School becoming a K-8, Mabane Middle School becoming a K-8, and Oakview Middle School becoming a K-8. Again, those are the initial things that were looked at. These next slides go along with those initial proposals. So initially, as we looked at the general fund cost savings, we average about $1.1 million per year at a minimum being saved with a school closure. So recurring cost, if you look at a 10-year savings with those 5 school closures that were in the initial proposal, we're looking at a $55 million general fund savings as we go through that time period. In addition to the general fund savings, we also have facilities and capital fund savings that come into play as well. So when we look at these, as we look at those 5 potential introduced facilities capital cost savings, we were looking at a total of $98.29 million that could be saved for other capital projects and other needs, in addition to the recurring $1.1 million from a school closure. We do know that there are some concerns about the K-8 school model. As we've heard from our community, we've heard from quite a number. However, when implemented well and with the proper structure, including physical separation of younger and older students, there are many benefits that students can experience in the K-8 school model. Some of them are listed here. There's many more that can be researched and found. Again, as we look at that physical separation of younger students from older students, giving that age-appropriate developmental spaces and experiences, we see some of the benefits being one administrative team with consistent behavioral and academic expectations across grade levels, older students becoming role models and leaders for some of the younger students. We have one school as a community hub and social network for families. Siblings attending a school on the same schedule, simplifying some of the family logistics versus having to get one child to school at 7:15 or 7:30 and the other at 9 or 9:30, getting them all to school on a consistent schedule with both drop-off and pickups. Students experiencing fewer school transitions for a smoother path into 6th grade. We know that that transition from 5th to 6th grade can be very difficult for students and families, and as they have fewer of those transitions, that makes that smoother path. We have a better academic bridge supporting sustained achievement as well. We have long-term relationship building with teachers, staff, and peers that strengthen connection and belonging in our K-8 schools. We also see stronger family and school partnerships being able to develop over time. Rather than having multiple schools, that family would have a school there for a longer period of time. Consistent services and progress monitoring support steady academic and emotional growth of our students with shared specialists such as ESE teachers, reading interventionists, counselors. We also see increased collaboration between elementary and middle school educators to improve instructional continuity for our students. We have programs that are more sustainable long-term. One of the ways that we have looked at building in these K-8s is to locate them on existing middle school facilities, meaning that the athletic fields, the gyms, those kind of facilities are already in place for those schools, and also creating greater flexibility across grade levels to allow schools to better meet students' needs. We put some pictures in just as a couple of examples for what some of those.
For a moment, real quick. We've got a couple lights here. Commissioner Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand the perceived benefits. Have you addressed what the perceived risks are and the capital required to right-size a middle school to an elementary and a middle school? And what's
That has
the-
definitely been considered. I don't know if I'm the best person to answer some of that,
Yeah, what is the
absolutely.
cost? What is the cost?
Right, and that I think is still being reviewed. The cost of those are being reviewed as we go through. So I think we can share that as again, I don't have that as part of this presentation that I have to share right now, but we do have those costs have been considered and looking at what that would be for our board to be able to look at.
How much are they?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, wait. So we know the benefit of 98 million to close the schools, but we don't know the cost to right-size the three to combine?
That has been district discussions. Again, I don't have those numbers at the top of my head to stand here.
Oh, you haven't shared them with your board yet?
Have the last final figures.
Come on up. Superintendent, if you would come to the microphone, please. Folks at home can't hear you otherwise.
Yeah, what
Sorry.
I'm hearing you say is you have the figures, but you haven't shared them with your school board yet.
So Commissioner, that's correct. It's taken us a little while to make sure that we have accurate figures. We've also projected out them for the next couple of years, what it is to ensure as they head into this last week that they have all those figures ready to go.
Well, I understand that, and I appreciate that. You're actually helping make my argument to delay the decision on the 12th, because one of the things that's important is not only that you share those with your board, but you share those with all of the electeds and with the community,
And they will be.
but not today.
They'll be there tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. You can continue.
Thanks. And Commissioner Offit.
I can wait.
You're good?
till-
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is examples of what that elementary, a classroom in that K-8 may look like with the modernized facilities. And then this is an example of what some of the middle school classrooms may look like in those modernized facilities. So as we look at the potential K-8s, or some of them being pre-K through 8s, one of them that is being considered is the Oakview pre-K through 8. That's a projected enrollment or a projected opening of August of 2026, so this coming school year. And that's something that the school district must do quickly because of the Newberry charter conversion. And we do have to zone those Newberry elementary current students somewhere. So this pre-K through 8 at Oakview would incorporate students from a revised Newberry Elementary School zone, not the current Newberry Elementary zone. We would have that physical separation of older and younger students, including that separate drop-off. Those facility additions for the 26th August opening would include 25 classrooms, a separate dining and warming kitchen for the younger students, separate media center, art and music classroom, separate clinic, covered court for physical education, and multiple playgrounds. And again, I mentioned that separate parent pickup and drop-off area. That would, for right now, be in a transition school being moved to that facility to cover those things, with the potential recommendation to come for a new building pending that school board approval of the capital funding for design and construction. Another one of the projected K-8s, and again, this is that initial proposal that we were talking about, is with Mabane and Alachua becoming a K-8. That had an initial opening projection of August of 2027. It would incorporate students from a revised Alachua zone, also providing that physical separation of younger and older students with that renovation and construction pending school board approval of capital funding for design and construction. In this facility, it would include classrooms based on projected enrollment, a separate dining and warming kitchen, that separate media center, art center, music classroom, covered courts for physical education, and multiple playgrounds as well. And finally, in the potential K-8s was also a projection for the Lincoln Williams K-8 with a projected opening of August of 2028. That would incorporate students from the revised Williams Elementary School zone. Again, offering that physical separation of the older and younger students, renovation and new construction pending school board approval of capital funding for design and construction, with, similarly to the Mabane Alachua, the classrooms being based on enrollment that would be determined. We have a basic idea of what that might need to look like, with the separate dining and warming kitchen, the separate media center, art and music classrooms, covered court for physical education, and multiple playgrounds. Again, in that initial proposal, there were the 5 school closures that were proposed. Those 5 schools, we're going to go through those one by one as well, starting with an initial proposed closure with Duval Elementary. Why was Duval Elementary one of the schools that was considered for potential closure? They have a capacity of 408 students, currently serving about 120 students, so that school is running at about 30% capacity. We do pull students from multiple school zones to the Duval Early Learning Academy, with 33 coming from Idlewild, 26 from the Rawlings zone, 24 from the Lake Forest zone, 14 from the Williams zone, 8 from Metcalf zone, 6 from the Shell zone, and 9 from other school zones, which may be that they're coming. I know some of those, one example was a student that's zoned to Childs for kindergarten is at Duval, but that family requested that placement versus closer to their home. For various reasons, families could do that. They work on this side of town, whatever that might be. So we do have 9 from other school zones as well. Another student that was initially proposed for closure is Foster Elementary. We looked at Foster Elementary because it is one of the oldest schools in the district with an age of 74 years. They have a capacity of 467 students with an attendance currently of 393 students, which is at 84% capacity. However, of the students who are attending there, 209 of those students do not live in the school zone. So 55% of the students who attend Stephen Foster are not zoned for Stephen Foster. Stephen Foster actually has the smallest number of students living within their attendance boundary zone. The walk zones that we have, that 2-mile walk zone that is set by the state, the Foster Elementary zone does overlap with multiple walk zones. And we are looking at moving that magnet program that's currently at Foster to another elementary school. Another school that was in the initial proposals for closure or proposed closure is Williams Elementary. That is the oldest school in our district at 89 years old. They have a capacity of 590 students, serving 388. So they're running at 2/3 capacity. That property is co-located on the same property as Lincoln Middle School, and Lincoln Middle School currently serves 56% capacity. The facility improvements funding could be utilized and focused on 1 school versus 2 schools with the creation of the K-8. In the next initial proposal, and this slide covers a little bit of our revisions to our proposals as well, was Alachua Elementary, and then added in later was Irby Elementary. In that Alachua area, we have a capacity of having 768 open seats currently, well more than the average size school that we have. So you can see the capacities there range from 49% to 69% across the 3 schools. The proposal would, the revised proposal, the initial proposal closed Alachua, combined that with Mabane, and made Irby a pre-K through 5. In the revised proposal, the proposal would close both Alachua and Irby and move the students to a Mabane pre-K through 8. And those facility improvements funding could be focused on 1 school versus 3 schools. In our initial proposal as well, we do have Rawlings Elementary. Rawlings was considered because it is more than 3 decades older than Metcalf, which was redeveloped in 2018, and those schools are within 1.5 miles of each other. So those walk zones also overlap, very much so, with the majority of the Rawlings students within that Metcalf walking zone. The capacity at Rawlings is 463 students. We're currently serving 318 with a 69% capacity utilization. Another part of the project that we are looking at is the closure of some of the district support facilities as well. So not only our schools are we considering, but we're also looking at our district support facilities as well, trying to right-size those support facilities once the final school closures are made. Opportunities are there to close, consolidate, repurpose, and reconfigure those district support sites, and those will be evaluated. This process will prioritize operational efficiency and long-term sustainability for the district, and decisions would be guided by data, cost-benefit analysis, and alignment with the district's strategic priorities. This project has been going on for quite a number of months now. So as we look at these slides, you're seeing a lot of the times that we had opportunities for public input throughout the process through school board meetings and workshops on the initiative where this was on the agenda, and then also some of the school board meetings without the initiative on the agenda, but the public was able to speak to the initiative. We also had the opportunity throughout all of this for parents to complete online surveys during the various phases of the project. We also had a lot of community engagement through notifications, through our email systems, through constant contacts, through social media postings, through our alert systems to families and staff members. Those are listed here as some of the ways that we did communicate this out to our families. We also have our iNews, which is posted monthly on social media and sent out through an email list that captures about 50,000 community members, including faith-based organizations, lots of different organizations included in that, including elected officials. We did also have our public meetings for opportunity for community input in the 2 phases of the project, with those being hosted around the district, so not just in very central locations, but getting around to each community so that the various communities were able to be involved, and you didn't have to go too far, hopefully, to get to one of our community input sessions. Additional stakeholder input opportunities included an interlocal staff working group that met early on in February in the beginning parts of phase 2 of the project, our elected officials meeting, which some of you attended on February 6th, and then our school planning advisory committee meeting that was held last week, where that SPAC committee did recommend approval of the plan. We did take a lot of that community input, and I want you to know we did listen to that community input throughout, and changes have been made from those initial plans based on community input. Some of those changes are recommending that Duval Early Learning Academy remains open, that Rawlings Elementary School remains open, and during those changes, that's also where the Irby Elementary School consolidation with Alachua to the Mabane K-8 came about, was through some of that public input. So our final plan with the recommended school closures and significant expansions and what is going in front of our board for the current board considerations are the recommended site closures of Alachua Elementary, Irby Elementary, Foster Elementary, and Williams Elementary, with the recommended significant expansions of Lincoln Middle School, which would take in the students at the time of consolidation from Williams Elementary, with the creation of the Mabane Middle School, that would actually be a pre-K through 8, incorporating the students from Alachua and Irby, when that were to be open as the pre-K 8, and the Oakview Middle School expansion to become a pre-K 8 as well. We are recommending, again, to remain open the Duval Early Learning Academy and Rawlings Elementary, and then we're recommending to rezone, a district-wide rezoning for our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high school attendance boundaries. Many of you may have seen our project website and the interactive maps where the public can go and see how this impacts them directly from their address, seeing what those global maps look like, how those shifts are moving around, so that those sites are there for you. And as we are looking on the rezoning part of that and shifting those boundary lines, it does affect well more than the listed schools on these slides. It affects all of our schools, and I think that's an important component that we all understand, is it's bigger than just those schools that were listed on the slides. All of the zones have some kind of shifting, balancing, those kind of things as we look at the school boundary attendance lines for the rezoning. And as we did that, we were working to project what that capacity would look like, including the school closures, those K-8s or pre-K-8 consolidations. So as we look at that, we do have a number of more schools that are in that 90% or above capacity in the elementary level. Well, you will notice that some of them do remain a bit over that 100%. Our goal is to look at that through our exemption process. Right now, some of those are over, but they do have quite a number of zoning exceptions. So we can look at how zoning exception approvals might be able to correct some of that overage where we're at that a little bit over 100%. But we do see a much more balanced enrollment across all of our schools, where we still have the 30% with the Duval program, but we're looking at what we can do for that. But the other elementary schools do balance out quite a bit more as we look at those projected capacities. As we go to the middle school, we're seeing the same thing, and I would say that the Mabane 49% is kind of an anomaly in that once it's that pre-K 8, that 49% would no longer be 49%. But we are looking at an increased enrollment at Bishop up to the 95% capacity range. And then our other middle schools are much more evened out. Same with the Oakview at the 62% as we get into those K8s. All three of those, as we get into those K8s, you'll see those numbers change a bit as that moves forward. And then our high schools is where we're seeing a lot of balancing happening within that, where we did have schools at 115 and 111%. Those schools are now down to 101% and 97%, but we're seeing balance more across the board in our high schools as well. So as we go into the new proposal and what we're taking to the board for consideration, again, with those school closures, saving that $1.1 million per year, and that cumulative cost that we will see, a 10-year savings of those 4 school closures would be that $44 million. What we see in the facilities savings side, and that's those capital improvement projects that will not need to be done, we're seeing that $91.19 million saved within that. And again, we'll get those figures out about what it would cost for those other improvements to happen to have those K8s working. And the question has come up a lot about the why now. And I think one of the important things to note is that it takes time to prepare for the successful transitions for the school year. So to be ready for the 2026-2027 school year, there's a lot of work to be done from March to June and June to August. So that why now really is making sure that we are talking with our families, getting that parent and student notification of new school placements or changes that may happen. We will be scheduling student orientation visits to their newly assigned schools. We have our school staffing allocations and notifications to staff that have to be done and made based on enrollments. We have to set up our Skyward student information system with our new address paths, rolling students into the right school years for next year, getting ready for kindergarten roundup to start, and kids knowing where they're coming to kindergarten. Getting our transportation set up with our bus routes and notifications to families of those. Our preparation of facilities, moving classrooms, all the learning materials, furniture, books, computers, all of that takes an awful lot of time to coordinate and to get in place, which is where we really are looking at that March timeline to allow the school district time to get those things in place for our families, our students, and our staff. Some of the immediate benefits that we will see through this and opportunities that will come through this project are new programs and or enhanced opportunities for students. We talked about that being one of the 3 pillars in the beginning of our project, that was what we were looking at. Really looking for more balanced student enrollment across the district. As you balance student enrollment, you are also balancing what opportunities you can offer to students. Strong, accessible student supports and services. Equalization of programming across the schools is one of our goals as we look forward and those immediate benefits and opportunities. We're looking to reduce the number of portable classrooms across the district. Cost avoidance of the repair of some of our aging facilities. Improved operational efficiencies. Immediate operational cost savings. Improved transportation services. And reducing the risk of co-location with current legislative things that are out there. So we're looking at those immediate things.
Excuse me. I hate to leave, but
I hate for you to leave.
Yeah, I do, but I'm going to leave to my colleagues up here. I'm on the Children's Trust, and they need me to make quorum since our chair is here, since Ken is the chair here. And I apologize, hate to leave out, but I really hate that you guys were not in the elected officials meeting where we could have a dialogue. Because I hate to leave, and I feel like our staff is going to get beat up by our colleagues who are equally as elected as we are. Because I'm getting the impression that you guys are treating us like we need to get you guys' opinion before we can move, or approval before we can move forward. And I don't think that's fair to us, given that The school board is elected just like you guys are, and our duties and responsibilities for operating public schools are outlined in the state constitution. So give us a little grace and give our superintendent and the staff a little grace. Is that okay? Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sarton. We will have a lot to say, that's for sure.
And that's the end of the presentation.
All right. Thank you. Much appreciated.
I was at that meeting and I did have a lot to say. So they have not acknowledged me twice now that our county was there. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. So I want to, before we start going around, I want to say that the city of Gainesville was also represented by the Mayor Pro Tem. Alachua County was represented. We did not understand that you wanted all elected officials to show up for this. And having put that out there, this is a lot to get done in 1 month. I mean, that meeting was February 6th. Now, there's a lot to talk about, but before we get going here, I think I could speak on behalf of everyone here when I say questions are going to sound pointed because they are. But they are not personal. The questions are because I think a lot of us have become alarmed at the rapidity of the situation, as well as by the folks who reach out to us, just as they reach out to members of the school board. We represent, on the Gainesville City Commission, 151,000 people, and my colleagues on the county represent nearly 300,000 people, as the school board members do. But school board members, please recognize you're not the only ones who get those calls. And we have a responsibility for much of that as well, in addition to the urban planning pieces of this, which I have a lot of questions about, and the economic development piece, which I have a lot of questions about. So while the questions are likely to be pointed, we haven't been in the process. We're just trying to get up to speed as we get toward something that feels kind of inevitable. But I appreciate, by the way, that the school board has gotten to a place where it seems like Duval and Rawlings elementary schools will be spared. That's a big, big deal. Those two schools particularly are schools that the fabric of the neighborhood surrounding them matters, depends on those schools existing. That is the case for all schools, but particularly for those two schools. So we have several lights up here. We'll get started on those. I just want to make those introductory comments. Commissioner Alford.
Thank you. I want to say I appreciate the presentation. I learned a lot about why you're doing what you're doing, and it helps me make sense of it all. It's interesting to me, given that the growth of Alachua County is about 1% per year, which is a pretty healthy growth, that we're seeing that much of a decline in students. I find that very interesting. So I do look forward to getting those statistics that that Commissioner Cornell spoke about. My question has to do with how the socioeconomic statistics have shifted across the school districts. And as you are looking at the rezoning, how are you balancing, not just balancing enrollment, but balancing socioeconomic diversity? Is that, what does that look like? That's a question that I have.
All right, so we're going to do our best to address it. So for one thing about this, the students, one of the things we want to make sure that everybody understands is that the vouchers, the FES, the Florida Empowerment Scholarships, is the biggest hurt here. Yeah. So what you have currently, if you're not aware of the fact that many, many kids that have already been going to private school for a long time, they now get the $9,100 rough a kid. So what that's doing to the pot of dollars that ordinarily used to come to the traditional schools, charter schools, greatly diminishing it. So again, this is not an Alachua problem. This is a state of Florida. Everybody else isn't on the voucher wagon. They're following us, to be honest. And so you have 3 states leading the way with vouchers. So that's really the biggest group of kids. The kids that have been sitting here, they just now get to choose that. Another second group of kids or that as we have kids that are now more homeschooled, that's okay too, because that's their choice. But what they're also able to do is they can say, now, I just want to take robotics at this class, and I only want to show up for this class here. So they normally wouldn't have been able to do that. So now that all these things are, it's the changing legislation, and I'm not here to criticize legislation. I'm here to say, keep your eyes open, because your speaking to legislators makes it sometimes a bigger impact than us, because it's our business, right? So like anybody, oh, but that's just your business. So for people to understand co-location, that's a very tough thing to do. So if we have just 100 extra spaces and another group wants to come in, that's 2 morning announcements that are going on. That's a police officer they don't have to pay for, but we have to pay for. And we can keep going through this, that legislation, you saw that. Most people don't realize Schools of Hope has been around for quite a while. The difference was in the middle at the end of the summer when they call a special session, all of a sudden they attach the co-location on, and now it's out to the races. We already have been told what's happening next and what's coming next. So just know that some of this urgency of things is that our schools are not going to look the same very shortly with legislation. So we also want to ensure that we're filling up schools to educate kids as best as we can, provide more resources. The number one driver that you saw was offering more programming for our students. Always the most important, to keep continuing improving, and then right behind that, fiscal responsibility. So as it becomes easier for others, it becomes a greater burden on us to pay for other things. So we do want to keep that. When you mentioned socioeconomic, so I'll just give you an example. So out at Terwilliger, right, not here, but you have county people too, that's why I'm using examples that are not just East Naples or East Gainesville or Gainesville. So there, what we've had a lot of problems with is that the kids come from so far to Terwilliger that if they miss that bus, there's no other ability for those parents to get those kids to school. We hold data dialogues. We're on our 4th round. We've done 3 last year, our 4th this year. They correspond with the state testing, PM1, PM2, PM3. Every single meeting so far, the principals that have these problems will say it to us every time. The kids are so far, there's no transportation. They can't get there if they miss the bus. So those are examples of why we're shifting kids too. And that has to do with the socioeconomic status. The parent that may not have a car at home, or 2 cars, one for the dad to get to work, and the mom doesn't have one to get the kid to school if they're late.
So how are you balancing the socioeconomic diversity? Because isn't that a requirement of the state?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. That's changed.
Correct.
But it's still, okay, but we still don't want to necessarily concentrate socioeconomic classes by school. So I assume there's some amount of balancing, correct?
You have to be very, very careful. The state watches the last one on top of everything.
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
they
So
do. We are well aware, yes.
what we're
yes.
saying is that we're following what we can do.
Okay, I gotcha. And then, as you know, we have a housing problem. So I immediately think about the schools that you are closing and thinking about what you're thinking about doing with that property. Is that part of the discussion, or is that just the next stage?
So that's the next stage, but we've put it out there fairly much to let us know. We've met with different people. We've met with a housing group here. We have about 6 on a list, because this is not operating in a vacuum. People know that we're going to have empty buildings, and where can we help? One of the reasons, of leaving Duval open too is that, being good community partners as you've been, whether it's Citizens Field, whether it's Summer Blitz, or all the different programs, there's a lot of need for meetings that get held here in East Gainesville. So we also feel you can rent our buildings pretty darn cheap. To be honest, we're not trying to pay all the bills off rentals. It's just what's the cost for us to actually open a building. So we also feel like that's being a good neighbor within East Gainesville, because I've watched in the minimum time I'm here how many things that are needed, even people's personal lives, funerals that get held, like services afterwards and things like that. So trying to combine, looking at the fact we've been in desperate need for professional development. We hold it inside our boardroom. We can't even house all the principals and APs. We have to keep going out to schools and everything, so we don't have a center. So that will help us too. But it's a mutual help there, and those kind of things. And leaving our early childhood center, we can still be able to bring more kids to the schools that don't have early childhood. So it can be multiple uses of a facility for that too. So looking forward to hear what are some other potentials that we can help out in the community.
Yeah, and as you know, our commission's working on a child care initiative, so we might be
Correct.
talking to you further. And the last thing I wanted to say was, you know, as a graduate of PK Young, which is a K through 12 facility,
Right.
I certainly recognize the benefits of K through 8, and you know how much, as one of 9 kids, my mom very much appreciated us
One
all
of
going
9,
to
wow.
going to the same school. So
No, it does make a difference for parents. That's currently one of
Yeah.
the issues that we're having in Alachua, because one of the things that came up at our parent meeting there is one said, well, one gets the benefits of K-8 and then ours wouldn't. So, you know, just, it's interesting. And when you look around the state, the growing up, there's one county that now they are only building K-8s. They're not even entertaining anything else. They're growing, but that's the only ones they're doing.
Well, it does allow there to be a more neighborhood focus to schools too.
Well, it's the little kindergartners cheering for the basketball team at the middle school. There's one mascot, there's one everything. Everybody starts, ends their day. There's that cost savings and not double bus runs all over and all of those kind of things. And I did want to mention too, I know that she showed you many different school districts that are working on this. Just today, we were talking to someone at Union County, very small county, so you saw bigger counties. I want you to know, Union, right here in our state, have 3 schools, an elementary, a middle, and a high school. And tomorrow is their workshop to consolidate their elementary and their middle school. So it's not just even these big counties. That's a county with 3 schools, and they're having to consolidate. They cannot operate the schools the way they are. Not that they don't have the building, it's the cost behind it all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Alford and Commissioner Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the superintendent for making all of your staff available for this meeting. And I do want to address the elected comments. You know, there was an elected meeting, and Commissioner Wheeler went to it. The very next day, there was a county commission meeting. She raised the red alarm. She said, guys, there's an issue with everything we've been doing for the last decade. I need you all to go to the presentation. The next day, I went to Eastside. Wasn't able to give input, but that's when I became aware of this presentation. I too, like the mayor, want to thank you for listening on the Duval and the Rawlings. That is a big impact. But I am going to ask questions now about this presentation that I was given, because now's the time for me to do that. And I would hope that if you get any good information from all of these my colleagues, that you consider continuing the process, not stopping the process, but continuing the process, because it's important that we sort out what's ultimately going to happen to this community as a result of your efforts. And they affect not just the kids, they affect the entire range of our community. So I want to ask, I'll start with a couple of questions. In answering Commissioner Alford's question, you said vouchers have had a significant impact on capacity. And what you said earlier was 4 years ago there were 1,000 vouchers, and now there's 5,500 vouchers. Is that what you're talking about? 4,500 schools. Okay. How many homeschool kids, you didn't know earlier, maybe you know now, 4 years ago were there versus 2,100 now?
I don't toss out a number if we don't have it right.
Okay,
We're happy to get it to you
and
tomorrow.
I don't want to force you,
Yep, we'll
but
get it to you tomorrow.
that to me is a really important number, and here's why. What is the impact of losing kids out of the system when you close a school?
What is the impact?
What is the impact of losing kids out of the system when you close a school? Member McNeely asked this question at the meeting I attended last week, and she pleaded with you, please don't do this, because if you do this, what you're doing it for is actually going to cause it to get worse. If you take kids that are in a school like Williams or Rawlings and you say, we're closing the school, you lose kids in the system. They don't come back to public school. They go to a charter school, they go to a private school, they do a homeschool, something happens. So how many kids, in your analysis, are you anticipating losing when you close a school?
So, to be honest, we're not anticipating losing any. We're trying to be sure that the kids move on. We're offering more programs that somebody else can offer. That's why we want to have more funds available so that we can do even better and outperform so people do choose us. And so the answer is we're not counting on somebody losing
I love
anybody.
that
We're
answer.
going to try and do as best as we can. And the rest of that answer is you wouldn't know until that happens, but we're going to certainly do everything we can to keep
Okay, so
every
I
child.
love that answer because that answer says we want to put more resources around the kids that we're asking to move schools. So I love that answer.
That's the whole idea.
So let me just ask it a different way. Historically, around the state, when you close a school, how many kids do you lose out of the system?
There's no set data out there, and we could ask someone, but people don't generally close school. It is now that when people are struggling that you will find those things out.
Okay, that's a question I hope my members ask to their staff.
And
We can
again,
find that
Commissioner,
info-
just to remind you again, those homeschool kids, although the numbers go up, it's because they can pick and choose what they want to do.
Understood.
They can now take a Florida virtual class. Florida virtual is now so booming, can't even begin to tell you.
Understood. I agree with you that we are competing in a different world in the public school system.
Without a
And
doubt.
we have to make the public school system not just something that is a right, but it's something that people are choosing. And
That's
so
our whole point.
I think that the previous item that you sat through, thank you, for 2 hours, is the crux of this community's concern. And literacy is far more important than moving from 76% capacity to 78% capacity. And that, to me, is the primary thing I hope to convey to my colleagues at the school board and to the staff, is that until you can tell this community what the impact is on the literacy efforts that we just spent 2 hours talking about, by closing a school, please don't close a school. Let me go to the slides, because this is important. And let's just start with the School Planning Advisory Board slide.
What slide number is it?
School Planning Advisory Board side recommended approval on March 5th. If you put it up on the screen, we're just going to go through these.
presentation.
Yeah.
Just need to know where I'm going.
Yep, that's okay. Okay, yeah, School Planning Advisory Committee, who's made up of that committee?
So the interlocal agreement defines that process. That process is the county staff member, then every city within Alachua staff member has a rep, and then the district staff.
So there's 3 members?
As to whom?
Oh, every city.
Three.
Oh, okay, so can you tell me, you said that they recommended approval, can you tell me who was at that meeting and who did that approval? I'm just not aware, I'm just curious, because they're having, they're impacting your decision, so I want to know who made that decision, who recommended that approval.
Sure. So they're posted online, but you want me to go through it with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ivy Bell, John Alexander, Robert Thompson, Jordan Marlowe, Brandy Ullman, Amy Trask, Taylor Gilflin, Evelyn Fox, Jackie Johnson, Dr. Atria, Dr. Edwards, Debbie Terry, Kim Neal, Martha Moore, Suzanne Wynn, James Shepard, and James Kuhn.
And was that a unanimous vote?
Sorry?
Was it a unanimous vote recommending?
No. It was 13 approve, 4 disapprove.
Okay, thank you, and I'll get the details on that later. Okay, on the next slide, recommended closings. So you said Alachua, Alachua Elementary, is the recommendation still August of 2027?
As we look at moving the, combining the Irby and Alachua to Mabane and the facility improvements and construction that may be needed for that, that has now been pushed potentially to August of 2028.
Okay, and I know you said you don't want to share the capital cost, but that's a question I would have for a future meeting, is August of 2028. What about Foster? What's the timetable for Foster?
The Foster would be a closure at the end of this school year with those students being rezoned to their new schools for the start of the 26-27 school year.
Okay, in the earlier slide, you said the closure of Williams would be August of 2028. Has that changed?
That's proposed to 2028 as well.
Okay, so the only closing elementary school under the current plan would be Foster next year, and then those other three in 2028.
No, Newberry in 2027.
Correct, but Newberry is not an official closure that we are doing. That's a closure due, it's a conversion. So we're rezoning the students who are currently at Newberry Elementary. It's not necessarily a closure of that school. It's a conversion to the charter school. So that's why you don't see that indicated in the slides in that same way. Because it's a conversion, we are just rezoning the students who are currently at Newberry Elementary.
And we must, by state rules, again, have every child have a school zone, whether they choose to go to a school or not. So even though that's now a conversion charter school, so every child in that area must still have a zone with us. So if they choose not to go to the charter conversion, they have a home school to go to.
Okay, can we go to the next slide on the capacity? You said Childs is at 103, Idlewild 101, Oakview 105, Wiles 105, but you're going to handle that by looking at zoning exceptions. What does that mean? They don't get the exception if they want to go to that school anymore?
It means that we would be looking at each of those zoning exceptions. Many of those are annual. So those that are not annual, school choice rolls through the range of the school, through the grade level. So those would remain. But any of those annual exceptions would be looked at based on capacity as our policy provides.
Okay, very good. Could we go to the slide on the actual slide that showed Duval had 120 students, 408 capacity. Foster had 393, 467 capacity. Yeah, those slides right there. All right, so Duval, your current recommendation is to not close Duval and not close Rawlings. It's not a recommendation that we're then going to bring back next year. That's the recommendation. So we don't need to.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
It's not our recommendation, it's our board's recommendation. And as of their last meeting, that's where they're at. They still have a meeting. I would assume that they've stayed on that track, so
I'm
probably
not
a
going to
good
assume that. Let me
assumption
just go ahead
is-
and ask the questions then. Okay, so of the 120 students, how many are not at grade level as far as literacy?
So I'll address that. So these 120 students are all VPK, voluntary pre-K, or ESE pre-K.
Okay.
So let me just tell you about the kids that are there.
Okay.
So because I say this, Commissioner, all due respect, just so people know, there's always a toss-up argument. Should the VPK or ESE VPK kids, should they be at their home school so that mom and dad are right there and they start in at 4 or 3,
Right.
so they're already there? When they do, so often it's one class per that one whole school.
Right.
So they kind of sit a little bit isolated, but some people will say that's a better model. So what you chose to do here was years ago, they were at different schools, they pulled kids together of kids that were not having a home school that had a pre-K. But I will tell you what our results were last year. We're pretty darn proud of this, actually. So the state average for these pre-Ks that take their state test, 30% around the state have passed. Ours passed at 70%,
Awesome.
more than double. So we also think a little bit that those 8 classes at Duval also helped because they had each other, they have that camaraderie, the teachers could collaborate. So I'm very happy about, we are very happy about that, because then that's telling us they're going to start school on a different note than what our pre-Ks have started in the past.
100%.
And that's where, when you talk about literacy, early literacy, we have the 17-year-olds, but when we can get ahead of that, that's important. And that's what that data showed this year.
Okay, great.
Can I ask another question on that while we're on that topic? Just real quick?
Yep.
So why was it recommended, if you having such amazing results, and you only have 8 classes there, why was it recommended for closure instead of expansion?
So why it was recommended, because we have so many buildings that have 50%, 60%, you are then able to have taken the 120 kids and filled up another school.
But you
So
opened up more than 8 classes, you could fill that school.
What am I missing there?
If you open more than 8, could you fill that school?
But we can go to another school and open more classes. That's our point. You could keep doing it all here, but then there's not like a center out in the west side of town. So if they, right, and so wherever you put our kids, the little ones, they don't qualify for transportation, so the parents have to be able to get them there.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
And the
sorry,
reason
thanks,
it
Ken.
was also, just so you would know, where it was originally talked of going, which was Lake Forest, is because of that number, 24 kids come from Lake Forest already, 37 come from Idlewild. So there was great thought into that. If it was going to move, where would it move to still accommodate the kids that are actually in it?
Okay, Foster, same question. How many of those kids are not at the level that we need them at for literacy?
So they were just, so they dropped to a D this year. They had been C the previous year. So I can tell you the school grade.
Do we know of the 393 students, how many are not at capacity? Not at,
We'd have it in 2 seconds if that's what we had needed. Again.
I mean, I guess my question is, that school, the schools that you're planning to close, I've always made the argument that we need more resources for those folks that are going to that schools. Foster's a little different from Williams because you have a magnet in Foster. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that we just spent 2 hours, or spending countless dollars and resources on literacy. And literacy for me should be the top pillar of this whole discussion about redistricting. And without really knowing that for each of the schools and knowing how we may lose kids by going through with this, I want us to just take more time and make sure that we have a plan for those families, those parents, and those kids. And just saying, well, they go from a D to a C or a C to a D, to me isn't enough. I really think we need to take a look at the families that are being affected, and are they at grade level? Because we're going to be putting more resources into those families. We have made that decision to do that, and how does this impact them? And if you can't answer that to the community, I would ask that you maybe take another couple of weeks or a month so that we can have that community discussion. That is the crux of my issue with moving this quickly. I understand the reason. I think the bigger strategic issue, though, is we got to know, how do we compete better than charters and private schools?
Well, okay. So when you're saying you want to know about the literacy, we have full-on literacy coaches now. We've had the summer school, we have the extra, we have a whole litany of programs and what we're doing for the kids. I mean, we're happy to come back and share it with you personally, happy to share it with everybody. That's not a missing gap. It's that what we need are more hands to help with that. So we looked at Indian River, where they have a shoot for the moon. So we're going to get with you guys to say, with that whole literacy piece, they did it. They did it with real numbers, with real kids, with real SES status similar to our kids, and it can be done. They're doing it there.
Yeah, okay, very good.
It can actually be done. I came from a district where we had 3,200 migrant kids. They didn't even speak English. At least most of ours here, we speak English for the most part. It can be done. We just have to band together, work on this together, and make sure our arrows need to be lined up. I think sometimes we're still we're this arrow, you're that arrow. We're trying to work with Children's Trust. We're trying to work with literacy. That can be done. I'm going to tell you, Indian River is a great example. That's a good friend of mine, the Soup, and I said, this spring, I need to get with you. I need to have our people and our community people come visit you, or you bring a team here so we can see. They have hard-proof data. Their kids are not any different than our kids. We can have it. We did it in Collier too. I'm just saying, there's no excuse. We can't do that here. None. Zero.
Yeah, thank you. I'll stop. I see other lights, and I'll come back after public comment.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cornell. Commissioner Duncan Walker, I think. Or Commissioner Wheeler, okay.
No, of course it's me. Thank you all so much. I followed you along and poked at you all along the way too.
It's all right.
And no, I appreciate your willingness to stand there and let us do that for sure. Because one of my concerns, of course, we talked about direct instruction being the way we can actually get kids to read, and crowding or putting classrooms to their highest capacity sometimes interferes with that, and we rely then on our technical computer work, where really that one-on-one teacher thing is important.
And of course, I had the fear also, particularly in Newberry with Oakview. It's a fragile situation over there with our charter school, communities and discussions. And I would just hate to see that this, somehow conflict or heighten the movement towards charter schools in that community. So, if we could pay attention to that one. We've got growth in Alachua. We're watching all kinds of growth. I would like to know kind of what you're going to be doing with those elementary schools. If you close them down, that property, what will happen? Can we keep them viable or at least available when that population that we're looking at in Commissioner Williams' city explodes? Because High Springs and Alachua right now are looking at growth, big growth. And so I would hate to see us shut down those schools and not be able to expand them again.
So a couple of responses for you. One, you're correct about direct instruction. My concern and our concern from the district is we have focused on interventions for so long that sometimes we miss the boat about the direct instruction, which is it's at all kids. So you see that in our K-12 lift data. Sometimes in our 1s and 2s start popping, but then we've missed the top one. But the reality is that's why we put in literacy specialists this year, because it's directed for every kid should get taught at that grade level. Now, do we need to reach back and grab some of the other kids that are a little bit lower? Absolutely. But in the past, like even just last year, our coaches were intervention coaches. So what are they doing? We're waiting till they need to be intervened. We need to maximize our look and instruction there. Why we work with instructional empowerment, why we work with their rigor, having us watch our rigor walks. We're going to be bringing that to the April workshop to see the data on where are we at with rigor. We need to keep moving. Every district does, but we know exactly where we are and why we're working to improve that. So that tier 1 instruction, and right behind that is math. How many math coaches do you think we have? So that's going to be the next push. It's literacy is with you, Commissioner, 1,000%. Literacy is it, but right behind that is math. That drives half of.
Great Leaps also has a math program.
Well, that's the point. It all is, so we need to amp that up with math also. And then your last question. We never change our class sizes, though. It's still 18 for that K, and then 22. And then what happens is at the schools that have more students that have greater needs, they're also our Title I schools, so they do receive additional support. But it's aligning that support. Every school now, it doesn't just, I want to do this. No, we're lined up, we're moving together collectively.
Okay, thank you. And
I'm sorry, I'm going to address your growth question,
yes,
because you
yes.
did
Oh,
ask
yes,
about
that's
the growth
okay.
in those communities, especially looking, you specified the Alachua and High Springs areas. We have definitely taken that into account. We've looked at all of the approved building coming up, all of those sorts of things. And as we're looking at the facility improvements capital plans for, say, the Mabane K-8, and I'll just use that one as the example, as we look at that design for that pre-K-8, we would also be looking at that as to how, if and when future growth is needed, making sure that that design can accommodate additional growth to that design. So whether that's making sure we have the land for another classroom building, or whether it's looking at how we can expand if needed as growth comes. We have looked at that. We've talked about, the 1,000 to 1,200 students now that might potentially be 1,600 students in a few years.
Okay.
And we know that population, as houses come, students matriculate. So that's another thing that we're trying to take into account is the current students we're accounting for are in our schools now. As these new housing developments come in, those are going to matriculate out. And then we're also using our student generation factors that come into play. And so some of those, when we hear a 400 unit, housing development might generate a very small number of students. It sounds like a very large number coming in, but when you use that student generation formula that goes to that, it's a smaller number of student generation that comes from even larger housing developments.
So to that end, the Alachua, we're already counting in for 400 extra spaces.
Okay.
Because we have those concurrency counts that we know. But want to just piggyback because it's not always your lane, so we like to help share information. So for example, you have 10 projects here in Gainesville, right? Of the 10, one would be for student housing, so that would not generate any. But all the rest total equal 41 elementary kids, 21 middle schools, 21 high school kids. All of the other 9 projects combined. You had a project that was, which just say your university was multi-family homes, if it was the 648, that would still generate 41 elementary, 21 middles, 21 high schools. A smaller one, 30 single-family homes, generates 4 elementaries, 2 middle, 2 high school. So I say those numbers because a lot of people are always a little surprised that there's these big numbers, but they don't actually generate as many kids. Add to it what you saw, a lower declining birth rate, so we don't have as many kindergartners. Add to it, those kids are going to, some will probably choose a charter, some will probably choose vouchers, some will probably choose homeschool and pick, I just want to take 1 or 2 classes. So even those numbers I just read you, they're not hard numbers because what you said, education is greatly changing, and that normal kids, when 5-10 years ago we built this is how many kids you count on. We're not even going to count on all those, although we are putting them into our counts, but we're also keenly aware that they may not all surface. And also, whenever any housing project is done, they don't all show up on one day. These first 15 homes are built, then the next year there's another 25 homes that are built. So we also get those, but that again is in our generated numbers, and know that we're not going to get the all, and just to go back to your big number of 681, if you have 41 elementary kids all show up, not choose charter, they're not coming to one school. They're still going to 3 different elementary schools. So those numbers keep separating out, but we're keenly aware of what those numbers are.
Okay, good answer. Two more.
Good answer. It's a truthful answer.
2 more questions, real quickly. I'm also concerned about teachers and staff that are going to be cut from their schools. You will accommodate all of those people?
So kind of keep in mind a basic general rule. If 50 kids go out to this school, so do the teachers follow the kids. We don't just get rid of the teachers, we need the teachers for those kids. So as a whole, that's why that 1.1 million of a closed school, we don't even put any kind of instructional staff in that number, because for the most part, they will follow. The only ones that may not, a media specialist, but that's still not in that number. Those are true numbers, and then once we blend kids, they might qualify for an extra PE teacher, they may not, so we'll work all that out, and we always have a position for teachers.
Maintenance and cafeteria, those kinds of folks too.
Custodians.
That's, yes, this is.
The front office manager, because
Right.
remember too, we're a pretty large employer, so there are always retirements that happen, spouses move, someone gets promoted, so we cut 20 million out of our budget last year. Like less than 15 people did we let go, and most we got to hire back.
So one last question then. The sites that are going to be closed, have you got an example? Because I'm looking at places like the Civica Center. It's a big compound out there. It's not being.
So you're talking auxiliary centers?
Yeah, whatever it is you all are talking about, sites, support facilities.
Right.
Sites.
So what that will depend on for us is just like when we started out, okay, Duval was going to close, so now it's not. So now we have a plan what we can do there.
Right.
So when our board finishes wherever they want to stop, then we'll look at our auxiliary centers and make sure that we fill up those. So again, too, we're not sitting here operating buildings when they have space within. Exactly.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, if you all were talking about moving some of those offices
Absolutely.
that were in a place like that big facility.
We have transportation, we have a lot of different people spread all out that we can shift.
Okay, so you guys are looking at all that as you talk about this
Absolutely, it's
plan
not
going
on the
forward.
backs of the schools is what I say, it's on the backs of a district looking to save money to put more resources in for kids.
Okay.
And back to the commissioners not having an exact number, but just remember too, we have that rough idea of where that is, how much it costs, how much it's gonna cost us for certain schools to maintain them where it's easier to move more in. We were gonna drop millions into that, now we don't need to, we can put that into a new facility that will then last. And then what we know will happen, KAs are very popular, they'll become the most requested schools. It's just what happens.
Gotcha. Well, I think marketing is important,
Without a
get
doubt.
these programs in there, and we just need to sell ourselves out there to try to
And-
bring
and
these kids
two,
back into the schools.
We have to do another look at our programming. We bus a lot of kids because we have standalone programs. More programs should be in more places, so you're not busing kids. Kids need more CTE, career technical education programs. Not every kid's going to college. We don't need them. We need them to have those technical skills where they need careers, not jobs. Nothing wrong with the publics, but we want you to have a career. So be a phlebotomist, and then that medical, the whole tentacles open up to you with the whole thing. So we need more of those programs. That's why we're very excited about. And then geographically isolated places like Hawthorne. Many of you are on the county here. They need to have more CTE programs right at their school, not get on a bus and ride all the way into town or all the way out to another school. We need to make these things available, and we will.
We need art at Mabane. Saying. No, I'm very familiar with Alachua and Irby and Mabane. I have children who've gone through all three of those schools there, so I've been watching it closely. So thank you.
Well,
Thank
a
you.
mom said to me, rightly so, you realize I'd try and figure out when's open house for this one, when's open house for that, which principal are you talking about, which mascot are you talking about? So she's very happy at that thought, that that's one thing and she can serve her kids better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. So just for everybody's information, we have 4 speakers in the queue up here. After that, we'll go to the currently 9 speakers signed up for public comment, and then we'll come back up here for any further thoughts. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did attend the elected on behalf of, since there's one from each city. I tried to also alert my colleagues kind of what was there, particularly get them pointed towards, at that time you had your presentation on the website and the maps, interactive maps. I don't know if which version of the presentation is up now. And I don't know that I fully understood at the time that the Williams and Lincoln, I think because it's Williams/Lincoln, does that mean both buildings stay open? But now I'm hearing more that it would be consolidated into the Lincoln site.
Yeah. But remembering that the elementary is standalone.
It is standalone within.
It's a standalone within the Williams.
The southern
Lincoln,
portion of that
right.
whole complex. And so I think one thing is this isn't happening in a vacuum. The reading gap that we just talked about, that achievement gap, I think there's some anxiety. You can hear it, you can feel it. But I also hear that you're trying to save some money so that you can have more resources.
Correct.
So that's good to hear.
Keep mentioning math coaches too,
Yes,
right?
and that's coming too.
You don't even hear anybody talking it.
And I know that the demographics are hard to get around. People like to think we're some big, fast-growing county. You have served in a county that was fast-growing. We're not that fast of a growing county. It is not 1% is nothing compared to some of the other counties in Florida or Texas or Georgia. And then on top of that, the people who move here are not even the same type of people who move to Polk County or Lee or Charlotte. It is not the same demographic who have 2.4 kids who are ready to go through this system. So I'm glad you've looked at some of the demographics because it's tough. I will say that at the previous meeting, and I mentioned it, keeping Rawlings, I know you probably can't save every single school, but at least saving one of those, I think is so important because of the county's affordable housing funds that were spent right across the street, right across Northeast 15th. We have a beautiful park on 31st, Unity Park, which is just around the corner from Rawlings, and we're building a multi-use trail on Northeast 31st Ave. We are spending, both county commission, city commission, spending money in that neighborhood because that's between that school, a park in the neighborhood. It really is the center of a chunk of the Northeast. So I think that's important. I know you have far bigger decisions, and I understand. I think what you're trying to do, it's going to hurt a lot of families no matter what. But just to end, and you'll hear some of this from my colleagues and people in the public. But I will say I am here to criticize legislation in the legislature. So I just want it to be said that public schools should be public. Every single tax dollar should be at the express control of our locally elected officials, and that the Florida legislature clearly wants public education to be destroyed because they know on the other end of all of this, some students will be just fine. They will be just fine. But they also know that on the other end that some students won't be fine. This is just a whole-scale abandonment of the idea that all children deserve a high-quality public education, and that it takes more resources to our least fortunate students to get them to there, to get that equitable. And this is just a wholesale abandonment of that. They know. They know. And they've looked at the equation, and they know that on the other end of this, the right students are going to be just fine, and those other students, are at the mercies of basically the market. They know that a true equitable public education has been the most radically successful institution in this country, in Florida, to make us a more equal, equitable, egalitarian, and educated society. They know full well what they're doing, and I'm so sorry that our school board and our superintendents across the state have to deal with the aftermath of this, and we don't have enough money to fill in everything that's being lost. But we're trying to be somewhat of a partner. If there's something we can do at a specific site, specific transportation, some of that wraparound services with literacy, I'm willing to try to help, but we don't have enough money. I mean, the county might, I don't know, but the city does not have millions and millions, to wrap around. We are in a similar situation where, just like the school board, we have some money that's, hey, we've got some great capital dollars for parks, but keeping everything going, it is rough. It is very rough. So thank you for all your work on this, but this is still real scary to a lot of people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Prizia? I think.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say in some ways I agree with you. I definitely, our legislature is in the process of gutting our public education system, which is one of the most successful and most important structures we have in a democratic society for providing a means of equitable opportunity. But I will say that our school has a deplorable record of teaching our kids to read. And that's like a core function. And I know you're working on it. And I applaud you, your leadership. And as a superintendent has shown me that there is hope yet. So I applaud you putting in literacy coaches.
district permanently.
I applaud you accepting a curriculum with fidelity and requiring implementation. I'm excited to see the opportunities, and I hope that you can help us understand how we can guide our comprehensive literacy program to better wrap its arms around how we can support and do what was done in Indian River, what's done in Pinellas, what's being done in other places. Because that's, we've got, like you said, we've got the interventions that are wrapping around, and we're happy to keep pouring money into that because it is still important and going to be needed no matter what. But we also need to think about this core piece. And I think while we're having those challenges, they're afraid to put their kids in the schools because they're seeing the results, and they're fleeing. And so to that end, I guess I was a little surprised by this process as well. I think maybe it's my own fault for not paying closer attention, perhaps. But I guess I thought there'd be the public input phase, then there'd be a conversation with the board phase, then there'd be a come back out with the plan phase, and a presentation to the other boards who are going to be massively impacted by the decisions you're making, and deliberation and dialogue phase. And then there'd be your board taking that information and ultimately making decisions phase. And it feels like that step kind of got missed. Like that elected officials meeting, when we got asked to send one person from our board, I thought it was just for them to like gather some information about what was happening and when we were going to be presented to and what the basics of the plan were, so that not that was it, And so I guess it's just, I agree with Tina, like ultimately this is your responsibility and it's your decision, but it will impact our communities in massive ways, in the ways that people decide to relocate, in where people decide to build houses. And one of our fastest growing communities, I mean, you guys said it yourself, everyone's moving west and north, west and north, west and north. And one of our fastest growing cities in the county has 2 schools proposed for closure. That really concerns me. And I understand they're not growing super fast from the perspective of you see the housing starts on the ground, but you talk to their commissioners about the number of people having conversations with their growth management, about the number of pre-app meetings that they're having, about the developments we're having to fight because they're putting them in inappropriate places that impact our water quality. And you will know that High Springs and Alachua are growing.
Yep.
And they're growing fast. And so, closing 2 schools there is very concerning to me. I understand that you're talking about building this school to maybe take on that capacity, but then the question is, what is the real savings then? Because if construction costs have more than doubled, and you'd have to build basically a new school on that site, you're probably talking at $30 million to build that new school that's going to accommodate
So you're
this.
very close to that number.
Yeah, exactly. So you
But
built
that's
3 schools,
that's
30, 60,
okay.
90 million, you've just
But if you
absorbed.
look at what it's going to cost us to, the school that, how old is the, One's 30 years older than the other to begin with. So what we're doing is instead of putting money into maintenance of 2 schools that you limp along, instead, don't put that money in there, build that whole new elementary and then fix up the other part of Mabane Middle School. So you have 2, now you have a state of the art, and we've accounted for 400 seats. So if in 5 years from now, that number doubles, they're on 39 acres, which means we can easily put another building on there, because some of this is the old schools that people move here and they look at older schools too. So when we can get state-of-the-art schools for people for the same basic washed out costs of the facilities, but yet we're saving operating dollars because it's cheaper to operate 1 elementary building than 2 custodians, 2 head custodians, 2 lead custodians, 2 office staffs, 2 sets of administrators, and it's 1 for 3. There's a tremendous savings that dumps into the programming for kids, not just the buildings. So it is hard, I get it. It's a little hard to envision it, but we would want, and I'm going to drop one number, and some of the board members might get mad at me, but they can get mad at me. So let's just use right here. The Lincoln conversion, someone just talked about Lincoln in the bad state it was in the other day publicly, because it's true. There's no question. But elementary, K-5, separate building, new state-of-the-art, fixing up their complete renovations, $96 million. So I'm not sure why we would, and to your point, Commissioner, you don't know that number. So that number will be out tomorrow, each of those. Basically, you're not far off from the elementary building, but to keep fixing up things versus putting in new is a total different ballgame.
And I totally get that.
And then you're going to have people wanting to move here because of those buildings and on top of the resources, having done a better job educating the kids with more programs. It's kind of trying to just look a little bit long picture, not too short picture, but it's hard. I get it. It's very hard.
It's not hard. It's just that I think that what would have been helpful is more analysis of some of that information, like a little bit more of like, here's some projections of what happens if 10% of those kids end up in charter schools and homeschool. If we lose 20% of kids, if we lose 10% of kids, if we gain 10% of kids, so that we could see you thinking that long-term scenarios and playing them out for us and showing how this new way that you're reorganizing our schools would respond to that growth or that shrinking, and what that means in terms of population at those schools, ability to do programming at those schools. Like that for me is where the rubber hits the road. And I feel like our growth management staff have a lot of data from Bieber and that whole GRU study. We have like our urban services boundary studies that we've just done about population growth. Like we have a lot of resources that we could bring to the table to help do some of those analysis. You all know more about how the kids move around in schools and what's happening with school closures around the state and how that's impacting. But I think putting your people's minds and our people's minds together, we would have a better sense of telling the story about this, what it looks like for our community, and helping people, especially our communities that are growing faster and in our unincorporated area where they're relying on those schools in the cities, essentially, right, throughout, to understand how are they going to continue to be served by this system. Because now I'm getting all the panicked calls, right? Where am I going to go to school? What is this going to look like? Are my kids going to be in a huge classroom? Is this going to be overcrowded? Like, what's the schools going to look like? And frankly, when I tried to go on the website to like gather some of that information to like calm down the fears, I couldn't quite get there with the information that I had at my fingertips. So to Ken's point, I applaud your efforts. I know we need rezoning. We've needed it since I got on the dais. I remember we had this conversation about rezoning years ago. And in that time, we were allowed to talk about equity, and we were allowed to talk about diversity, and we were allowed to talk about the achievement gaps, and we were allowed to have that be the core focus of why we were doing this work. I still think it should be a core point that we're thinking about when we're doing this work, but I do think that analysis
and add in
piece,
legislation, because the whole co-location,
anyway,
not on anybody's radar until August of this past year.
Yeah, and that's going
to go
crazy.
Like that.
But I guess to put a few couple, like, because to Ken's point, I'm not sure that this isn't inevitable, but assuming that there's a chance to sort of pump the brakes a little bit, just enough time to get some of that analysis done so we can get some of that information, I'd love it. But if we can, I do have a few questions.
you mentioned one school and one time and making life so much easier for families. But, one of the things that we found is the research actually shows that like little kids wake up earlier and need things earlier, and older kids need to sleep more and need later starts. And so having them all start at the same time is not the best for our kids. And secondarily, I guess the question in there is, have you thought about that piece of it, and also that amount of people on the roads going to single places and the traffic patterns and the buses? Because I know part of the reason you have staggered times is because you don't have quite enough buses to get all the kids to one place at one time. So how would you?
That's because they're at 3 different levels. If they're at two at one level instead of 2, that helps us, obviously.
So you've done that analysis
Yes.
of you would have enough buses to accommodate these schools and that. And the timing question about staggered times for traffic purposes and or for like
So I would
learning?
just encourage, so we have a K-8 now. People might forget. High Springs has been operating as a K-8 for a long time. We have Hawthorne that's a 612 that's been operating with the kids on the same buses, the elementary, the middles at High Spring, the middle school with the high schoolers. Now, you've been doing it historically for a long time, so it's not any different. And again, there are a lot of districts well, not a lot, but numerous that have K-8s, but then now that are only doing it because they see those benefits. And again, remember, it's also, it keeps coming back to operating dollars also, because that's how you can keep putting in more programming, more CTE programs, more early literacy programs, all these things, that.
I guess.
When you hear people,
to that
we
end-
need them in the mornings to help us
So to
out.
that end, you'd close these schools. They would no longer have the operating costs of all the staffing. But you just said you weren't planning to lay off a bunch of staff, so you're going to move those staff. So the operating costs really are just the.
No, let me just run through it. So when I'm talking operating costs, I'm saying that these would be kind of like the fixed operating costs. We do then no longer have a principal and assistant principal. You no longer have the office manager per se, the data clerk person, the head custodian, the lead custodian, and those kind of fixed no matter what. Not the teachers, the other one. But we also right now sit with 20 custodial openings. So we always have a spot for the folks. Even our principals, last year, people don't quite realize this, we have 5 brand new principals this year, just through different ways. People moved, attritions, this, that, the other. We're only potentially looking at 1 for next year. So that would normally happen. So even though it might sound, that normally happens when you have a large amount of employees. It happens at the beginning of the year when we balance the kids out in October. We get our finalized counts from the state. So Kim started at this school here. They ended up having 50 less kids. So she and I are going to 2 other elementary schools that gain kids. So we're used to that. After school opens, we move people. So we're also know how to move people as we go along.
Okay. Well, I'll wrap up. I guess the data analysis piece would be helpful.
Okay.
Being able to tell these stories a little better and look at the growth and development impacts on the decisions you're making. And I'll just echo what Commissioner Willett said in that, closing these schools has unintended consequences for the neighborhoods that surround them, because those are large chunks of land. And so I hope that the next phase of this will get a better chance to have a dialogue about what happens with the properties that you still own, but you close.
And it will. We have our beginning list and we'll put it out there.
Well, I'm asking you
Yes.
now that
Yes.
you have a deliberate conversation with the county commission
Yep.
about those properties and what happens with them, so that we could weigh in and look at opportunities for housing, for community resource centers, for other things that we desperately need in our communities before they get sold to the highest bidder. Thank you.
You've got it.
Thank you, Commissioner Prizia and Commissioner Duncan Walker. Is that right? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Dr. Patton, for your stamina.
I know. He's trying.
Absolutely.
is try and
and to the entire staff, and thank you for all the school board members that have been able to join us today. It is not lost on me how heavy this conversation is. I heard our colleague Tina Certain say that she thought we were going to beat up on you as she was leaving. I hope you don't feel that, but I do hope that you feel the great passion that exists from
So
all
I get
who are
passionate.
part-
That's what the word is. It's passion.
Absolutely.
We're passionate too about things, so.
Absolutely. It's
And
passion,
as
it's
you mentioned,
sincerity.
it's not personal, Mayor.
For sure.
They're business. We got to
I
try
think
and
most
get
of all, what you have heard, Dr. Patton, is a sincere desire from all of us to work with you. Fully understand that this is your responsibility, but yes, the impacts will be hugely felt across all of these dioceses. And so that's why you hear all of the conversation that you hear now. We thank you for your willingness to listen. I want to just take a moment to highlight the fact that also out of that deep passion came a number of conversations out of the community as well. And so while you listed a number of your community engagement sessions that took place, I had the opportunity to sit on a panel within the last couple of weeks at the Alachua County Library. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the Democratic Black Caucus along with another organization that supported that or that presented that conversation that night. And Dr. Rockwell was a part of that conversation, as well as a number of other individuals, excuse me. And I really appreciated that conversation because it was one of the few opportunities where we've had a chance to hear directly from a board member. And I really wanted to thank her for that ability to express her thoughts and field questions from the public. I did also want to say thank you for bringing forward some of the information that you brought forward about Duval in terms of the numbers. I had a chance to visit Duval probably about 3 weeks ago. And I think it's important for us to know much more than the fact that it is a VPK center. It is a VPK and ESE VPK center that is thriving. I had the opportunity to sit with some staff, and I saw some incredible numbers. And I want to thank you and tout you and the school board and the teachers and the principal at Duval for doing what is absolutely remarkable and what I feel like we don't hear enough of. The good stuff. That's awesome. I can't quote the numbers right off. I had them, but I don't have them at my disposal at the dais right now. But what I can say, and I know you will be able to reiterate, is that not just the students improved exponentially and rivaled their fellow students at Terwilliger, but the teachers also who
Because they're all together.
Absolutely, they improved as well. One of the things that I noticed was an amazing morale amongst the teachers at Duval, and that's important in any setting. But the teachers at Duval do collaborate. You mentioned that, Dr. Patton. One of the reasons why they wanted to stay there and not move over to Lake Forest was because they had that collaborative ability. The way that that school is set up, the way that they are arranged so far, allows them a level of collaborative effort amongst each other where they're able to not just share resources, but they're able to teach amongst the different classrooms. The ergonomic setup of the classrooms themselves. One of the deep concerns was these children would have to be moved into portables at Lake Forest, and that because of the needs of many of them, that was not going to suit or be best suited for their learning needs. And so I am saying thank you, thank you, thank you for keeping Duval open. I believe that it still presents an enormous opportunity for us to speak about ways that we can expand it. I believe it's doable, but I think with the opportunity for you to speak with those of us who are your friends, who really do want to help, that we may be able to chart out a very good path forward where we can address the literacy concerns, where we can address a number of other concerns right there in that very facility. So thank you for that. I also appreciated your statement about saying that you wanted to be a good neighbor. You wanted to be a good partner, and you mentioned Citizens Field. Thank you very much for that, because that's what this is all about. In my mind, this is about how we can collaborate and work together.
40 years
Absolutely.
partnership.
And what I'm hoping is that later on down the line, that spirit of collaboration, that spirit of partnership will continue, because I certainly don't want us to be back here again. Whatever the unifying piece is, I want us to find it and I want us to solidify it. I want us to lean in on that because it's critical. The school board may be responsible for educating the children, but what happens with the school board and with the schools involves every last one of us. And so how we engage, how we come together, whether it's on a quarterly basis, whether it's on a biannual, I don't know how often it is that we need to meet. But I would like to not have to call these meetings. I would like for us to have a standing meeting where we come together, we share what's going on, where we're able to wave a flag well in advance and say, hey, we need help. I'll tell you, I thought of a movie that I love. I was a big fan of Lord of the Rings. Big fan. And it may have been the Fellowship of the Rings, where when one of the kingdoms was in trouble, all of the kingdoms had kind of been operating in silos, but there came a point where one of the kingdoms was in trouble. And you notice where all of them decided that they were going to work together. And each one of those kingdoms ran out and they lit a fire that the next kingdom over, many, many miles away, could see the fire. And each one of them were notified. That was a signal that, hey, this particular kingdom needs help. Light the fire well in advance. Bring us to the table so we can be a part of the solution. We are your partners. I do want to mention that I got several phone calls about the meeting that was called. I believe it may not have been the meeting with elected officials, but was there another meeting that was held with some city officials from different locations where there was a vote that was taken?
Probably the SPAC. What Commissioner was
That was the
asking about.
advisory
Yes.
council. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Patton, I did get a few phone calls from people who were concerned about that meeting. Some folks were concerned that the representation was not what they felt it should be, but they were definitely blindsided by the idea that a vote would be taken that day. So I just want to kind of keep that in our thought process as we convene individuals moving forward, that they are very much aware about why they're being called and what they should expect. Obviously, I did not know how to weigh in on that, and it's not really my place to weigh in on that because it wasn't my meeting. But I do feel like it is important for you to know that there's that level of concern that existed because obviously they feel as though the vote will have an impact that they don't necessarily believe is fair. I don't know what the results of that vote, how that will be brought to bear. But how does that impact?
So what
any
happens,
decisions?
and it's an interlocal agreement that's been in place for many, 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 many years. The last iteration of it was 2017, I believe. So it's all spelled out in there. And so what it is, as I've learned, is a staff member from each to make a recommendation or not make a recommendation that only goes to the superintendent. But of course, the superintendent is not going to not share it with our board members. So it's not necessarily a recommendation to the board, but it's another piece of information for them.
Sure.
Is how we kind of look at that, you know. And so believe me, it generated a lot of conversation. I'm a pretty transparent person, I think many of you know. I was a little surprised to see that because in reality, one of the comments, not talking about who, but one of the comments was, well, I feel very uncomfortable saying yes or no to close a school in somebody else's neighborhood. Well, that's how the interlocal's set up. So if we don't like it, maybe it's something like that. We ought to all go back and look because we certainly would like to kind of relook at that again just because it did. It also made some people uncomfortable. And then some others like, well, you know, something needs to happen. So yeah, so just kind of all over the board, but it addressed some of our concerns too to say it's an interesting process. So out of bed or things that you can always improve. So that's what we want to improve coming out of there.
Absolutely.
Even having those groups meet a little more often, completely getting we are not in your lane of where you choose for growth, who you choose to give incentives to, all of that. But happy to be along there anyways, you know, just because I think it probably looks better for the community to get those meetings. So that's our commitment, is to move forward to getting that group together a couple times a year when it's not always just on rezoning. I think that's kind of the, I don't want to say missing piece, saying that that's so it's never about going backwards, it's about going forward because you can't change the past. But we can start, even next year, whatever happens this year, start having those meetings twice a year and get that same group, you know, back in together and just to keep discussing what's happening in each of the neighborhoods and try and encourage the folks that don't come from some of the more rural places. Maybe you could join us virtually or something, you know, so
Mind if I hop in on that? real
Go
quick? Can I
ahead,
just
go
say
ahead.
that if that's the case too, it would also be helpful if maybe there's a meeting where they get the information, because some of them are staff members, and then they're able
They're
to,
all staff members.
and then they're able
Yeah.
to bring that back to our leadership or our board to say, here's what we heard, and we're going to represent you now in a vote like in a month. And like we'll carry if that's what they're actually doing,
Yeah,
or if
and-
you're just using their expertise.
And I feel
don't
bad.
know
I
what
take
their
onus
role
on
is,
things. I'm
but-
not someone that passes the buck. So when we had the elected officials, we made sure to send notices to everybody, every elected official, everyone, council people, all the different cities. But also we have a staff meeting before that elected official. So you had your staff members there that we went through the same thing. And it was my understanding that your staff historically comes to that meeting 3-4 days in advance to go back and prep the staff, prep you all as to what's happening. That's why we were a little surprised, to be honest, we didn't see more people at the elected official meeting. Because we kind of thought all the staffs knew, so we kind of thought they would be like, hey, more than just me come, but that's what we've historically done. So they didn't do something different. So that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
But I do want you to know that that is how it's been handled in the past. But my recommendation moving on in the future is that we just kind of do that a little bit differently, because yes, you had staff there and maybe that message didn't get carried on, it seemed, but it wasn't that it wasn't in line to have been carried on.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Definitely, Dr. Patton. I certainly would have been there. Absolutely, you're welcome. Just one more thing, I believe. So, obviously, one of the main themes that we've discussed here tonight is how all of this is actually interwoven. And when I think about one of my major concerns, outside of what admittedly is a very emotional response, that frankly...
It's people's kids. If they're not
Absolutely.
emotional about that, we have a problem.
Well, yeah, people's kids, but then also a community in East Gainesville that is emotional about the fact that it's a common saying that the East is the least, meaning the fact that for so long, the level of disinvestment has been heartfelt. So the idea that schools would be closed, it's been a very, very tough pill to swallow. Thank you for a revised plan. I want to share this with you. As a commissioner, one of the things that was going through my mind was, oh my goodness, the $9 million that the city of Gainesville pledged to affordable housing in East Gainesville specifically just a few years ago. The E. Hetty project that is designed specifically to address economic development in East Gainesville. Our colleagues here who have put forward millions of dollars from the county side to invest in the Legacy project over on 15th Street. The Gainesville Housing Authority, who has a choice grant that's up now, where several different communities stand the chance to receive funding or are going to receive funding to improve low-income housing, and all of the incentives that the city is trying to move forward through GCRA to fund and support infill housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. OMG, how have we spent the people's money? If the schools go away, and now no one wants to move to East Gainesville because your kids won't have anywhere to go to school. So you hear a big thank you from me for your ability to pivot, because that to me is what we as leaders ought always be able to do. It demonstrates to me an ability to listen.
That's the word I just wrote down. I didn't have a camera on my paper.
Absolutely. We don't always get it right. But one of the things that we must always do is we must always listen.
Great.
Thank you for that, Dr. Patton. Thank you for that to the school board, to your staff, et cetera. I hope that we will continue in that theme to listen to the people, to listen to each other. And I look forward to charting even more pathways forward to continue to make our schools and our entire community as a whole a place where we all want to live. Economic development, of course, has always been an issue of the East. How could I miss the 2.5 each that each one of these commissions put forward for the East Side Medical Center?
That's a big list.
Thank you. I mean, I could go on and on and on. You know, so at the end of the day, the conversation has to continue because we do somewhat operate in silos. You know, I heard it said a little bit earlier today, you all have your business you do, but all of our business impacts each other. So let's keep the conversation open and going. Thank you for your ability
Just
to listen and to
two
pivot.
quick comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Duval.
Yes.
So how we were able to do Duval from the teacher point is because we have the ESC and VPK. Otherwise, VPK is only funded a half a day.
Absolutely, I heard
So
that.
it hurt our kids. So the school district, before I got here, they did a great job of pairing those kids. And not only that, it helps them to learn each other when you have ESC kids along with mainstream
Absolutely.
kids. To be honest, every kid wins there. So that kind of washes out. So the operating cost there is just like the principal, the custodian, but that's the cost we're willing to kind of do it. But just so you know, we have still 3 more classrooms that already have the little bathrooms. And this summer, we're going to try and convert a couple more because we need everybody's push to get that school filled up with more kids from the area. So
Sure. Well,
that's
we can
one.
help you.
Yep, that's what I think. And then the housing, I didn't know about the housing. I was talking to a gentleman at an event. I said, how come we're not on your housing authority? We certainly have the same problem. So instantly he put a person from our school system that's now on that housing authority. So
Excellent.
we're very happy. So at least, because we have a lot of people that have housing issues too, like everybody, it's generally. So
Absolutely.
thrilled to be part of that. There's no question. But I hope the biggest thing is that people get a couple of things out of this. One is that nothing was set. I cannot tell you how many times we stand here. You already predetermined everything. I'm hoping that this shows nothing's predetermined because of the listening component. It has changed. Hoping that you'll be able to take away too to see that those 2 slides that we had that of $196 million. Where's that? Sorry. That you're able to hopefully articulate and let people know. Hold on. There we go. So 195, right? So go back 2 slides. So 195, 143 was spent just in Gainesville here. That's disproportionate to the whole county. The county's number sits right here at about 54. So hopefully they see our commitment to Gainesville, to what you were saying and everything like that. That's the hope. I mean, because those numbers are true numbers. So hopefully people will see that this board doesn't just say they want to put they did, so proud of them, for the work that was done way before I got here. Anyway, thank you.
Absolutely.
I think you have a couple more.
I'm just about to wrap up.
We have a lot
One
more,
final
yeah.
comment. One final comment.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Dr. Patton just mentioned something that I wanted to just kind of reiterate. In terms of the housing authority, I would love to see a member of the school board sit on the housing authority. And so the next time, I don't know, it's an application process. I don't know if there is any latitude, Mr. Mayor, for us to kind of reserve or carve out a space for them, but just whether there is or whether there isn't. I think that that's a very important statement, and I certainly would hope that we'd be able to make that kind of space when that decision comes forward.
Thank you, Commissioner
Yes,
Dunbar.
sir. I conclude.
Okay, thank you. We are, I promise you, getting very close to being able to take public comment. We have 3 elected officials to speak, and then we will get to that. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good to see you. I had the opportunity to attend the public engagement session. I think I saw you there at Eastside with the 100 Black women. The 100 Black women made a commitment to attend all of the public engagement sessions. And then I attended the town hall sponsored by the NAACP and the Visionaires. So very good. I appreciated that. Have you shared what will happen to the facilities that are left vacant?
No, so that's what we were saying a little bit ago, that what we want to do is whatever the board, because we don't know what their final outcome is of any of the things. So once they do, then we will get with people and let them know these are, people will know that. And then we'd like to start hearing what do people have any thoughts, needs, whatever it is. So we don't want to put the cart before the horse, because let's just use Duval. Here we would have said, okay, here's a empty school, but yet we're going to keep it open. So not until that process ends do we know which buildings they are. And then from there, too, we also want to be sure our auxiliary campuses also help with this whole idea of filling up schools, too, to keep our numbers as close to not having outsiders be co-locating with us. Is that a nice way to say that?
That's a very nice way to say it. And I appreciate
Come on.
that because that was my next question. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Let me address a few things, and then Chair Cornell has a couple things. And before we do that, Commissioner Buck, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to wait till the public engagement, sir. That's
Okay. All right. All right. So I got to tell you, I don't know how in the world cities like Jacksonville manage 19 elected officials speaking at every meeting, because managing 11 has been a challenge.
I was going to say, I think you're doing quite well, personally.
So I want to address a few things. First of all, and I'll try to keep them as brief as possible. The staff meeting followed by the elected officials meeting, I don't think, matter of fact, I know that we did not understand the full import of what those meetings were and what they were going to address. When staff meets as a group and the advisory committee that met, there was absolutely not time for them to effectively meet with the entire Gainesville City Commission. It was 3 or 4 days. That isn't possible. Following that, the elected officials meeting, when we have had those in the past, we understood those to be, you needed a representative from each of the cities and the county, not as, hey, all the elected officials show up. And if we did that, I don't think it would have met sunshine muster either. Because we would have, as you see, there's no way we could all have said, okay, you speak for us. We would have all had to speak, and then we would have broken all kinds of sunshine laws. So
we learn, Mayor, because that's how it's been done in the past. So what we are going to have to learn to adjust is either have those staff meetings way sooner, or make sure that everybody understands more completely. Don't have you be the turnkey agent, whoever the staff member is, but let's be sure we get you what that is too. That's what again, move forward better than where we were.
Well, and the reasoning is there's no precedent for this. We've never had a 2 or 3 month process like this where we were going to talk about closing a whole bunch of schools inside the city. So there wasn't a precedent for this. So now,
well, there is. Hopefully we don't do it again.
Yeah.
It's like our $20 million swipe last year. We're gonna have to do that again this year.
So moving on to another category.
Okay.
I want to talk about growth. I don't know, so let me ask you: did you all in your growth planning? This is not on the books. There's no petition for platting the subdivisions or any permitting or anything like that. So you may not be aware. Did you take into account things like the potential of 8,000 homes in the Weyerhaeuser property north of Gainesville?
So
I don't know.
Yeah. So the way I understand it to be, you want to go, Kim?
I was gonna say we can always take into account what we don't have.
Yeah. Well.
But
it's not about knowing about it. It has to be at a certain place that it's approved, it's on your books, and then we plan for it. And then and I think the other hopeful learning lesson that we've all collectively learned too, including the school board, don't wait 30 years to do things. That's why we're in the position we're in. Because just say whatever happens now, when those 8,000 are on the book, we should be rezoning right at that point.
Yes.
Not waiting for the 8,000, then another 2 here. It says they come on. We, the school board, should be doing those spot rezones that's important to that area. But that's why too, again, when we know where your rough things are, like the Alachua area, that's why we're sitting on 39 acres. So we can make any adjustment that's needed out there. We have 400 built in. But if they need to build another whole 2-story building, we have the room to build it.
Okay, so the Weyerhaeuser Group is the biggest chunk of land in the city of Gainesville that is going to be built out. It's just a question of when is the next boom. There will be another boom. And when it happens, after 10 years of discussion, the city of Gainesville came up with an agreement with Weyerhaeuser that makes it possible to build 8,000 homes on either side of 121 north and east of 441. That's a thing we did about 4 years ago. So that's in the books. It's knowable. We've also, the county has had, has approved building down Hawthorne Road. The city of Gainesville, at least 2 or 3 commissioners, I think. I know I have had conversations with a property owner who owns 150 acres at Southeast 43rd Street and University Avenue that is very interested in building. They know that they can't build on all of that. It's going to be more like 50 buildable acres. That's a lot of new homes that are rolling, that are coming. Those things are happening, and I'll shift into the next item here, because of as Commissioner Duncan Walker was talking about, individual components of all of this. But the city and the county and other government entities have committed and are already spending, and have locked in about $130 million east of 9th Street. Between 9th Street and the city limits. $130 million of economic development and of rebuilding. Because of that, you see slowly, but it's happening, private money come in behind that because they see the public investment. And as Commissioner Duncan Walker said, it is worrisome to know that we have committed that money and then to see schools closing, because that makes it a lot harder to convince folks to spend their private money in East Gainesville. We've committed the public resources, but then if the biggest public resource, the thing that is at the heart of every economic development conversation, schools, aren't there, then all that money we just spent is not going to be leveraged as well as it might be. Now, you fixed part of that by saying, Duval and Rawlings remain at least likely, if not locked in. And I hope they get locked in. Please, school board members. Because again, we have committed those funds, and that is moving forward. The last piece I want to talk about is the urban planning portion of this. There is not a great track record. As I think Commissioner Chestnut asked, or somebody asked, what is the plan for the schools that have closed, or that you plan to close? Prairie View still sits mostly empty and mostly unused after 15 years. Duval was kind of nobody really sure what was going on there for a long time. We still don't know entirely what's going on there. Terwilliger closed more than 5 years ago. Terwilliger, inside the city limits of Gainesville, closed more than 5 years ago. Or at least we were told that it was closing more than 5 years ago. That property isn't sold yet, so we don't know what happens. At a good guess, if things moved well, if somebody bought the property, as you have it for sale now, today, somebody said, yes, we're ready to do that, you're still 2 years out from anything being on that property. So 7 years from we're going to close it to something new. And that's probably about the best you can hope for with, for instance, Stephen Foster. If you open that for development, you're 7 to 10 years away from something existing there in a very dense neighborhood on 2 major roads. That creates a major problem for the city of Gainesville as an organization and for the neighborhoods surrounding it. That's a big campus, a big vital campus that people around the county have chosen to send their children to that school for lots of very good reasons. We went through the swing school situation at Westwood, which turned out well, but which we didn't know about until it was just kind of announced that this was going to happen. There was no discussion of how does this affect traffic patterns? How does this affect availability of water pressure for Gainesville Fire Rescue to make sure they can run the fire hydrants if necessary? We didn't have those discussions beforehand. Nobody said, hey, this is a thing we're thinking about. It was here's what we're going to do. And I got involved because I was a parent at Westwood. And that was the reason that there was a Gainesville City Commissioner involved in the whole thing. So that was the track record getting to this point is what freaks people out. It is not the thing that is on the table now. It is how we got to this point. I've heard a lot of talk about walk zones and how, closing Stephen Foster is a choice because most of the kids zoned for Stephen Foster are in 2 other walk zones, which will require children walking across Northwest 13th Street, which I think is unlikely, which leads us to a discussion of traffic patterns again, because what's going to happen, they're not going to walk. More parents are going to drive them, which is going to disrupt their work patterns and going to create more traffic at the two schools that those kids end up going to. The point is, every time any of us as civic institutions make a decision, it has planning impacts on the other institutions. And 2 or 3 or 4 months is not enough lead in to be able for us to prepare for those impacts. That's what shakes people in this building. I can't speak to the other places. It's some of what shakes parents also, but those planning impacts are the reason that that there is such a thing as an advisory committee among staff, and they need time to work through stuff. And I completely empathize on the financial situation. The state puts us in ugly financial situations as well. I feel you on that. Totally feel you on that.
Big difference, so you guys can, a lot of you pick your own tax things. We don't. They set ours, so there's nothing
Well,
we can do
we
about
have a
it.
limit too. We're just not there yet. So that's some of what we have been thinking about and working through here. And all of that, those are all things that we can work through as a community, but it's real hard to do that in 2 or 3 months. I understand the pressures that y'all are working with, or that have been communicated to me that you're working within. But man, was it a big surprise to us. And there are things we're not going to work out in 2 or 3 months on our side of things. Traffic impacts, potential traffic impacts, the larger urban planning aspects, those are not going to get worked out in a short period of time. And they're real. They are not, as I'm afraid some folks have thought about, things you can just drop over and say, live with it. And frankly, I've heard some of that. And that isn't how this can work. I will close and go to Chair Cornell and then to the public by thanking you once again for, I hope, having solved the Rawlings piece and the Duval piece of this, because the big thing that much of our community heard, and that most of the folks many of the folks that we represent heard, was you're closing in one fell swoop schools that are only in East Gainesville. And that's not entirely true, because there are a couple in Alachua, and Terwilliger had its own thing in West Gainesville a few years ago, but it felt like feelings are a big part, vibes are a big part of governing. It felt like and vibed like, deal with it, East Gainesville. And that is not the message I think any of us as elected officials want to send. It is certainly not an acceptable message. And I know that you were not trying to send that message that way, but that is sure the way it came across. So I appreciate the fix to that, hopefully. But I still worry a lot about Stephen Foster, and I want you all to hear and understand that that leaves a big hole in this community. People love Stephen Foster School. It is a big impact, again, at 2 very busy roads in a very dense part of our community. That is going to leave a mark, and it's something that we're going to have to figure out how to work through going forward, because again, there's no plan for what comes next. When people say, what's going to be here, I can't tell them, because nobody's really given it any honest planning thought. And I don't know how to fix that at this point.
Well,
So, all right, we'll go to Chair Cornell, and then these are mostly statements. They're not, direct questions, and I don't expect you to have answers for them because
Well,
they're
just
kind
let
of
me
unknowable.
try a couple things though,
Sure.
real quick. So there are things, and so we can do a better job of letting you know that, like at Metcalf. So if a ton of more people move right there, we've already had, when they put the new Metcalf in there, there's already a whole space ready to go for a whole second-story school. So if you don't know that, that's bad on us, because that would take in all those, and if you shift a few kids from one to the other, or wherever those developments are, that's a place. When we have the land on Lincoln, we have plenty of space that we can be building another, whether it's the middle school, the elementary. So I think what I'm hearing is we need to help you even now, no matter what happens here, to fill you in on what are possible solutions down the road anyways, so you don't, because I feel like I'm hearing you've been left out of the loops of things that we know.
Yes.
So I feel like that needs to be, and I feel our board, they're gonna have a different kind of an opportunity to set a 5, 10, 20-year plan. We operate off a 5-year plan. Honestly, a high-functioning district doesn't operate that way. It's 5, 10, 20 years. You may be changing the 10 and the 20-year, but at least it's on the book, and at least 5 board members knew about it, and it's out there in the public. It's been a little interesting. It's okay. Can't change the past, but we can change the future. And Prairie View, like that's one of the potential things that the Lincoln kids might go there for a transition. They might go there permanently. They go there permanently, they save $32 million. These are all the kind of things that they have to decide what way do we want to go. But if not, then we can get more people out of these antiquated auxiliary building that we're spending tons of money on maintenance issue. The Manning Center alone, great, get it, very historic, but that's a $3 million investment. So do we want to put $3 million to where we have 14 people, or just keep it look? So these are those kind of decisions. But anyway, so just, I hear you. And the hope is whatever happens at Foster, 100 of the kids do get bused there, so that would help out, because there's only buses that go in, so that would alleviate some of that traffic, as those 100 kids would go somewhere else, or 89 to be exact. So, yeah, and ultimately in the end, and thank you, and certainly everybody's heard it, but hopefully again, then people will get, it's 2 schools to the west, a central, and it's really northwest, really, central and 1 east, where I know that number stood at 5 or 4 there, so I think, as you said, it's the listening component, and what we've said all along, nothing's fixed, so we thank everybody that's given input. All right, I'm sorry, you have one more.
Thank you, Commissioner Cornell, and then we'll go to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to actually thank not only you, but also actually a majority of the school board members. I see Chair Vu, Ms. Playbeck, and Dr. McNeely out there, because you're hearing what we are hearing from the community. And as I learned tonight, actually what we're talking about is the immediate 1-year impact would be Foster and Oakview. The other 2 are scheduled for 2028. So the immediate savings of $2.2 million in 1 year, plus have you analyzed the savings from the closure of support facilities?
Yes.
Are you able to share that with us or no?
Well, what we can put that number up to.
Yeah, so I think, I think the reality is also on your slide, you showed savings of $18 million for not doing capital for Rawlings. I presume that's getting changed because we're keeping Rawlings open.
Right.
And I'll learn through what happens tomorrow, what the cost is with regards to the consolidating of the 3 K through 8s. What I hope that comes out of today is that you hear us ask to just slow down a little bit, not stop the process, but continue to listen and take input. I just want to make a couple of quick points. On your vote of 13-4, your 4 no's were the county representative, the city representative, the city of Newberry's representative, and the president of the NAACP, who represents a lot of folks in East Gainesville. That's a large majority of your population. You're going to hear from an elected official on the city of Alachua. That's the 3 largest cities, the unincorporated, and the NAACP. So those are your no's on the SPAC committee meeting. The other thing I want you to hear which you weren't here for the voting of the Children's Trust, but when we did that special district, we moved from a dependent board that the county was funding to put out to the voters an independent board, which will be funded by the taxpayers. That took a year for us to get to that spot, but we got 17 elected officials to back that plan. 5 school board members, 5 county members, 7 City of Gainesville members. It was unanimous. And all I think we're asking is continue to bring the community along. Tell them that the reason we're having to do this is to improve outcomes, to put more resources into what we talked about in the last agenda item. That when you're looking at closing Williams, you're actually looking at improving Williams and Lincoln. You're not looking at closing
No, it's
the
kind of
school.
a misnomer, to be honest.
Well, I'm just telling you what people are telling me.
Yep.
And if you don't bring the community along, I fear what will happen is what Dr. McNeely mentioned at the last board meeting, is people will leave the system. And if you leave the system, you lose more resources. And it's just so important that we have that data that says we can't lose folks out of the system. We also can't share facilities. And so here's why we're doing this. We don't understand, the community doesn't understand the why. And until you get to the why, I would ask that you just delay the plan so that the community can help you get there. You've heard from Commissioner Prizia, you've heard from Commissioner Duncan Walker. I know I speak for both of these boards. We are here to help our kids and this school system. We just need everybody to come along at the same time. And I'll stop.
Thank you, Chair Cornell. And Madam Clerk, let's go to public comment, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 11 speakers currently. I'm going to say a few names at a time so everyone knows who's coming up next.
Not leaving and just getting water.
First is Dana Williams, followed by Ryan Undine, and then Tina Days.
Welcome, Commissioner.
The hips are a little sore from sitting. And I realize I have only 3 minutes, and I will do my very best to accommodate that, of course, out of respect. I have, for the record, my name is Dana Williams. I'm City Commissioner for City of Alachua. I want to make clear that I am not here representing my entire board. I am here as a citizen of the City of Alachua. I am representing myself as a city commissioner, and I also feel like I'm representing the community members that have come to me with their views and opinions and feelings about this proposal. Just so you know, I did raise 2 children in Alachua County school systems. I was very fortunate that both children were raised through all 3 neighborhood schools. So it was, at the time I was living in Gainesville, it was Wiles, Knapaha, and Buchholz. And both my children, they're very fortunate that they maintained a lot of friendships by having that community link to all 3 schools. So they have friends from kindergarten. And I think that's important to note. Each municipality, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I made these notes and I'm going to say them. Each municipality is a community and each one is unique. City of Alachua has a unique school structure, it has been discussed here today. It has been a part of our community for decades, as you know. Irby, Alachua, Mabane, and Santa Fe. The community of Alachua is proud of our schools. And we have all been very supportive of our students and our local administrations in these schools. The parents that have spoken to me are very concerned about a few things, and I'll point on 2 of them today, and one of them has already been discussed today. The potential of one or both of our elementary schools being closed. The feedback that I'm receiving is that having our 2 elementary schools allows for those age groups, the K through 2, the 3 through 5 grades, to grow, mature, and develop among their close peers and in a safe environment. Again, this is the feedback that I'm receiving. There's an expansive difference between a 2nd grader and a 5th grader, and having them in separate environments allows for them to work through their social, mental, and physical growth and challenges within their own age group without feeling additional pressures from older children. Another concern that was expressed to me is this was not touched on today, but unless this has changed, but this has come to me as a concern, is the division of our own city by moving students from the east side or south side, however you want to look at the way 441 runs, of our city to City of Gainesville schools. So in other words, that would be, you're familiar with Turkey Creek subdivision and Brook Point and the others that are on that side. We, and I say we collectively as a community, work hard to have our own identity, our own school pride is second to none. We say go Irby Eagles, go Alachua Alligators, go Mabane Mustangs. Ooh, I didn't realize I was going to get emotional. I feel very proud of them. And go Santa Fe Raiders. Several of our local nonprofits provide continual support to our schools, such as the Alachua Business League, Alachua Lions Club, and Kiwanis of Santa Fe. Alachua Chamber every year provides grants to our schools through the Sports Fest Golf Tournament. We take pride in being an all-inclusive community from pre-K, as you know, to PhD with our Santa Fe College location. Dividing up our students divides our community, our Alachua school pride, and will further divide existing friendships, sports teams, recreation and arts, and the sense of unity in our good life community. There was a mom who posted a letter to the editor, and I found it very interesting, and I will paraphrase for sake of time. Her name was Lila Lee out of Alachua. And I will paraphrase, and if she's listening, I apologize. I'm not trying to butcher, I'm trying to save time. She did say, if anyone has driven through Alachua, you have seen the growth in our area, which was noted today. Quote, closing schools in a community experiencing this level of development feels short-sighted and possibly neglectful, end quote, she said. Consolidating our elementary students onto a single campus, which is Mabane, that does not have the current infrastructure to support them is careless planning. Schools are more than just buildings. They are community unifiers and are staffed by dedicated professionals who support our students every day. Let's have a rezoning conversation that doesn't include closing schools in a growing area. Let's have a conversation about attracting students back from private and charter schools. And that, again, that was written by Lila Lee from Alachua as a letter to the editor. As a city commissioner, I will be going back tonight to our commission meeting at 6 to inform my fellow commissioners about how this meeting went, the presentation, and we'll be talking to them about drafting, I will be asking if they would consider drafting a formal statement to the school board, simply asking for a delay in their decision. I agree with every single one of you that made comments today about what is happening and about the presentation. I did learn a lot more than I knew coming into this room. But again, I think that there's more conversations to be had. I think that there is more discussions amongst the community. I would love to see a joint City of Alachua and school board meeting regarding this very topic and this presentation coming out to our commission meeting.
I will ask you to wrap
I'm
up,
sorry.
Commissioner,
I'm
if
sorry.
you will.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I will be going back, and I appreciate, thank you, everyone, for your time. I appreciate being heard, and thank you for the grace.
Thank you.
We have Ryan Undine, followed by Tina Days and Ted Dabraki.
Very good. Welcome.
First, I want to apologize to the school board.
Sorry, I need you to
Sorry.
address it up here.
It's going to be tricky.
You got to direct it up here. Yeah.
First, I want to apologize to the school board, who's behind me, for being radically abrasive. I violated my own principles, and you deserve better for your service. I also want to take this opportunity to apologize to the City Commission, particularly Brian Eastman and Ed Book, about a separate matter entirely. I apologize. We don't have a lot, and we cling to the things that we love. And before we do something that cannot be undone, we need budgets, okay? We need land use plans. We need clear strategies to mitigate the harm that's going to be done to the children. We need structures in place to make sure that JB Pro cannot cook its own dinner out of our refrigerator. More basically, we need to understand the real risk of sharing before we scorch earth our schools like Napoleon is coming. This process is occurring all over the country. Let's not be part of the beta testing group. Let's let other folks make the mistakes and work out the kinks. If we wait, we might learn that sharing works. Wisdom moves slowly and finds secure footing. With the remaining time I have, I would like to say that I had a 15-year career in adult education and data analysis. I lost it because I stood up for everybody here because our food testing network is under attack. So you're welcome for that. The presentation that we've been given, I don't know if there's a wealth of data that lives beneath it. But what I do know is that we're given charts with raised baselines which make the changes look much more dramatic. So a 2% change looks like this, but it's 2%. I looked through that presentation, went through every single slide, and I tried to research the data based on the references given. I could not find them. Where I did find them, I would find that the data would start at a peak, at a very high point. So naturally, it would seem to decline. The very graphs that were given, we can see a sinusoidal curve that somehow just projects down on the bottom end of the sinusoidal curve. These are deceptive practices, guys. Whether you intend them or not, they're sales practices. Okay? And that is why we don't trust it. It's obvious. Poor people aren't dumb. Okay? Maybe some of us can't articulate as well. Maybe some of us aren't as trained in these things. But you can't go forward on a partially researched thing based on a sales presentation that seems so myopic. We need all the data. We deserve all the data. If you have calculations, we deserve to see those calculations if we've paid for them. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I am sorry about it.
So we have Tina Days, followed by Ted Tabraki and Jancy Onsi.
Welcome, Ms. Days.
My name is Tina Days, and I'm a proud mother of a Duval Dragon, and I stay in Highland Court subdivision, so I am a taxpayer, and my daughter is zoned for Rollins. So as a taxpayer, will you feel now when the first process was Duval was supposed to be closed and Rollins? I'm a taxpayer, so my tax money would not be going to the school that my daughter should have been. You know where our tax money going to? The schools on the west side. This is all built on the back of black and brown kids. Every one of these schools in all the different counties, black and brown schools are the one closing. For what? So y'all can build more schools on the west side. This is ridiculous to me. And I do fault the city commission. I do fault county commission. Because why does it take so long for development to come on the east side? If the development would have been on the same par as the west side, it would be no reason for a decline in population. Let's be real about that. It's everybody has let east side down. And I'm just so disgusted and absolutely just disgusted about this. And what y'all don't understand, Duval is a wonderful school. Principal Gardner, I say, is the best principal in the world. She meets our kids every morning in the cafeteria. She the hardest working principal I have ever seen. I'm dead serious on that. And Miss Reese, my daughter's an ESC. So I know when I'm talking about Miss Reese, a wonderful ESC teacher. And I'm just so upset and like, what I think is going to happen, just like the superintendent, these schools are going to developers. The money they're going to get, especially on Stephen Foster, I hear every day, airplanes from the airport. Do y'all understand that there is no hotels on the east side of Gainesville? I believe, and you can mark my word, that Foster going to be turned into a hotel. I get calls from somebody trying to buy my house, if not every day, every other day. I don't even know where they get my number from. That Highland Court subdivision is a huge subdivision. Imagine if they do eminent domain or however they want to build to turn them whole homes into a hotel. So what's the next best thing? To make our property taxes go lower, close the schools, and then more developers can buy my house. Because my house will be declined. That is what's going to happen if y'all close the school. The west side got everything. Why do the schools have to be closed? Why can't that be the last option? Why y'all can't bust the students from the west side over to the east side, fill the schools up, and let the school closure be the last option. It's the first option. And why is that? Because you have certain families that they listen to get all upset and they scared of them, but they're not scared of parents on the east side. That's what I get. I've been to every meet, and it was not an input. We didn't even have no chance to talk. It's all right questions on index cards. I'm tired of writing questions. Sometimes we need to have talk to be able to talk. It was no input at Duval when the superintendent came, and she came and her team came to all the schools that was closed. I got up and said, you need to listen to the parents, because it was at 2 o'clock, and another day it was at 2 o'clock. I took out work. Parents took out work, and the cafeteria was full. Now, y'all know, if y'all get a full cafeteria at Duval, it's because parents had to take off work. They took out work, did not have a chance to talk. The staff did not have a chance to talk. It was, again, write index questions like they did at Eastside. That's all you get is write index cards. That's not input. That's directing and controlling the situation. I got up and the superintendent told me that the parents need to come to the school board for them to talk to the school board. I said, well, you got parents now, because every parent can't come to the school board. We just want to be heard. The process was the parents was not heard. And that's why a lot of bad feelings, and I believe, like I said, something else is going on towards why it's so fast. Like, we know this is happening, but it's like been a month. This grade that's going to take 10 years, that, like you said, the ramification of students should not be rushed in a month, if at that.
Ms. Days,
Okay, I just think this is rushed too fast, and they need. I'm glad Duval and Rawlins closed, but I don't think no school on the east side need to be closed.
Mr. Mayor, are you going to give everybody 6 minutes? You need to finish this. I do give a little extra time to elected officials, yes, but I thank you, Mr. Grundy.
So we have Ted Dobracki, followed by Jancy Oldsey and Khalid Blount.
And once again, I'm Ted Dobracki. We moved here to Alachua County about 8 years ago, and I've been routinely a kibitzer on school affairs for about the last 5 years. And the reason we're here is because of a grandchild in the area, and we just like it and stayed here. I guess back in half a lifetime ago, I was on the school board in Pennsylvania. So, and we had an iteration of realignment back then, 30 years ago. That was, gut-wrenching and all that. They're actually going through the same thing right now again, and I've kibitz there too. I actually wrote them a 5-paragraph letter last night. The main point, I had a lot of things to say, but I think I'm going to just reduce it to one, which is about the Mebane-Alachua situation. Most briefly, I think they should still keep 2 schools there. There's the whole guiding principle of this whole redistricting was to close underutilized schools. Well, for Mebane, why build something that's huge when you already have 2 good schools? Yeah, one of them is definitely needs to be closed because the whole place is underutilized. But keeping 2 sites would be good, I think. Back to my Pennsylvania school district. Right now, they're going through a process where they're looking at over $100 million for the middle schools and $200 million for the one high school. And they've been looking at this for the last 3 years and making all kinds of comparisons. But they compared version A versus version B versus version C. And what they've discovered is they can't afford any of them. Instead of the $300 million that they think they were going to spend, they really only have $75 million. So my question basically for the school district more than you all up there is, does Alachua County Schools have the cash flow to do everything that they want to do, including the Mebane project? And maybe we'll find out more about that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker.
Jancy Oldsey, followed by Mr. Khalid Blount, and then Evelyn Fox.
Is Jancy here? All right.
We'll move on to Mr. Khalib Lau.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. The conservative agenda in this country since the 1920s has expressed some very clear goals. If you look in the proceedings of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in the 1920s, they were overall looking to control all levers of public resource control, elected and civil service, and no mind the qualifications of the person who gets in, as long as they held the dogma. They also talks about severely restricting in migration and dismantling all things they consider to be public assistance. That includes free compulsory public education. So we should not be at all surprised about what's coming from Tallahassee. It's going to continue and accelerate if we continue with one-party rule in this state. Now, when some schools close, some families will jump ship. That is, they're going to go to home school or they're going to go to charters or private schools. I don't think we should pretend that's not going to happen. And we are going to see faster population changes in the near future. In the next couple decades, as coastal people move inland, we're going to see some population spikes. And those people coming in are going to look at the areas to live and they're going to say, oh, that's no good. There's no school around there. So broad area property valuations, Ms. Days is right, broad area property valuations are going to be impacted when schools are far away. I'm not sure that the people at the school board are counting their savings correctly, because the legislature is gearing up to let charter schools sweep in and take over rent-free any freed up instructional space. But the school board will still have to keep up maintenance and cleaning, and depending on how they shape it, they may also have to keep up security, food service, even nurse cover. I don't know, all the expenses they'll still have to cover. So they'll still be running those buildings, but they will have no say over admission and curriculum, and there'll be no assessments going on. Now, if you have on deck which charter schools are going to sweep in, maybe it works out. But if it's just up to chance, I mean, how do you know if you're going to get Caring and Sharing Campus #2 or the Daughters of the American Revolution? Do we get more of the best that our county has to offer, or do we get a dogma mill? So we need to know what's going to happen to those facilities after they're closed.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Ms. Fox? And who's following Ms. Fox?
After Ms. Fox is Ms. Paula Stamer.
Good afternoon, elected officials, and I am Evelyn Fox, and I'm delighted to hear this conversation today. I think I've attended most of the meetings within the city about the school closing. I was informed on the 3rd of March that the school advisory committee was going to meet on Wednesday, the 5th. And I had no idea that we were going to be voting to support the recommendations from the school board. I was very upset, and I spoke with Ms. Ivy Bell when we walked out. Well, they had most of the people that voted were staff from the Alachua County School Board. And I just did not like the fact that we were set up. In the email, I just read it again, it said nothing about the fact that we were going to vote to support the school board, because I probably wouldn't have gone like some people didn't go. And our superintendent said, well, they were notified and they should have been here. Well, in 2 days' notice, I don't think that was ample enough time to notify anybody about an important meeting. Anyway, I'm hoping that the school board would listen to some of the comments and the conversation that was had today, that I'll put it like Commissioner Precio said, pump the brakes for a while. I think that's what we're hoping they would do. There are too many unanswered questions. Today's presentation was completely different from the one I saw on the 5th. And everywhere we went, everything were changes. When I asked about what the cost was going to be for when they moved the schools from one location, they did not have any idea, or they said they didn't. I said, did you all get costs the way things are? Everything's going up. So how are we going to do all of this? It's just too much uncertainty. And I think, and I hope that the school board will listen to you all, that we need to just wait, do some more research, and you all work together with the school board and come up with the timeline for whatever we're going to do. But I don't think on the 12th, the school board should be voting to put this plan forward. And you know what? The way it looks now, if they vote on it, I don't think, unless you all change their minds today, we will have members who would support going forth with this plan. But thank you all for the conversation, and I hope it wasn't a waste of your time, because if you attend a school board meeting, they do exactly what they want to do, regardless to what anybody says. So thank you all for having the conversation today. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Stamer, followed by Pamela Hawkins and Dijon Kane. I think she had to leave. Okay, Pamela Hawkins, followed by Dijon Kane, and then Byron Harper.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm Pamela Hawkins, and I guess I'm kind of not here for, well, in the middle, because I'm not a for or against, but bearing catastrophic safety for buildings, I don't think we should be necessarily closing schools, but that is not why I kind of came here to share something that is entwined in this whole scenario. So again, my name is Pamela Hawkins. I lead a wellness ecosystem that includes Grace to Overcome, a nonprofit, Restoring You Matters, LLC, a professional wellness service, and Be Well, a faith-based ministry arm. And we focus on youth wellness, maternal health, and prevention-centered holistic health. And I'm here as a citizen because at the end of the day, I'm vested in the precious lives and future of our children. And so I'm here today to briefly introduce Grace to Overcome's public awareness initiative called Hardwired to Heal. Decades of research, including the CDC Kaiser Permanente ACE study, has shown that adverse childhood experiences such as abuse, neglect, and household instability are extremely common and strongly linked to long-term health outcomes. Adverse childhood experiences are the single greatest unaddressed public health threat facing our nation today. And that was stated by the late Dr. Robert Block, the former president of the Academy of Academics, the American Academy of Pediatrics, well over a decade, and I definitely believe it and agree with him. These experiences can activate what scientists call toxic stress, which affects the developing brain and bodies and increased risk of chronic disease, mental health challenges, and educational difficulties for youth now and over the lifespan. I couldn't get here for the literacy, so we need to look at some of the real root to the literacy problem that our children are having. The good news is the science also shows something hopeful. The body has incredible capacity to heal. Through supportive relationships, healthy environments, daily practices that regulate the stress response, communities can help reduce the impact of toxic stress. The Hardwired to Heal initiative aims to raise awareness about the science and equip communities with practical tools that support resilience and well-being. Toxic stress is not just stress. It's prolonged, unbuffered biological wear and tear, and we can no longer afford to treat it as it's invisible. And the missing link of some of the educational challenges that our children are having. Toxic stress on the developing brains and bodies is catastrophic. The brains look different, and it's just that adversity, prolonged difficulty and misfortune. And we're talking about closing schools that are fixtures in the neighborhood, where people, that's their root in that separation, pulling, always being something taken away. In a school, when thinking about children on the playgrounds, when we're thinking about taking things away from a community, where we have dysregulated parents, we have dysregulated teachers, we have dysregulated community people. And dysregulation plus dysregulation equals escalation, leading to chaos rooted in toxic stress. So when we're making these decisions, so if you're interested in collaboration, volunteering, partnering, learning more about our initiative, or me to have a formal presentation, I would love to communicate. We are stronger together when I becomes we and illness becomes wellness. And I do have some brief informational toolkits that are different and that share and explain exactly more of the specifics. So thank you for your time and what you're doing for our community.
Thank you.
Dijon Kane, followed by Byron Harper, and then Armanda Grundy Gomez.
Good afternoon. Growing up here in Gainesville, number one, I always say this, it's important. I'm an AGH baby. It's important that you're from this community because you understand the impact of things that happen when you make sudden moves. As I like to say, serve the people, spark the change, and do what we need to do. But the people didn't have that opportunity. And I just feel that I've been to all these things, I've listened. We can't allow this to happen anymore. We shouldn't even be having this meeting. We can do better. The school board can do better. I would like the people to have the education I had at Gainesville High School when Miss Playback was into the nursing. She was older, and she was a bulldog. And I'm quite sure she's still a bulldog. But our people here in Alachua County deserve that. Our students deserve it. They don't deserve for them to be closed, because if you're from Gainesville, you'll understand the impact of what it's doing. And I understand the way she feels. Because when I go back and I came up in MK Rawlings and I see it looks dead now. But we as a community got to come together and bring life. We got to bring life at any cost. And no one branch of government should not know what the other branches are doing. That means we got to misfunction in the body. So what do we got to do? We got to see the need, serve the people, and make the change. And urgently. So I'm suggesting and I'm asking that not only do you pause the brakes, but you just don't do it. I believe we have enough here tonight. I'm going to step out on faith. We have enough here tonight. Parents have spoke. County and city have spoke. That this is going to not just only affect what our communities are going through, what the kids will go through, the devastation, but will also hurt all of the millions of dollars that have been placed on the east side. We already ain't got a grocery store. Ain't never had one. The one that was there gone. Nobody wants to come there. And who wants to send their kids to a side of town that ain't got nothing? Nobody. So we got to think about what we're doing, because this is a ripple effect. And it may not be your kids, but it's somebody else's kids. And their kids matter. I don't like the way this thing is going, because it seems like this been playing. Can I just keep it real? Because when you look at it, some of those schools y'all let get raggedy. You allowed them to fail because you didn't keep up the maintenance. Let's look at MK Rawlings. We didn't keep it right. Why? Some of those schools we allowed to fail because we didn't do what we needed to do as a school board. And that should not have happened. And we should have been able to call on the city or the county for help. So, to me, we're in a 911 state where we got to come together as a community, and we cannot allow these things to ever happen again. And we need to rectify this, but we need to hold up quick. And not only that, it's important that we don't go out of town when our schools are on fire. When our schools are on fire, you need to be right here with the fire truck and the water. But if you're out of town, we can't work with you. And that's a problem. We pay you good. We need you to be representing our community, our people in the Southwest, our people in the Northeast. Because a lot of times the Northeast feels like they're left out. And, you know, like I said, I'm from here, so you just ride. And it still looked the same it did when I was born here in Gainesville. It ain't much difference. So that means we got a lot of work to do. We can't point the blame on anybody but ourselves. So thank you so much, Commission. School Board, thank you for not closing one of my favorite schools where Dr. Parker was the principal, M.K. Rollins. Thank you for not closing those schools on the east side where those families will be able to walk. Everybody don't have a car. And we got to think about the ones that don't have and stop just thinking about money. Because this whole thing, it's about money.
Ask you to wrap up, if you will, please.
So thank you so much. I got 1 minute. Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My bad.
It's 1 minute over.
Byron Harper, followed by Armando Grandico.
Welcome, Mr. Harper.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I see a few people here. I've been around for a long time. I see a few people here who are with my folks, my grandparents, and they were teachers over at Lincoln and Williams Elementary. That was a bedrock for the black community within this, in Gainesville. So when you take those institutions away, then those communities decline, and that's what's been happening ever since probably 1970, when this thing called, it's not going to be easy, but desegregation was not good for our people in the long run, because the powers would always everything would be one-sided. We were just not able to get equity. And that's all the east side needs, is equity. And the city, it's up to the city to make sure that all parts of the city get this equity. When you take away jobs and schools, it's just like everybody else said, Dijon, everybody said, you take that stuff away, nobody want to come over there. And it's like Mayor said, if those things are gone, you can't get businesses to come. And I think everybody in here will agree that the west side of town's got everything it needs and more. Hell, it's what, 8, 12 hospitals over there? The emergency cares, at least 8, maybe 10. There's what, 2 on this side? Come on now. The major players who that I see, University of Florida, Shands, those are the guys who have a lot of say-so or whatever. That's fine. They're not going to pack up and leave, go away. City, y'all should be taxing them till the cows go home. They're not going to pack up and leave. And the state should not be allowed to purchase any more land on the east side of town. Hell, they don't pay no bills. They don't pay no taxes. It's up to us to pay those. And since the city has never allowed the east side of town, the tax base to grow. I've driven trucks all over this country. Every time you see an airport in big major cities, they have stuff all around the airport. We got the airport on our side of town. Build that area up. Gator Nationals comes in every year. Hell, that's $15 million in 3 days. None of that money don't stop on the other side, on that side of town. Nothing. Come on. Y'all are all smart people. Y'all see this. So you gotta, just gotta be willing to do something about it.
Armando Grundy Gomez.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, before I start my time, I want to ask for the equitable time that the commissioner got to go over. Can I get that, please?
Mr. Grundy, make your point and say what you need to say,
Okay.
and let's be reasonable.
I thought I would just ask and make sure you're being equitable, that's all. Mr. Mayor, I want to start and actually appreciate Commissioner Duncan Walker for her comments. And I believe accountability is for everybody. And I find it interesting, some of you, the dais back there have been the pointing of the fingers from some folks back here and saying, it's this, it's us. There's no us, there's no them, there's only we. And accountability is for all of us, because while you're pointing fingers at what the school board is doing, there's some people that can point fingers at you all too. And for an example, I think it's real rich when we're talking about economic disinvestment. Let's start there. Economic disinvestment is not the responsibility of the school board. Economic disinvestment didn't happen yesterday or a year ago. Hell, I've been here 20 years. It's happened since then and probably before that. Waldo Road has looked the same for nearly 40 or 50 years, walking up and down it. Please don't try to convince me putting an urgent care clinic that closes at 7 o'clock is economic investment. That's real rich. We also had a nice little thing called the GCRA where we had $100 million worth of funding that we pretty much have squandered. Want to talk about affordable housing? It's not the city that's been the leader on affordable housing. It's been the county that has been the leader of permanent supportive housing. Facts. Hate to say them. I know people like to, say it's other people taking credit for other people's work. But if we're going to do that, again, let's point the fingers. But I don't think we have time for that. When it comes to the closing of schools, so I'm going to ask the question to the two chairs, because you all were at the same Day Spring Church, and I heard y'all talking about $100 million here, and I've gone to this community and that community. Please tell me, is your plan to say we need to stop and do nothing? Is that really your plan? Because if that's your plan, here's what's going to be here's what you can expect. Have either Ron DeSantis or Byron Donalds or whoever may be the governor. Hopefully I hope it's somebody else, but if it's them, pick your poison. Because what you're saying to us, because it's easy for people to say, I want to get on camera and I want to hold meetings at churches and I want to ask questions that they don't want to have real answers to when people can be in policy. Because Commissioner Duncan Walker, we had a forum. There was not a representative from the county that showed up. So again, we could point fingers. And we had people that could speak to policy, speak to finance. So the nerve to attack just the superintendent, I find it rich from some of our community members that don't even come to the schools. But I was also at that forum, and where teachers were attacked, and then we want to have selective. There's no time for selectivity. And so the idea that people that look like me all think alike, we do not. We do not. And so the idea that you want to sit here and just perpetuate, yes, we should slow down the process. I feel like the superintendent could have done a better job. If I'm throwing being objective, we should have more robust engagement. You can never go wrong on having more transparency. But that's being objective. But that does not mean the facts don't care about feelings. And the idea that we can't close the school, Carly Simon was the predecessor, was going to close the school 4 years prior to this superintendent, this leader. Finally, we have somebody that doesn't do the race to mediocrity, because I noticed that. So I'm not hiring my friends or people that are, used to be on the board. They're not getting their friends hired. So we want to get rid of that. Our children deserve better. I'm also a teacher at a school here. And the facts are that you're talking about a 72-year-old system with lead pipes. So I want to ask the leader of the NAACP, you want our children to go to a school with lead pipes? I think not. I want to ask other people, what do? We have to think about the thing. But where they are correct is we need to slow this process down. We need to have more robust discussion. We do need to do that. Because I was also at Mabane. I was also at a lot of those. I was at 6 meetings, 6 of them, including the one we hosted, where everyone was invited and it wasn't selective, and where people got to talk. So I appreciate the pointing of the fingers, but we have enough of that, and we need to move forward in a meaningful and effective way. And Mr. Mayor, I will be respectful to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to all the speakers. Commissioner Book.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Chair Cornell. Tremendous citizen engagement, tremendous passion, both by us up here on the dais, as well as everybody sitting here. There is probably no bigger conflict and difficult item to tackle for schools than rezoning. So I feel for all the administrative leaders at the school board members, and all the kind of the mid-range and management that's had to deal with this decision-making, go through it. So, Madam Superintendent, yeah, I probably have a couple of comments for you and maybe one or two questions if you wanted to come up. Because we've been going a long time and I think we've covered quite a bit of ground, there probably is some unanimity up here. There's some probably similar consensus that's come up. I would say that one of the areas, the presentation is very informative. There is probably some data missing that will be very helpful as you move forward. Commissioner Cornell has talked about some of those items and figures, but another one is you kind of consider what you do with schools and rezoning, and clearly the two drivers for you all were enrollment and budget. That's from my perspective, and I attended an engagement session too, just like many of us did. So I didn't have to be at the elected official that elite meeting. We were there at meetings where we could see what the general community felt, and I felt there was a lot of feedback. But when you consider budget enrollment, the piece of data that appears to me that may be missing is land use and zoning. And the mayor was alluding to this. And this is what you have available to you now is you can look and identify trends, where there's going to be populations, where there's going to be different types of development, and where there is economic drivers. We know that right now because land use and zoning is already available to us. So as you're moving through your process, I would strongly urge you to say, look at those maps right now, because we have provided some overlapping guidelines there where you can say, well, where will our population move? Where might you see some additional student enrollment? And where can you recruit? Right? And make sure that the students and the family that live in the areas that are around those schools want to come to the public schools. That's very important because I think that's probably your goal too. You've got a lot of competition right now. You have dual enrollment, you have charters, you have choice, you have virtual school, and you have homeschool, and there's probably some pieces I don't even know about.
Vouchers. What's that?
Vouchers.
Vouchers,
thank you.
I know
That's
vouchers.
that's right. That one I did know about. But when you compete against those, I would think that when you get through this rezoning, whatever that looks like, because you are going to have to come to some decision-making about it. I'm not sure when that decision-making is, but you're going to have to do it. Then you should be saying, what is the next strategic item? The next strategic item is, how do you make sure people want to come in the public schools? And that's a performance issue. And a couple other members here were talking about performance metrics and how we make sure there's not inequitable gaps, between this particular person or this particular demographic. I would think that's the next question that comes right behind this one, which is, how are we making sure that the students want to return and we don't lose students, right? And that they don't become dropouts, or they don't take some of the other options that will cripple our public school system because they're taking the monies from here and you're having to use it on that student elsewhere. So I really, that's kind of a long-winded way of saying, please consider you finish this process. The immediate strategic plan is, how do we keep the students in the public schools? Part of that's a performance measure. Part of it is determining what programs or best practices are occurring right now. What are the programs, and provide the support structures for our teachers in particular, right? The people doing the job, so that everybody will want to come to the schools, especially where we're going to have growth. And that's an economic driver, right? So you can figure that out right now. And that may also help you re-inform as you finish, maybe, this slide that's up there. I will tell you that I thank you very much for considering keeping Duval in particular. Rawlings is important, but Duval is unique because it's right in a neighborhood where most people who travel within that neighborhood, within that area, right? Because they're not roads that connect to other big things. They're not a throughway, like, for example, at Rawlings. And that's really important because I know when my wife was a lifelong teacher in the public schools.
Well, you chose well.
I chose very well. My voucher was my wife, by the way, so for what it's worth. But Duval Elementary is like what we want for all of our kids. We typically want our kids to get to places where it's a good school and maybe it's a neighborhood school. And there's no reason that neighborhood schools cannot perform at the same level with the same support and opportunities and structures there. So I'm really supportive of your decision on these schools that you recommended to remain open, in particular Duval, because it's uniquely situated. So I appreciate that. I wondered what your goal was for this particular week. You've got the school board. You're going to provide information tomorrow, right? Is it tomorrow?
Well, tonight, I have 2 briefings tonight.
Tonight
We work
and
late into
tomorrow.
the night,
What
like you
was your
guys do.
goal for zoning? Because right now you're
What do you
having a
mean for
deadline that we've
zoning?
all talked about.
What do you mean, what's your goal for zoning?
Well, are you all, what's the current thinking that you're able to share with us about what you're planning to do with the plan, which had a deadline date of this week?
Right, so that's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So the board will talk it through again on Thursday, and we'll see what happens Thursday. So it's a lot of words, your. So I help lead the information to get the board to get their decision. So, that's what my job is to do the best that we can on that. I know it's been stalled in the past a couple of times for whatever reasons, not here to point fingers, just they shared with me what they needed. So that's what we've tried to work through so they can have their best input.
Well, the passion that you see kind of in the galleon from up here is exactly what you see
Yeah.
for rezone, because everybody's so impacted in so many ways. And it may be that from my perspective, it appears you probably need, you can't stop the process of move. You have to do it. There's things that drive you to make sure you're making good decisions for your schools, I think. You have to move forward with rezoning, but in doing that, you're probably, my opinion is, you're probably not ready to do it this week. There's some more information that's been gathered here. You've already made some real good adjustments here, and you probably have some data that's available to you that you have not considered, some of which some of my colleagues have mentioned. I might have mentioned a couple that can probably help you finalize the best decision with also knowing what's the trends for our public school system here in Alachua County and what makes them the best system in the strategic plan, the next 5 and the next 10 and the next 15 years. So my opinion would be you do take a little more time. That would be my opinion. And the reason is because you have some information that you may not have built out yet to make those absolutely top decisions. But I do thank you for the adjustments you've made already. I think they're good. And I think that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Brizia.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in my analysis stuff I was talking about, I think planning and zoning was very much something that I was including in that bucket. We have a new safe streets plan. We have a new bicycle and pedestrian master plan that we're getting ready to adopt. And a lot of that information was based on our schools, where they are, the paths that lead to them, those sorts of things. So not just the growth and the development and the economic opportunities, although those are all very critical. I think there's also a lot of planning and things that we've been doing as a result, that we do on a daily basis and as a forward planning basis, parks and recreation based on, in part, where schools are. And so it would be really helpful if you were able to connect with our growth management staff before you all move forward, if you do decide to take a little bit of a pause. And I guess in anticipation of that, I don't know how my board feels, but I guess I feel like, I don't know if our staff need direction to work with you all, but I feel like having that information, like our planning and zoning information and some of that growth management information, is really critical. So I was going to make a motion that we direct our staff to work with the school board to provide any growth management information and support that they need in this rezoning process.
Isn't there a school board member on our planning commission?
Yes.
I'm not talking about our planning commission, I'm talking about our growth management staff.
No, I agree. I just was thinking that there should have been some input there.
Oh, yeah, to that. That's true, yeah.
Yeah, so we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Guess not.
I would just like to clarify as to what.
Just for our staff to work with the school board to provide information on our planning and zoning, on our safe streets plan, bike and pedestrian master plan, anything that would help inform their decision-making process with regards to the future going forward.
Okay,
Yep.
second then, if it's going forward, I'm not, trying to hold anybody back, but to do that now. But if you're talking about
Going forward, Okay. But, I mean, ideally, I hope that they'll take advantage of it now as a part of this process before they make a final vote. If they get to the point on Thursday that they decide they need more information, I would hope our staff would be there to stand ready to give it to them.
Well, I would imagine that's true.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to have our staff, direct our staff to work with the school board staff for planning and zoning as it relates to the school redistricting. Is there anything else related to their upcoming meeting?
Who, the school board's upcoming meeting? I mean, I don't know that we have any influence over them. I've asked. I mean,
I think they've heard.
Yeah, they've heard.
We have 3 of them here. I wish Tina would have been here for the whole meeting, but we'll ask that you
Well, my
convey that
guess is
information.
too, they can, because I know Dr. Rockwell had a daughter that was sick, so that's why I'm doing her briefing way later tonight. She had to change her plans, so my guess is she's watching it.
Yeah, what you're hearing from, at least I know our board and I believe the city's board, is we want to be a part of this decision. We need more time. If there's any way to continue this process that doesn't allow you to stop the process. I don't think any of us are asking you to stop the process. We're asking to have more input into the process. All right, any more discussion from the county on this motion?
Mr. Chair, so are you asking that we add to this motion then to,
It's up to the maker of the motion.
but that's what I'm trying to clarify, is what you're asking from the motion, for the motion, going forward, that we
That we be included.
postpone or extend the discussion past the.
Yes.
That's what, okay.
I've said that publicly, I've said that in the paper, I've said that directly to their board. They know exactly where I stand. I would love for you to delay your decision on the 20th.
That's fine. I think the maker of the motion is not.
All right, so you good?
Good.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any public discussion to the motion? Go once, go twice, back to the board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 3-1. Commissioner Alford in dissent. So you've heard our discussion. We are offering our staff to help with your process.
And I'll just make sure if there's a board member not here that they did catch it all, and if not, I'll fill them in.
Okay, thank you. All right.
All right, Commissioner President?
I'm done.
Okay, all
That was it.
right. Commissioner Willits.
Fair. So just, I've had the same feeling about the zoning and planning and I think I expressed previously, like, was the school board aware of kind of the stuff happening in the city? I know things that are not literally applied for, developments and whatnot, that's sort of somewhere out there. The development up 121 is potentially huge. Sure, it's probably 30 years of a plan, but like you said, a good school district has really their 5-year plan, but potentially their 10 and 15 and 20. So it's just something that I wonder about on the city's, whether the school board and the city staff communicated that. What we do know that we're spending $2 million on Northeast 8th Avenue in that Duval neighborhood, specifically to make sure that it continues to be it can improve and be thriving in a place where people want to live and recreate and have commerce. So there's some of the similar concerns. I don't know this question, but I do have a question for our city manager in conjunction with this, Mr. Manager. Between the February 6th meeting and today, did your staff, review the school board plan and offer to update or brief any city commissioners? Because part of I tried to make sure that the commissioner knew that it was out there and there's a website and there's a presentation but I'm just trying to, and so I'm sorry, Superintendent Patton, if Mr. Persons could just briefly
I'm happy to give up the mic to somebody for a little while. That's what we like.
Bring in the reinforcements.
Did you, Mr. Persons, did you have an opportunity to ask commissioners whether they needed the city understanding of this plan or anything?
I don't recall us having an offline discussion about it. I know it came up, I think, I can't remember if it was after a regular meeting or after a GPC.
Right.
I think right after that elected officials meeting, you had mentioned that. I think I talked a little bit about the presentation being posted on the school board's website. I think that's the extent of the discussion outside of.
Okay, and I can't remember whether that presentation got emailed to everybody. I know I got it because I'd gone to the meeting, but I just want to, that is perhaps a step that would have prepared more the city commission side. And I know multiple commissioners went to multiple meetings, so they were getting little bits and pieces of it. And so I hope all the commissioners had a chance. I know that I was glad I went to that initial meeting because I learned it kind of, straight from the horse's mouth. And then I had gone through to one of the pop-ups as well at the Christmas parade, at the holiday parade. So I got a piece of what was happening ahead of time. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Persons, and thank you, Superintendent Patton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And again, we'll make sure that we get going on having those meetings at least a couple of times a year too, regardless of what's happening here, just so you know where our thinking is. Like I mentioned, if you didn't even know that Metcalf has the ability, that Bain sits on 39 acres, so when if it explodes out there, we're ready to go, because that's our job. Wherever the growth goes, we have to respond. That's that's our job by state statute, so, thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you. All right, thanks very much to everyone for being a part of this. It's a big lift from ACPS staff, and I appreciate you all being out here, as well as the every school board member who could was here for at least part of this, and I know there are other meetings going on following this. So thank you all for everything you're doing with that. Thank you to the members of the community who came out for it, and thank you to for the time and attention for all the elected officials up here. It was it's a big deal, and we ought to be giving it the microscope that we've been giving it. So thank you all once again. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-182 Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Fiscal Year 2025 Annual Report and Fiscal Year 2026 Work Plan, with recommendation the Joint City County Commission receive the GCRA's Fiscal Year 2025 Annual Report and Fiscal Year 2026 Work Plan.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll pause just a moment to let the room clear a little bit. Commissioner Chestnut, is it on this one or? Okay. All right. Okay. Commissioner Chestnut. Yeah.
Thank you. Mayor, I wanted to ask the county commissioners if the GCR staff had the opportunity to meet with you all individually. They haven't. I thought that's what we had asked them to do.
So I think the point behind having this on the agenda today was that we're required to have it per the terms of the MOU at this time, knowing that it is not a full-on, in-depth, deep discussion, and that Commissioner Chester or Commissioner Cornell and I had discussed that there needs to be a deeper discussion, a future meeting, but knowing what we had with us today, we didn't see getting deep into this.
Update, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll follow it up with.
You promise?
That is what we're all hoping for.
Mr. Alford just kicked me and said, why so long?
Is there a trap door here, Mayor?
All right. Commissioner Chestnut, anything else? Or?
That's it.
Okay, all right, thank you. And before we get started, I'm not sure who, it's Commissioner Engel. Okay. Yeah.
30, I'm going to have to excuse myself for.
Okay, thank you for being here. All right, Commissioner Book, did you have any? Okay. Mr. Smith, let's
All right,
do this thing.
good afternoon, Mayor. Mayor Ward, Chair Cornell, members of the City and County Commissioners. My name is Rick Smith. I'm Director of GCRA. Thank you for the opportunity to present the GCRA Annual Work Plan. And I'd like to start off first with some of the achievements this year. One thing of note was the city and the county won a Phillipstown Ground Relations Award from UF in December 2024 for the UF Urgent Healthcare Center at Cornerstone. We also had two GCRA grant projects at South Main Station winning City Beautification Awards for the portico or porch outside, as well as the Lynx Bookstore. We're very proud of that, our contribution to that wonderful development down on South Main. This year, we were able to hire and deploy a data specialist and visualizer that we're really excited about. We took advantage of her skills in several areas. Porter's Quarters, as part of our Community First program, GCRA provides information upon request related to property transactions, code enforcement, property tenure, demographic information, that kind of thing. In downtown, we were able to identify vacant storefronts, as well as track property transactions, as well as lease rates in downtown and the business mix. And then finally, out at Cornerstone, we did a deep dive on the analysis of an area within a square mile of Cornerstone for the mayor's Cambridge venture earlier in the year, in March, digging up some real interesting data, including for socioeconomic, educational, and other data. Made some big strides in Cornerstone, EHETI, and GTech Center this year. We completed the $3.8 million infrastructure network for Cornerstone. We launched a food truck rally at Cornerstone in January and held it through July, and we restarted it in February this year. We also released an invitation to negotiate for a grocer in May 2025. Regrettably, we received no bites on that. Plan for FY 2026 is developing an RFP for commercial real estate brokerage services for to market the available development pads. There's 6 in total. Two parcels, both in excess of 4 acres. The other range in size from 6,000 to 22,000. We expect that RFP to be on the street in the next couple of days. GCRA is also developing a plan for the Cornerstone Market, a pop-up concept that will support local entrepreneurs and activate GTech into a destination and not just an office building. In addition, GCRA is assessing the viability of establishing a food truck commissary on the site. GCRA will also be collaborating and investigating with county economic development staff for a farm stop concept at Cornerstone, and I believe we're going to be bringing something to you in June. The RTS transfer station will be completed. The plans will be completed by April, with the commission approval expected in June. Construction will start by October 1st, with completion expected in December 2027. This year, we spent a lot of time working on a GTech refresh, refurbishment, and repivoting and reimagining what GTech is. As you probably know, is a EDA technology incubator that was built in 2000. It's long-lived its usefulness in that regard. We are pivoting into an incubator that will provide more services to the local entrepreneurs of East Gainesville. To that end, we worked with Walker Architects on a weatherization and HVAC assessment. And in early 2026, Walker delivered construction documents for the GTech refurbishment. The refurbishment will deliver the following spaces: 27 small office spaces between 95 square feet and 147 square feet, 18 medium offices, 151 square feet to 191, 14 large offices, 200 square feet to 300 square feet, and 4 large offices, 301 to 395. We'll be hiring Greenwood Consulting, who has worked with GTech probably for the last 14 or 15 years. He's an expert in incubators and nationally well known. He's done over 100 projects in the United States. He'll be developing a market study and a business plan for GTech. We're hopefully going to get it by midsummer. Made a lot of progress on 8th and Waldo project during 2025, held workshops that led to 2 plan scenarios being developed that City Commission reviewed and selected scenario 1 back in June of 2025. That project was estimated to cost $85 million. In July, commissioners asked staff to present options for scaling back the project and provide for a standalone senior center. And at the same meeting, the Alachua County School Board offered to purchase and reconstruct Citizens Field. October, the Commission directed staff to prepare a solicitation for design professionals. And in December, City Commission was presented a revised site plan that included a renovated MLK Center, a aquatic complex to the south, and a senior center to the north. The estimated cost for that is about $53.5 million. In December through February, procurement process was started for the A&E and construction management at risk services. We expect the selection of the firms to take place in April, with the commission awarding the contracts to the manager. And in June through December 27th, the design will be completed. Construction is expected to start in June 2028 with completion in June of 2029. One innovative program we're really excited about and see its applicability is the 8th and Waldo Economic Development Incentive Program. It was a $2 million program approved by the City Commission in October of last year. It provides 4 tiers of grant programs, one for residential facade improvement grants for homeowners and investors. One is for vacant property and underutilized property with no cap on the proposed award. We also have a business and community facility renovation incentive with up to a $100,000 matching grant. And finally, we have a site improvement grant for those properties that only need improvement of fencing, lighting, parking lots, etc. That we're currently in process of workshopping this program to the neighborhood. We've had about 20 to 25% of eligible property owners actually contact us. We are thinking of slowing down the application deadline in order to reach out further, have more resource fairs, bringing in contractors so they can talk with the property owners about the work they want to do, and also bring in some banks to help facilitate some interchange between that. So we'll keep you abreast about that. This is the eligible project area. It's about 140 acres. You can see it stretches deep into the Duval neighborhood along 8th Avenue. That's the area where there's a lot of mix of residential and business. So we thought it appropriate to have a residential component to this grant program, which is otherwise focused on commercial uses. Heartwood neighborhood, we made some progress on a couple of things this year. We have finished the amenities project, or getting close to finishing the amenities project, which would include fencing along 8th Avenue, signage, landscaping throughout. We also brought a proposal to the commission in January of this year, proposing a affordable housing complex or a project that will construct houses on the lots and implement permanent housing in the form of a community land trust. The commission also approved $1.4 million to go towards that end. The Bright Community Trust has been selected as the preferred developer, but there's been no contractual agreement inked yet. As far as the downtown strategic plan, a lot of things happened in downtown this year. As you know, in early 2024, we pivoted about $12 million in GCRA funding to focus on the downtown strategic plan initiatives. That plan was a award-winning plan from the International Downtown Association. Major accomplishments during the FY25 reporting year include launching the Downtown Ambassador Program. Doesn't seem like it's that long ago, but it's over a year and a quarter. Forward movement on the streetery toward imminent construction next month, and also awarding of 10 business improvement grants. Some major accomplishments that occurred during the 25 reporting year, or some upcoming planned and launched GCRA efforts include seasonal decoration on Southeast 1st Street, holiday lights contest, a winter market series on the streetery. I'd like to point out there's another spring market that opened up last weekend and is scheduled to last through May 3rd. And finally, GCRA, along with other departments, will begin working on how to program the streetery once completion occurs.
And completion, by the way, is planned to be early this fall, as we heard just last week, between the first football game and Fest, which Commissioner Eastman pointed out is the ultimate in Gainesville calendaring, running the actual days. We said between the first football game and Fest, then everybody knew what we were talking about. So.
Thank you, Mayor. This illustrates the 2.9 million in programming and projects that GCRA implemented over FY25. You can see a range of offerings: downtown events grant, business improvement grant. We have our ambassador program, contributions to Grace Marketplace, all fairly broadly representative of the program we offer downtown. I'd like to thank Commissioner Book. Did he leave? Well, he made it possible for GCRA and Community Affairs staff and GPD staff to go to the Sociable Cities conference in Sacramento last year, and our staff took away some really innovative ideas in terms of placemaking and branding for downtown. So, in absentia, thank you, sir. This recounts some things we're really proud of. A lot of really good comments we had on the downtown festival lighting. I was really proud of the effort that happened there. It really made downtown sparkle, and glad that we could be a part of it. Hopefully we can continue these efforts for next year. As I mentioned, the streetery we've made a lot of progress on. To cut to the chase, on March 5th, the City Commission approved a GMP for $4.5 million for Scorpio to build the project out. Construction is expected to begin on April 13th. Gives you some of the amenities that we'll get after the completion of it. As I mentioned, GCRA is going to work with other departments in order to program this so we can get the full value of what the community is investing in. Downtown Ambassador Program, again, this is the service area. The West University Corridor, I should point out, is funded by College Park University Heights tax increment financing. The rest of it is funded by GCRA Interlocal. The red area there, you see there is an area that a private contractor works on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and the Public Works detail, downtown detail, works Monday through Thursday. The ambassador does the range of their program offerings, such as safety and hospitality, and they do some light pickup there, but that's primarily the zone for those Public Works and the other team. Program performance over the year, you can see some of the data there. A lot of early spikes in cleaning up graffiti and and other cleaning performances. They also did qualitative cleaning. They worked with RTS on the Northwest 13th and University Avenue bus stop in order to help to relocate the houseless which were occupying the facility, cleaning it up. Worked with the police department to make sure that happened. So there was good coordination amongst the ambassadors and other city elements. And this is what they came up with. So I'll speed along to the Business Improvement Grant Program. We're very proud of it. We've done some, funded some really good projects. A few of them have not broken ground yet. But we did fund 10 to the tune of $447,700. You can see the before and after South Main Station and the Lynx Bookstore. Really one of the fine urban places in downtown. Here's some other recipients of the Big Program Award. There's a bodega and Porter's on Southwest 5th Avenue that got a funding, Matheson House, the Siegel Building, the Mount Carmel Church, Florida Theater, all of them great buildings, great projects that we're excited to see come out of the ground. We also rolled out a downtown event grant program with 19 grants awarded for $86,000. This is a matching grant, so they have to come up with half of the $5,000 maximum match. This downtown event grant program budget has also been used to fund the winter and spring markets on the streetery that we unveiled last year. Community Partnership Grant, this is a non-matching grant, and we gave out 20 of those for $40,000. We're happy to help local nonprofits to be able to put on events without incurring any real financial costs. Last couple of items, Porter's Quarters we've been active in over the last couple of years. In March, we were able to remove the unsightly wood panel fence you see up there on the top and replace it with a aluminum wrought iron fence. Has made the area really sparkle. We also are working on renovating the Pink House. If you know where the Pink House is located, next to S&S Cleaner on Southwest Fifth Avenue, that'll be turned in from a 900 square foot former daycare center into about a 1,400 square foot community meeting space. It's going to cost about $450,000. City Commission approved it in March, or April, February. But we're looking to start construction in May and finish construction in November. It'll be available for all members of the community, not just the local neighbors, and we're excited about adding that to PRCA's portfolio. Porter's Infill lot housing on Southwest Fifth Avenue. We continue to dialogue and engage with the neighborhood to find appropriate designs and appropriate land uses to go on there. And then finally, the Fifth and Pleasant Black Heritage Trail. We're making good strides in implementing this project, which has been in our portfolio for several years. We expect to have an RFP issued by May, and then approval of the contract for installation and fabrication by midsummer. By the end of the year, we're looking to have a ribbon cutting on the project. Here's some examples of the trailhead concept and the markers. We're really excited to be involved in this, and the community has really been engaged in providing input. This shows you the expanse of where the markers are going to be. Includes obviously both Fifth Avenue and Pleasant Street with all the historic resources they have. So in closing, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Good. All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Commissioner Prizia.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know this isn't a deep dive. I just have questions about the presentation. I guess my first question is about the G-Tech incubator, if you don't mind going to those slides. Or I don't know that I really need the slides. You mentioned small, medium, large, and extra large offices as the primary focus of renovating that space. And then after that, you said you were in the process of developing a business plan for the project. I guess I'm confused how you know how many offices you need and what sizes if you don't have a business plan. That's my first question. And a follow-up question, I guess, is a little bit more broad scope. I guess I'm interested to understand how this will differentiate itself from what Santa Fe is doing at the Blunt Center and their incubator, and how it might incorporate some of what we've learned from other incubators in our community that have had successful pilots, and if that's a part of the consideration for what you're planning here.
Well, we have been working with the Greenwood consultants over the last 5 or 6 years. They were involved in the preparation of the refurbishment plans. They indicated that the markets were accepting smaller spaces. And our spaces really don't, most of them are under 250 square feet or less, in the 100 to 250 range. Currently, we have 14 tenants spread out over several different offices. Many of them are located in cubicle settings. One of the things that the tenants have really spoken about is to get a door where that they can close and have private meetings with clients or customers. And by going this route, instead of having an open plan where the person sitting next to you might not even be part of the organization you work with, this will help resolve that problem. In terms of the marketability, the orientation, I might want to turn to Bill Dorman, who has worked with both Seed, Santa Fe, and G-Tech. Thank you, Bill.
Hi, Bill Dorman, GTech Manager for the City of Gainesville and the GCRA. To understand the question is how do we know that this is what people want?
I just know I guess it's a little bit of a leading question. Like, we have a lot of empty office space all over Gainesville. It's actually the number one, like, commercial space we have available is office space. So I guess it's just interesting to me that that's the direction you're going, and I guess I'm wondering why. Why office space as opposed to other incubation services and support services? Like, I guess selfishly, I started an incubator, or really it was more of just a business support program for local food entrepreneurs, and I have long since left that operation, and it's in much more capable hands under Shelby Dixon. But they have decided that they did the proof of concept, they did the pilot. It ran really, really well, and they feel like it's time for them to move on to more of their mission-driven work in local food. But we have a pent-up demand for that incubation service. We have a long waiting list of food entrepreneurs that need those support services. And you mentioned commissary kitchen, and it would dovetail really nicely into a commissary kitchen. And I know Santa Fe Seed has some businesses in there that it has been working with that provide some kind of services and support to other businesses, so they're kind of like mini incubators. I'm just wondering why not those sorts of services and why a bunch of empty offices.
If I might break in here, because where we're going to go with this is a very, very long answer, because we had an hour or more presentation on this a couple weeks ago. Let me distill it for you. This is an incredibly flexible plan that's in front of us that can be a broad number of potential things. It's not, don't think of it as just 250 square foot offices. It sounds like that, but deeper in the presentation, you learn that it's really not. It is lots of open space, lots of community space, lots of space that can be used to build out the kind of food ideas that have been kicked around for the broader area.
Well, I can just tell you that if you're going to build a food incubator, you're going to spend the money in the upfront, not just have flexible space that you can turn it into later, because you've got to put in hoods, you've got to put in specialized power for that equipment, you've got to put in grease traps, you've got to put in the kinds of equipment at the outset of that are going to be for those types of things. So that's why I'm asking now, because I feel like what he told me was 27 small offices, 18 medium offices, 14 large offices, and 4 extra large offices. That's an awful lot of offices.
So, what I was going to say beyond that is you will never find someone who tells you that it makes a lot of sense to take a risk on building office space on Hawthorne Road. Near Santa Fe, yeah, that's a no-brainer. That's happening anyway. If we are serious about economic development in East Gainesville, we've got to take the risk, because the private sector is not going to take the risk. We believe that we can build out, that we can lease lots more small offices there. There's a pent-up demand for small office space, for things that are not tech-oriented, for things that have a broad opportunity. But again, nobody's going to build it except us. That's pretty obvious. If they were, they'd have built it by now. And
I guess respectfully, I would disagree with you that there's a pent-up demand for that, because we do have a lot of little office spaces all over this county that aren't rented. And I understand it's not on the East Gainesville, but they're not even being rented in the primary markets for offices. So I guess I just feel like, and I'm not just standing up for a working foods incubator that's now homeless, because they're not doing it anymore, even though it's a very important thing, and it served hundreds of incubating food-based businesses and helped to catalyze the sort of local food industry that we have right now. And it needs a home. And so we have an existing incubator with a proven concept that needs a home. And meanwhile, we're talking about building an incubator that's just a lot of office spaces for what I've heard is 14 clients, but I just don't, and a business plan that's coming. I just don't understand sort of the dynamic there, as opposed to like working with the existing incubators, Seed and Working Food, that have standing on board, like real world, like this is working and needs support, as opposed to just if you build it, they will come kind of scenario, which it feels like this is.
I am so happy that you said that, because this is different than some field of dreams. We're not trying to attract something that might come. What this is something that I can go market. So if all I do, like I did with the seed building, I started with the goal of having 12, got 24, and then 36 companies in 2 years. If all I do is the same thing that I did there, add one company a month, we'll be full 6 months after we're done.
But you're talking about putting food trucks there. You're talking about putting a market there. You want to have outward-facing things that bring people, that bring bodies, that bring money that we want to spend in East Gainesville. And you're talking about putting all these outward-facing things, but then the people that would be doing those outward-facing things no longer have the incubation and support services that they need to be able to necessarily do those things. Like our food trucks don't have the commissary, and our local food entrepreneurs don't have a kitchen to produce the food in that they would sell at that market because it no longer exists. So you have a pent-up demand that you could sell to tomorrow if you had the incubation services for food-based entrepreneurs. Like, it's there already. Literally, they could hand you the waiting list. In fact, I know we've had meetings with folks from your team and the city commission and the county commission in Santa Fe to talk about those things. So it's just, I'm just sort of like, why would we need to go out and shop something when we have pent-up demand, like waiting for an incubator to exist?
So the commissary kitchen?
Come on up.
My foot's falling asleep. I've been here.
Not the same, but whatever.
Hello. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Mo Deal, GCRA staff. I think there's some context that I would like to help sort of break down that would be helpful for everyone here. So thank you for that opportunity. So a couple different things, and I'm going to try to answer that based on what I remember all the questions that came in as. Number one, when we worked with Mark Long, and we sought out Jim Greenwood's consulting group, we wanted to make sure that there was an analysis that was done. Once we completed that analysis, we said, Jim, we want to make sure we get this right for East Gainesville. We want to make sure that we are doing everything along the way. One of the things that he identified was repositioning strategy of older incubators and converting them into specialized labs, taking those labs into smaller, low-cost micro offices or soft incubator suites to attract early stage entrepreneurs. That is sort of the demand and what has been happening with those larger incubators. With that being said, he did the analysis of GTech originally. Then to save cost, he came back and said, all right, when you're at this next stage, the next stage was the building and design with Walker Architects, that he would come in and make sure that the design that we are doing fits sort of what the demand and what is happening. And then he tasked us with things to do to save cost by when we brought in Bill from Santa Fe, that Bill would do these pieces for him to come back in again, saving costs to make sure that that demand is there. And that is what he's actually doing. He would have been here today. He is overseas at the moment. So the marketing plan and the sort of the budget, we have all these pieces ready for him to come in and make sure those pieces are there. With that being said, the idea of being innovative, the city wants to differentiate from the other incubators, these vacant office spaces. So these Eastside Micro Business Incubator, this can help trades, this can help creatives, consultants. What they're finding is in that plan, there are 60, we'll say offices. Of the 60, 20 are taken right now. So I'm talking if we built it out. 20 are taken. Of that 20 that are there, and sometimes it goes from 14 to 22, sometimes 25. Of those 20, there are tenants that are there right now that want more space. We just don't really have it because they're large tech spaces or they're these little tiny cubicles that don't really work, right? So take your 60 down to 20, that's 40. Of the 40, on the average, we probably have 10, 15, 20 people calling a week saying, hey, do you have a space available? Do you have a space available? I don't think it's 40 individual people. They're smaller, 120, 130, 150 square feet offices. They may need 4 or 5 for their businesses. And so what we are looking at here is something that is a little different. We did an analysis around what spaces are available are in Gainesville. And of those spaces, the thing that separates it is that GTech has something a little different. It's that month-to-month leases, so that somebody can kind of come in, they can have an opportunity to grow from that 110 to 120 to 150 and so forth. Also, there's that shared meeting space. There's these opportunities for people to work together and grow businesses. That is very different, as I go over, to this partnership around potentially a farm stop, food truck commissary, and what I'm going to say the backside of GTech. Unfortunately, I don't have that, but let me try to describe it in my best ability. If you think of GTech and you're coming down Hawthorne Road from University, you see the kind of the backside of the building. There is space right there where I come from, a very diverse operational management around hospitality and tourism. I operated for back of the houses for 7 years and was in the industry for 20 years. So with that perspective of understanding around, we need hoods, we need grease traps, we need opportunities to have a prep kitchen. There is space on the backside of GTech where the conference space is and the design that seems to be an opportunity to discuss that partnership there. There's also, I don't remember the name of the lot, if I could show it to you. On the backside of GTech, there is another space, I think it's lot, infrastructure ready, lot G, and the Henderson space that was just bought that could be a farm stop. So when you think of GTech, think of it as supporting businesses. Think of it as this opportunity to, as GTech's analysis from Jim Greenwood was, this is where we celebrate life. This is where East Gainesville does everything from business to baby showers, wakes. Life is celebrated there, making this beautiful spot in East Gainesville, and then partnering with the county and looking at, is there farm stop opportunity, especially with the RTS transfer station there? Is there an opportunity for the food truck commissary? And is there an opportunity for more food trucks and a place to bring food in some form? So when we think of food hub and food form yet to be determined, we tried, as you know, to go out for grocery stores. This could be connectivity around restaurants, food truck and healthy foods. I know that the UF Eastside Health Clinic wanted also sort of food as pharmacy. So there's some real connectivity on some land, and I think that I'm happy to answer more questions. I hope this clarified sort of the steps and why there isn't really a market study today. We've been working hand in hand with Jim Greenwood every step to save some cost. He will be, we believe somewhere in June we'll be able to have all those pieces, but we didn't want to have something totally fleshed out with this conversation around farm stop, this conversation around food truck commissary and needs. And we do think that having stuff like that could also help make GTech cost neutral because, as you all know, it's very expensive to run these. I hope this was helpful, and I'm here to answer any more questions.
Is there a graduation plan? Like, how long can pieces stay in a space at this as you've got it structured?
We are leaning into Jim Greenwood to take some of the graduation plans that we have been putting together for him to come in and see with this connectivity. I think food is a part of that, so I don't want to come to you with the graduation plans of today when we're starting to have the necessary food conversations right now. And so that's something that I feel like, let's not put this there when we haven't had this piece, because that might be partnering with Santa Fe College, some of their food safety certifications and things like that, that we are having active conversations with.
Well, I'll conclude on that portion. I have a couple other questions, but I'll just say this. I think there's already curriculum that the county made an investment in, that the National Association of the State Departments of Agriculture put together, the certification for entrepreneurship in food systems. There's a lot of expertise and opportunity at IFAS around those pieces, as well as Santa Fe and the work that they've already done. But there's been a lot of conversations that aren't very, they're not very connected. They're sort of, disjointed at the moment. And a lot of it is because the lack of infrastructure and for that sort of opportunity to exist. And because for Santa Fe to take it up, they also have to get approval for it as a whole curriculum and that, it's a whole thing for them that can take years and years. And Sean can tell you all about that because he just did it with the heavy diesel mechanic program with them. So
Sure.
I think that there's a real opportunity there. It's not on the backside of something. It is the thing. I'm just letting you guys know, like it could be the thing. It doesn't need to be the side of something or the back of something or part of something. You know, we need grocery in East Gainesville. We need food access in East Gainesville. We need healthy food options in East Gainesville, and we want business in East Gainesville. And I think we could make Cornerstone a place that is a destination for food rather than an afterthought for food, which is what it is now, not because of you all, but just because of that's the way that economic development and redlining has happened in our community. And it doesn't have to be that way. And I think there's a lot that's been already built and a lot of people that care deeply about this that are willing to lean in, including myself, and help with that idea. So I just put that out there to you as you're building all of these office spaces. I would encourage you to think about taking the proof of concept that's already built and ready to go and take that for real, because it's like offered on a plate with no strings attached other than you'd have to build it from Working Food, because they're looking for someone to pick it up and run with it, and there's lots and lots and lots of entrepreneurs who need it. But thank you, and thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to hear that there's some thoughts being had there for it.
And I will say that I feel confident that it isn't an afterthought. There's actual connectivity, and I think more discussion needs to be had, and I can bring that in with Jim Greenwood. But the farm stop, the food, the connectivity, the food truck commissary, please don't think of that as an afterthought or behind the building. I think when you have businesses that are thriving, they're going to need food and opportunity, and I think they can potentially shake hands and make a really great partnership.
Cool. Well, I know our economic development folks, I don't know how tied in they are in the conversation, but they've got local food as sort of one of their priorities.
Yes.
So definitely looping Bailey and them in as well. The only other question I had, and this is a positive one, is the application, the 8th and Waldo. How many applications do you have so far for that? You said there was a group of community members. I was excited to hear that you're starting a workshop process and like a support process for that.
We don't have any applications yet, and frankly, having done these things before, we're probably not going to get them until a couple of days prior to the application deadline. But we have had some folks come in, probably 10 or 12, not adequate in our estimation, but we do have people who need technical support, and we have open office hours for folks to just walk in, and we can help them out. As we ramp up our engagement efforts to try to bring more people in, we'll see what the uptake is. I think there may be an issue with coming up with a match for those folks who are not homeowner residences. And there's also access to capital generally, but also trying to navigate the construction process, having, GCs and licensed contractors to help walk them through an application will be very helpful. So we'd like to do it in a very measured way so we can get as much engagement, so people feel served, that we're not rushing this through.
No, I think expanding it the way you're expanding it into workshops and support systems and building the structure, because probably a lot of the reason there is an investment in that area is because of all of the reasons you just outlined. And, this is access to part of the capital, but giving them all those other supports that are going to help them really move the needle on getting something started is the most important part. That capacity building and hand-holding support is going to be really, really critical. But I'm excited about the potential for that.
So are we.
And then my last question is the downtown events grant. There's 2 levels, you said, a 5,000 and a 30,000?
30,000. We haven't really rolled that one out yet.
Okay.
That's more of an RFP process.
Okay.
We expect to use it for the kind of implementing the streetery programming later on in the fall. We also have the smaller grant, which is, you just walk in if we have funding available and you meet the requirements. And we're able to fund about 19 a year.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brizia. Chair Cornell.
We'll make a brief comment at 6:48, and which is why it's brief. I want to apologize to my colleagues at the county, at GTEC, the CRA staff and our economic development staff. This was and needs to be probably a much longer conversation. While you all were having this conversation at the city about the GTech Center refresh, we were simultaneously having a conversation about local food systems. And the reality is that EHETI, GTech refresh, the Legacy Project, Heartwood, Southeast 15th Street, these were all on our agenda for today. And the school board situation kind of overtook that. And so everything that you were just asking, Anna, was something that the mayor and I had talked about. We wanted to have a more robust discussion about this area, really, Commissioner Desmond Walker's district, and all of the work that we're investing in with EHETI, Heartwood, Legacy Project, and 15th Street. And so this probably should be like the next meeting, but I know that y'all, this is a big number. It's $5 million, and so it raises kind of our eyebrows to, is that the highest and best use, and is it in line with what the county's trying to do with food systems? And so at 6:49 is not the time for us to talk about it after we just kind of lifted all that stuff, but I just wanted to say that, apologize to my colleagues and to all y'all, because we did intend to have a more robust discussion of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Cornell. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that the conversation about, we had similar conversations about GTech to try to fully understand and thinking about food even. And I have hope for the future that there are enough parcels out there that it can work synergistically, but that's a next step. That's a next chunk of money. That is the next future. And I even thought I said the next, because everything is in the future. Every dollar that we potentially get in the future, but we don't have that money now. I mean, we have money. I think right now we have the money, but we got to collect it every year.
We should have $3 million in food systems money set aside for grocery. We've yet to successfully attract one, but I hear you.
And so, and even there was a moment where I thought, when we were dealing with Pink House, I thought, well, is that a big enough space that could be that kind of? It's not quite big enough. Wouldn't be a bad location, but it's not. We'd have to take over S&S Cleaner as well and make it a whole, not quite big enough. So it is part of the conversations. Outside of all the GTech and everything, I just wanted to, at some point, I want to start a conversation about downtown ambassadors, what the county commission thinks about the GCR dollars in it, and that we're on a 3-year contract. It's about $1 million per year. I want to look at a future where we bring it in-house, that we do those services with city employees. So that is just something out there. I want to start the conversation with my colleagues at the county and the city. If this is something that is working well and good, before we get to 3 years, if we want to bring it in-house, the city side would need to start to, actively learn how we can bring it in-house, if that's something. So I just want to throw that out there, that someday I'm going to be talking to y'all about bringing the ambassadors in-house. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
I guess I just wanted to say to my colleague who was talking to me that I think we need to have a county conversation about our view of economic development and the bigger picture, like our kind of big picture goals for all the property we own downtown. I mean, we're the largest landowner in downtown Gainesville, pretty much. And like what we're doing with the Do-Si-Do plan, what we're doing with all the local food system stuff, and think about our sort of strategies and goals and how they dovetail into all the work that the GCRA is doing and how those things relate to each other. And then we need to have an in-depth conversation with you all about GCRA. Like it needs to happen, and we gotta, at some point, we need to just schedule that, and that needs to be the only thing on the agenda, because otherwise we're gonna kick this ball so far down the road that I can just tell you this, if I get put into a corner about it, the answer is gonna be no. And so we have to get to a point where we can have the dialogue and we can bring our vision and you all bring your vision, and we sort of like do what we just asked the school board to do and have the conversations, iteratively and progressively and in transparency with the community, so that we can hopefully get to yes on some collaborative efforts for continued economic development investment and capital investment in the east side of our community. Okay, I conclude.
Thanks. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually really like the idea of considering the food incubator a lot in what we can do at GTEC. So I don't know how far along we are in the process, but I hope that staff is hearing that, because I know for a fact that there is a need. I have fielded a lot of questions from sometimes just regular people who want to know where space is. Literally, there is a space that my grandfather owns down the street from one of his businesses that someone came and asked him about the other day, because they want to cook out of it. But what they said was, we actually don't really want to start cooking right there right now, but we think we want to sell out of there right now, but we think we need a little more time. See, things like that, we probably could have directed them right over to the incubator for them to really kind of get a little bit of experience, build up their clientele, et cetera, et cetera. But I also know that that's not the only one. I'd like to be very intentional, because when we're looking at resolving the issues in terms of access to food, to me, it makes sense that it becomes a part of the plan. Whenever we're doing something in that area, that we consider that. So that's that. Do we have any data on the experiences of the folks who are at GTEC right now? Do we collect that in survey form, et cetera?
Jim Greenwood did that with his study. I haven't done that recently, but I can start doing that to get those. A lot of the folks who are there have been there for a little while, and this gets back to your question about graduation. One of the challenges we have in East Gainesville is that there isn't another place to go. So, for example, one of the financial services companies that's there has been there since Santa Fe College started, took over in like 2014. But if he were to graduate, where's he going to go? There's not another space right now. If we had GTEC full of small, local, diverse companies and had 20, 30, 40 companies in there, and we were full, it'd be really easy for us to start talking about, okay, can we take 5, 10 of those companies, get them to come together and have them build a graduate center. I'm not talking about we build it, but I'm talking about if there were 5 or 10 successful companies at GTEC, they could easily get an investor, or they could even finance a building in East Gainesville as a place to graduate into. But we just don't have that space right now in East Gainesville. That's my vision.
Yeah. Okay. Let me jump to the fencing at Hardwood.
Okay.
What's the maintenance plan for that? Because when the fencing went up, it was a wrought iron fence, right?
Right.
And so how many years has it been up?
The one that was taken down?
Yes.
That was up probably 20 years, I believe. The maintenance plan would be paid for by the HOA fees. Once the city sells 90% of the lots, we divest ourselves of any interest in the HOA. It'll be up to the neighborhood residents to maintain with the association fees.
Okay, you've answered it. Thank you. And thank you for considering extending the 8th Avenue corridor grant, because I think there is a lot of concern around individuals really being able to make the most of that. Particularly, I've been hearing from some of the individuals who own the commercial plots. So I'm not sure if they've reached out to you, but I have directed them back to you. I'm hoping that you all can chart some pathways forward to make this something that will work for them, because if it doesn't, this whole thing kind of falls flat.
Agreed. That's why we took a step back to reconsider the marketing effort. And we're not really under a time crunch here. I think it's better to get it right than get it fast.
And so do I. I'm glad you said that. Thank you for stepping back. If you would keep us all in the loop about when it's going to go, how long this extension period is, because there are also people that I know who are residents who have not had the chance to apply and would like to do so. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. Last question. Do we have a blight strategy plan?
A blight?
Blight strategy plan.
I know there were blight studies that were done as part of the CRA efforts for East Gainesville, 5th Avenue, Pleasant Street. Those are done many, many years ago. I think a lot of the analysis can be done from off-the-shelf data, from census data, property appraiser data. You can determine the increase or decrease in property values within certain neighborhoods. I mean, you know, if you look at the Community Redevelopment Act, it sets out like 12 to 15 criteria for defining blight. And a lot of them can be done not with field work, but with just data, deep data dives. But in terms of a strategy, no, we don't have one yet. You know, we have done some surveying of neighborhoods to look at conditions of blight and socioeconomic distress. You know, a study that we recently did showed that the economic performance of East Gainesville neighborhoods was probably, in terms of median income, per capita income, was about 66% of you know, the county at large or the city at large. So definitely underperforming.
Okay, I'll conclude for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Eastman, I think.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I'll also be brief because we are now at 7 o'clock, and so I know that we are ready for this. But I to kind of echo what I heard Commissioner Cornell say about, what I'm hearing from everyone here is the idea that, the GCRA is this really important sort of collaborative organization, right? The county is at least 50%. I don't know where we are in the process right now, but of the funding of this, slightly more than 50% of the funding of this. So these successes are you guys' successes, right? I mean, this is your investment within, East Gainesville, within our downtown, within these neighborhoods. And at the same time, we have this sort of structure where we have 15 elected officials at once a quarter having these annual discussions about tons and tons of projects. It's very reasonable, I think, to be asking questions about, is this the best way to spend money? Is this the best way to do it? And your expertise, like Commissioner Prizia, the fact that you started that incubator, and that's clearly, I think that that is one of the bigger successes of incubators that have happened, in our community in a long time. So successful that now they're trying to figure out, well, where do we do with this thing? I would like for us to find some better structure than the quarterly 55-slide GCRA updates, and that where we can give feedback at various times with 15 of us up there. I think I discussed kind of privately the concept of some kind of subcommittee structure, somewhere where we can have just smaller, more collaborative back and forth discussions over this, where we can knock out. I'm glad you mentioned the do-si-do plan. The county is the largest landowner in downtown Gainesville. The largest landowner in downtown Gainesville is about to do a series of major swaps that could either be this transformative part of how our downtown looks in 10 years in a very positive way, or it could mean that there are some empty buildings in downtown in 10 years. That could either be a great success, or we could be saying that we missed our shot on this. The GCRA could be a really important part of that. I want to, tonight is not the night to work through all this to add something new into it, but I would like to potentially at the next meeting have a conversation about, what does the oversight structure look like? Is there ways to get more feedback from the county, more discussion with the county about all of this? And in the meantime, I would be curious, I don't know if you got all of your answers on the GTEC, but we can certainly just have sunshine meetings and ask the GCRA to come and have conversations and ask more in-depth questions, because I think that is really for stuff that is as collaborative, as in-depth as this. Being able to just spitball questions, get feedback, that to me is the best way to do it. And so I'd be happy. I think we could just legally have a sunshine meeting, and then you can get all your questions answered. You guys can get all their questions answered.
You don't even need a sunshine meeting because you're not on the same board.
Well, if multiple city commissioners wanted to come there as well, or multiple county commissioners, that would just help everyone move forward with it. But I think there's got to be a better way to do this than the way that we're doing it now, that makes sure you guys are getting the feedback you feel like you deserve as the major funders of everything that is happening here. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Prizia.
I just wanted to offer up that for the grant, I love the idea of a better structure for this, because I feel like every time we start to talk about the GCR programs, there's lots of ideas, there's lots of questions, and it always feels like well, we have 15 minutes and then we got to move on, and I'm like, wait. So and then you always say, well, we talked about this at length at our last meeting. I'm like, well, that's great for you, but we're half the funding and we didn't get to talk about it for 2.5 hours. So, we want to talk about it for 2.5 hours, apparently. Sorry. Anyway, so I will say I agree with you. I think we need a better structure. Tonight's not the night to propose that structure, but I love the idea of a different structure for that, if it's a special meeting or if it's a whatever it might be. But what I wanted to say is something very practical, and that is that both of our departments, both of our cities and the county have SHIP funds, and we invest in a lot of homes, and some of those homes are probably in, at least for your SHIP, in the Duval area. So I don't know if you're connecting with those SHIP folks. Okay,
Yes,
good,
we
on
are.
that grant program, but I was thinking that could be a great place to start with families that are in need and could really use those grants and probably are already in your system and ready to go. And it was just a quick.
All right. Commissioner Willets.
Where it's about. So to my county colleagues, who from your staff came to our city commission meeting where we had a 2-hour conversation on GCRA, largely about GTech? These are your dollars. Who did you send? I mean, it's public, man. Because if your staff can come to the meeting and hear, not all your staff, right? Not the whole, but like I can't remember who was here for that, so they can take some of that back. So sometimes we have to hear what happens at a county committee because one of our staffers there. Maybe it's transportation.
We did get a little bit of a.
You did get some.
A little bit of it.
A little bit. Okay, just because someone can help piece through our 2-hour conversation with y'all and say this is what they're thinking about. Or just go grab the presentation and say, hey, that you might be interested in this.
Yeah, we do that.
Okay, because
our staff are
we did do
doing
a
that
lot of this, and I don't want to take up Rick and Mo's time and all of their time, but that's why I like the idea of the sunshine meetings, where maybe a couple commissioners, maybe on both sides, some of that spitballing, but so that our GCRA staff doesn't have to meet 7 of us and 5 of y'all individually. It does take a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to take a moment because I'm going to have to step out of the meeting, not because I haven't thoroughly enjoyed myself today, but because today's my father's 75th birthday. So I want to say happy birthday, Dad. I'm going to go have a piece of cake with him. And this Friday will be my grandfather's 100th birthday.
Wow.
So if my colleagues do not mind, I'm going to step on out so that I can go celebrate my dad. But I do appreciate this conversation. I will leave you on this note. Andrew, I didn't have a chance to check this over with you, but I'm going to say something. I want to drop a little seed in the hearts and minds of everybody today, because we've had a very rich, robust conversation around schools and how we move our communities forward with them at the core. And in the spirit of what we're talking about right now with GCRA, it's my understanding that Community Reinvestment Act funds can generally be used for disinvested schools. So I'm not going to enter into a conversation. I'll just drop that right there as I walk out.
Like Duval?
You're right in alignment with where I'm thinking. But thank you all, colleagues. You guys have a great remainder of the rest of the evening. Thank you. Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan Walker. So we have, I feel like we need to, I need to say a few things about some of the comments that I put out there. I have worried last year when the conversation started. I continue to worry that, frankly, I think it's too early to talk about exactly what the next version of the CRA looks like.
It's not too early.
It's too early.
Well, here's why I say it. Because we lock ourselves into it now, and then things change. I mean, things are going to change. We need to see what some of the results of the things we're building, which are going to take, by the way, the next 3 or 4 years to build. They're not, these are not things that pop out of the ground when you make the decision to do it. It's going to take time. It's going to take time to see this do-si-do plan, which frankly I have my doubts about, because it's all, y'all are talking about a long time and a whole lot of decisions that need to be kept to by elected officials who are going to change. And I have doubts about everybody's capacity to stay focused like that. Depot Park is a great example of what happens when you can stay focused over a decade-long thing, but it doesn't always happen like that. So I want to make sure that we have flexibility. I'm not saying that we should wait until there are a few months left in the existing agreement. Don't hear that. But starting last year, That was awful early because we're not going to agree to how we do it. We're going to want to talk about what exactly we're going to do when we don't know what the playing field is going to be like come 2029. We just don't. We have some ideas and we can shape some of it, but some of it, we're going to know a lot more in November of this year. Let me say that.
That's right.
What happens with the people that we send to Tallahassee as a state is going to make some changes in the way that we think about how we do things like this. And that's a reality. And most of us have done this long enough to not want to have the same conversation over and over and over again with new information each time, when we know that things are going to change in the not that distant future. Put that out there. We have talked a lot about some really great stuff that is now funded and that we can see and is going to change the way people experience many of our neighborhoods. It's all talk until it comes out of the ground. But as it comes out of the ground, it changes things. And the changes that come from those things will impact what we ought to do with the next piece of money. Something like this is very likely to happen. What we call it, I don't know. Do we work together on all of it? I don't know. But something like this is very likely to happen because it has been massively successful over the past 40 years in various phases. It wasn't super successful for East Gainesville because we were expecting East Gainesville to produce its own money when there was no money to be produced to then respend. But the current iteration has produced results and is in the process of producing results like our community has never seen in its entire history. And we need to experience that before we go saying, yeah, that worked, no, it didn't work, here's why we're going to do it differently. It's really hard to be patient with this stuff. I'm not patient about it. But I have to remind myself every day that the things that we see when this is done and as it gets closer to done are going to impact the way that we make decisions going forward. It just will. And I don't want to see us making decisions that we then have to go back and change. I think y'all are going to be pleased with the results that are starting to come out of the ground now at 8th and Waldo. We've done a bunch of demolition over there. We're about to build a fire station with separate funds, because keep in mind, everything we're doing at these spaces is not all out of GTEC funds. We're using other funds as well. And it all needs to work together to see what becomes a really terrific result when it's done. So I would ask everybody to be patient with this and let things start to get built before we go making future decisions that I'll promise you we'll go back and change if we do. There's a lot to talk about, but I don't want to spend a lot of time studying economic development. We got to actually get some stuff done. We've talked about economic development for many years, particularly in East Gainesville. We haven't done it. And some of this stuff just needs to get bowled forward with rather than studying again and again and again. East Gainesville deserves it. The entire community deserves it. And that's why we've been having some offline discussions as kind of a reinterpreted Friendship 7 to look at binding all our anchor institutions into a set of thoughts. And some of your staff was with us a couple weeks ago, where most of those anchor institutions were starting those conversations and trying to figure out what we have in this community and how we leverage it into more. I'll promise you that the assets we have in this community, if we work together with all the anchor institutions, blow away every other mid-sized city that I'm aware of. But we have to be willing to use them all together. We have to be willing to leverage them all together. And it can't just be the city and the county. It can't just be the city and UF. It can't be the city and the school board. It's got to be all of us working together, or we'll get what we've got, which is pretty okay. We can do better than pretty okay. We can be amazing. I've lost track of all the different things I wanted to say, but lots more folks to talk. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is, this conversation, and I don't want this to go on, but since you brought up the future of the Gainesville CRA and all of this, which we could have a future discussion about, I do think that a lot of this, we had a conversation previously about schools, and we saw people moving further and further west and people leaving East Gainesville. And I think that the criticism that there has not been enough investment in East Gainesville, and you are seeing that in the statistics, in the data, in the infrastructure. I mean, schools are infrastructure just like water pipes are, just like sewage is, just like roads are. That is, I think it's a fair criticism. That's not all falling on us, but it is a multi-generational thing in there. You mentioned it before, Mr. Mayor, but the way that we had this structured previously probably brought in, what, $100,000, I think it was, into East Gainesville? You guys did the $500,000 into East Gainesville over the course of the entire time that the East Side CRA was in there. For the first time, because of many of the county commissioners, and I think at least a city commissioner that's sitting up here, we restructured this so that it is not, what we have here is really two bodies putting in their general fund dollars into targeted capital improvement and project investment, that we are actually for the first time seeing the investment that I heard a lot of people complain that the city had not done historically, and they will see that come to fruition at some point. I don't want to lose. I think having a conversation about what it looks like to continue to invest in East Gainesville and downtown is a reasonable discussion to be having, and I think it's reasonable to say that I brought up the co-funders having, being able to hear their voices more in the process, I think is a reasonable way to go forward with it. I think if the legislature wants to gut local governments in the meantime, then, we're going to be having a lot of conversations about a whole lot of things that are far bigger than the GCRA or everything else. I watched that county commission meeting where you guys discussed what that means for you. It is literally cutting everything to the bone and still having a budget deficit, right? It is. I mean, it's an apocalyptic outcome that goes far beyond the GCRA, but that still means that we have to plan for the future. And I think investing in East Gainesville and investing in our downtown and making sure that there's allocated funding, that we have a way of moving forward with that is worth the discussion at some point in the near future. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Cornell.
To conclude, 7:15, I agree with all three of the colleagues that spoke about this. November 3rd, we're going to know whatever the ballot referendum says about ad valorem that the legislature puts on in June, because they're going to have a special session for that. And we're going to know a lot about where we are with the GRU lawsuit and whether or not where that is. And so I want to continue having these discussions. But as far as formal decisions about the structure, we have to get through that election. And that's my only point. Is it too early? Is it not too early? We're talking months here. We're not talking years and years. So we need to, I think, all get past November 3rd.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any public comment on this?
No one signed up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any further comment on this one?
And
All
just
right.
to make note that you all have no quorum.
Oh, how about that? All right, well, we won't be voting on anything then. All right, Madam Clerk, what's next?
We have member comment.
Commissioner, so the county has public comment real quick. Let me just open it up. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to the commission about anything not on the agenda?
We did have Joe Prager signed up for this, but I don't know if he's still here.
Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to close county public comment. Now we're into general commission and city comment.
All right, Commissioner Willens.
Thank you, sir. Just real quick, and this is probably a no or get information later. We just tore down our old firehouse, Fire Station 1. There's now an empty lot, or theoretically about to be empty. Can we be using that for any parking in the temporary? Can it be gravelled over for cheap? Does the county, who has lost some parking, need, parking? When we were thinking about downtown development and stuff, I didn't realize we were going to have an empty lot, and now we do. So I didn't know from the city side whether can it be repurposed in any time frame for cheap to be available for any kind of parking?
Nothing's cheap.
And nothing's cheap.
If you have four-wheel drive.
Yeah. We can certainly do a little bit of analysis and bring back some options for y'all.
And I didn't know, was the county able to just completely shift parking when they lost, their lot that they're building on right now? Or did they, I don't know, where did they put all those cars?
That's a.
Michelle Lieberman, Alachua County Manager. We lease temporary space for parking until the courthouse project is finished, but that also includes a separate parking garage structure for the building.
Sure, I was just thinking, even temporarily, suddenly we have a lot that is, a block away or a block and a half, but I don't know what it would take to get
We're
it.
leasing the church lot because it's not being used during the daytime business hours. So
Okay,
we're leasing
perfect.
that
I missed
space
that
for
somewhere.
now.
That's perfect. Well, we maybe will end up using it for, I don't know, other large downtown event fest. I don't know if it's still empty. I'm sure it'll be empty at Fest.
It's good. It's a good opportunity to plug if you're out there and you're looking for a highly developable parcel on South Main Street. I'll make it my number, put it up on the dais.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, we are adjourned.